Chapter 1 Shiro refused to be a partner of justice. After 3 full days, Shiro finally accepted the fact that he had traveled, and figured out where he had traveled. Fuyuki City. It is divided into 2 urban areas, Shenshan Town and Zindu. In this city, there are the Tozaka family, the Matsu family, and the temple church. Especially the Ryodong Temple, which is almost a symbol of the city, and the Dongmyu Bridge. As the Shiro of the Moon Cook, even if he couldn't believe it, he could only conclude that he had crossed into the city map of the Moon world. Moreover, crossing has become one of the protagonists, the second generation of a justice partner known as the bulldozer in Fuyuki City Shiro Wayagu. It's just that the time of this crossing seems a bit wrong. In the bathroom, looking at himself in the mirror. It was a little boy about 6 years old, wearing a children's sweater painted with Doraemon. He has brownish red hair and the shape of the eyebrows flickers. He is only 6 years old, but he looks very old. September 7, 1993, this was before the Fourth World War. Shi Lang was frantic with a headache. In addition to the point in time, it can be concluded that the Fourth Holy Grail War in Heping Winterwood City has not yet occurred, and there are several other factors that can be concluded. Among them, the most intuitive and at the same time the most direct is that this body, or the little boy who was renamed Imiya Shiro 10 years later, is now called Fujimaru Shiro, and his parents are present. This means that Shiro may encounter a series of cruel events written by the warrior of love, Lao Tzu, in the Fourth World War. For example, when I wake up one night, I suddenly find that a certain murderer is lurking in my home. The most important thing is that Shiro's home is near the Winterwood Theatre, which is the place where the Fourth World War ends, the place where the black mud of the Holy Grail descends. The Fuyuki fire caused by the black mud directly turned this area into a sea of death. In the original historical line, Shiro Waimiya was the only survivor of the fire, but now he has crossed it. How does he know if he might survive? No. Fuyuki City is too dangerous. Let's hurry up and encourage parents to move. Shi Lang decided secretly in his heart. For the next 5 days, he entangled his parents, namely Mrs. Fujimaru and Mr. Fujimaru, advocating them to move out of Fuyuki City. However, it is clear that his efforts are of no use. Shiro, you are not allowed to be self-willed anymore. Do you know how much effort Dad has put on for this apartment? And moving? You are not allowed to talk about such self-willed things. The plan fell through. Of course, the neon economy in 1993 suffered a series of blows, especially the real estate bubble and the international financial crisis in 1992, which have become very sluggish. Many companies went bankrupt, and many people became unemployed. Fortunately, Mr. Fujimaru's job is relatively stable, so it is absolutely impossible to choose to move. Who knows if you will find a job in the next city after you leave your job and move? Moving, the most effective method, was rejected. Even if Shiro was unwilling, there was no way. He can't tell his parents directly that he is a traverser, knowing that a war of magicians will break out in Fuyuki City soon. There will also be a big fire here, and eventually you will all be burned to death. Let's not say whether Mr. Fujimaru and Mrs. Fujimaru would treat them as children with delusions and jokes constantly. Spirit right? The most effective method was rejected, but Shiro did not give up. He took out the general events of the Fourth Holy Grail War, and then began to think about survival strategies. He finally formulated his own survival policy. First, never get close to famous facilities such as the wharf, Dongmyu Bridge, international hotels, etc. Second, never contact anyone connected with the Holy Grail War. Article 3, go home after school. Don't go out at night, close the door when entering and leaving the house. Walk on the main road, never in the alleys. Article 19, never mind your own business and keep your life first. Article 20. Pay attention to the movement of the Grand Theatre. If there is any change, quickly pull people off the road. After writing out 20 general policies for survival, Shi Longzi read it carefully and couldn't help but exclaimed. What a perfect survival policy, it can definitely survive. As long as you live your life, and when you grow up, you will move to another city. Relying on your grasp of the future direction, even if you can't become the world's richest man like the protagonists in the Urban Web articles, but how can you make it? Your own life in this life is richer than in the previous life, right? At least you won't become a third-rate internet writer who relies on full-time and good food like in your previous life, right? Just as Shiro was complacent about his plan and looking forward to his bright future, the appearance of a man made his plans all bankrupt in an instant. On September 15, 1993, at 5:32 p.m., Mrs. Fujimaru, who went to the street to buy vegetables, carried a basket full of vegetables and meat, and by the way also brought a dusty face, smaller than Shiro. The little girl walked back home. As soon as she entered the house, before she put down her food basket, she announced with full anger. Shilang, her name is Ying, and she will be your sister from now on. Hello, brother. The little girl was wearing a red dress, with short black hair and emerald green eyes. A delicate face was very embarrassed and scared because of a little nervousness. Shiro was expressionless. It was a little different from the girl in the memory, but the hair color and the color of the eyes were changed to purple. There is no doubt that it looks exactly like that girl. That girl called Tozaka Sakura, or Makiri Sakura. However, whether it's Tozaka Sakura or Matong Sakura, shouldn't you have a small relationship with yourself at this time? Why was he suddenly kidnapped by his mother? Shiro, let me tell you that Sakura will be your sister from now on, and you are not allowed to bully her. Do you know, said Mrs. Fujimaru. I see. Shi Lang nodded in response. Obviously Mrs. Fujimaru wanted to adopt Tozaka Sakura, but unfortunately, the so-called family is not alone. Especially given the background of this economic crisis, as a man, will Mr. Fujimaru accept it? The answer is... What? Sakura was abandoned by his parents? You found her in the trash? Abandon your child? What kind of parent is this? No matter what the reason, you should not abandon your child. Okay. I agree. I will treat Sakura as my daughter from now on. Mr. Fujimaru indignantly accepted the extra financial burden, causing Teshiro's mouth to twitch. Chapter 2. However, accepting this physical memory, he also knew why Mr. Fujimaru and Mrs. Fujimaru were so enthusiastic. This may also have something to do with their experience. They are people from the 60s. In that post-war era, there were many babies abandoned by their parents, and Mr. Fujimaru and Mrs. Fujimaru were one of them. By the way, they were righteous brothers and sisters who depended on each other at the time. Later they got married and gave birth to Shiro on April 15, 1987. It seems that both parents have accepted Tozaka Sakura. No, maybe it should be called Fujimaru Sakura in the future. Shiro expressionlessly tore his plan to pieces and threw it into the trash can. What garbage schedule! Convex. Chapter 2 Pillow, it's better to live. Brother, brother. Get up. The girl's unique soft cry sounded in my ears, and I felt a pair of small hands pushing me softly. The Shilang in his sleep babbled, rolled over, and subconsciously stretched out his hands, and there was a little softness in his arms. The weight. It's like embracing the wives with pillows on the front bed. However, this weight is a bit wrong. And it was warm and soft, and the sound of a small mosquito flies rang in my ears. Brother, brother. It's lovely. Shi Lang opened his eyes and saw a shy face. The bewildered spirit immediately awoke, and the whole person sat up. Little Kozakura. Sorry, I pressed you again. Shi Lang said apologetically. It doesn't matter. Sakura sat up again, shook her head, and spoke softly. Shi Lang scratched his head, a little embarrassed. I used to sleep with a pillow, and I always like to hold something, so I just did it subconsciously just now. In fact, this is not the first time. Shiro's house is divided into 2 floors. The first floor is the hallway and the living room, and there are 3 rooms on the second floor. One is Shillang's parents' room, one is Shillang's, and the last is a storage room. Now, the parents have accepted Sakura, but the room has not been vacated, so Sakura is sleeping with Shiro now. Fortunately, Shiro is still young. Otherwise, he might be rushed to the living room to sleep by the parents of the newly acquired daughter. After all, men and women are not kissed. But the problem is that Shiro's body is still small, but his thoughts are normal adolescence. Fortunately, the development is immature and the hormone secretion is not strong enough, otherwise it is estimated that something will happen. But even so, Shiro would still be in his sleep these days, subconsciously using Sakura as a pillow. "Brother, don't go to bed. Aunt Chuking told us to eat." Sakura climbed out of the bed, and said seriously to Shiro with a small face. "Hina, this is the name of Shiro's birth mother, Fujimaru Hina." Shiro's biological mother was Fujimaru Hinao, and his biological father was Fujimaru Narita. They were all abandoned children in the 1960s. In order to get revenge on their biological parents, they abandoned their ancestral surnames and gave them another surname. It is said that there was a gourd vine in the place where they first met, so the name Fujimaru was given. It has been 3 days since Sakura came to Fujimaru's house. She was supposed to call Fujimaru Hinao as mother, but she still didn't open her mouth, just calling her aunt and uncle. The Fujimaru and his wife had gone through the stage of abandonment, so they understood Sakura's mood very well, and did not force Sakura to change her mouth. On the contrary, they treated Sakura with a more affectionate attitude than Shiro. "This is speechless. Take Sakura downstairs," and came to the living room. Mother Fujimaru Hinao has already prepared breakfast, sandwiches with milk. People in this era do not have the concept of health preservation with nutrition matching. Breakfast and dinner are cooked at will, as long as there is no food poisoning. The 3 meals more simply are instant noodles, which is economical and time-saving, such as those who have entered the unemployed army. The crowd. Fortunately, Mr. Fujimaru Narita Fujimaru, who is the backbone of the family's economy, had his early experience of abandoning children and wandering, which made him work harder, and his boss highly regarded him. Therefore, the financial source of the Fujimaru family is relatively stable. Mr. Fujimaru went out to work early in the morning, so in the whole family, only Shiro, Sakura, and his mother, Mrs. Fujimaru Hinao, are eating at the table at the moment. At the table, Mrs. Fujimaru's enthusiasm for Sakura was unabated, and she was so enthusiastic that Sakura was a little embarrassed. "Shiro, eat quickly. Don't be late for school. If you are late, I have to open your butt." Fujimaru threatened Mrs. Fujimaru harshly. Shillong was speechless. This is typically a master who has a daughter and forgot his son. Got it. There was a weak drag. In my last life, I managed to survive compulsory education, but as soon as my account was updated, I started to go to school again. Fortunately, the difficulty of Neon's course is not as scary as that of the Sky, and the physical education teacher does not often get sick. Unfortunately, Neon Elementary School students have inherited Neon's excellent second tradition, and people can't bring up any interest in communication. Especially the recent rebroadcast of Dragon Ball Z on the TV station has rekindled the spirit of the second elementary school students in the middle and second grades. The posture of fit in broad daylight is ashamed to explode. "Sakura, Auntie sends Shiro to school first. You should stay at home and don't walk around." Fujimaru Hinao took Shiro to the door and asked Sakura who was at home. "Okay, Aunt Young-ching." Sakura nodded. "It's really a good, worry-free kid, not like a stinky kid who is so old and needs his mother to send him to school." Shillong was expressionless. Actually, you don't need to send it. Slow talk, don't talk back to me. Fujimaru Hinao hit Shiro's head, then smiled at Sakura before closing the door. Shi Lang has a headache. This mother-in-law, seems to be due to the early wandering experience, is very sturdy, and can't see the gentleness of a mother. However, he also knew that even though he was nagging, Fujimaru Hinao was very determined to send Shiro to school. Because recently, there has been a missing student in Fuyuki City. A total of 7. Although the absolute number is still small, it is enough to arouse any mother's vigilance. And Shiro, who is familiar with the direction of the Fourth World War, knows that this is the murderer named Yusheng Ryunashuk who came to Fuyuki City and regarded Fuyuki City as a hunting ground. Shiro, what kind of scumbag do you think Sakura's parents are? It's damned to have abandoned such a well-behaved little girl. Mrs. Fujimaru said indignantly. The contact over the past few days has made Mrs. Fujimaru very fond of the child Sakura. Well-behaved, sensible, cute and obedient, this almost satisfied all of Mrs. Fujimaru's beautiful fantasies about her daughter, so she was very angry. But Shiro was expressionless. This mother of my own family will be so indignant, and it is probably also the experience of her being abandoned in her early years, right? However, to tell a joke, Fujimaru Hinao, who is bold and sturdy like a Russian ant, equals well-behaved, sensible, cute and obedient. It's so funny, let me laugh for a while. Ha 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 ha. However, Shiro would not believe it at all if Sakura was abandoned by the Tozaka couple. Chapter 3. Sakura's hair is still black, and her aquamarine eyes are sad from time to time, but she still has the innocence and agility that are unique to children. This means that Sakura has not been adopted by the Tozaka couple to the Matsuya family, and has not yet received the transformation of the engraving insects. In addition, after coming to my home for a few days, I was very taboo about the outside world, but I was looking forward to it. I knew it was a contradiction of running away from home and wanting to go home. Although I don't know what happened, Shiro is quite sure that Sakura ran away from home. However, the Fujimaru and his wife did not know the background information, so they thought that Sakura would appear like this because she was abandoned by her parents and missed her parents. As for why the brain fills up like this, it's mostly because of substituting oneself in it. After all, it is someone who has experienced it. Accepting Sakura who ran away from home is not a big problem. The question is, what should the Tozaka family and Makari family find together? Both of them are demon families, and one of them is still an old pervert who has been living for hundreds of years, while the Fujimaru family of 3 are all ordinary people. Even Shiro, who will later become a partner of justice, has not yet awakened from the origin, but is just an ordinary stinky kid. It is definitely unstoppable. Forget it, let's talk about the next thing later. Anyway, our family just accepted Sakura kindly, it is impossible to destroy our humanity, right? Thinking about it this way, Shiro left these annoying things behind him. Gradually, school arrived. Chapter 3: The Peeping Eyes. Third More. A small seaside town in the neon city of Fuyuki, there are 2 districts. One is Shenshan town in the old city, and the other is the new city and new capital built during the period of rapid economic development. Because of the small area, there are not many teaching institutions in Fuyuki City. There are only 2 elementary schools. Among them, there is Yatsushidade Elementary School in Fukuyama Town, which is the old town, while the one in Zindu is called Yuwangjian Elementary School. And Shilang's home is in Zindu, so naturally he is enrolling in Yuwangjian Primary School. At the moment, many students at the school gate are saying goodbye to their parents. Fujimaru Hunking is not the only parent who sends his children to school. Some are sending their children daily, while others are scared because of the recent disappearance of their children. Hina Fujimaru sent Shiro to the door, with a serious expression on his face, and said, "Don't go around after school. When I come to pick you up, can you hear me?" "I know." Shiro nodded. Yoshenglong Jisuk has already started hunting children. He is not a second-year melon baby, so he naturally knows the pros and cons. Besides, he is a traverser. He knows the development trend of wealth in the future. It is his wish to become a wealthy person with a wealth of rivals. How can he fall here? As we walked towards the campus, the children on the road were in groups, sharing their happiness. Without seeing anyone he knew well, Shi Lang carried his school bag and walked towards the teaching building. Suddenly, Shi Lang's brows frowned after a violent step. I don't know if it is an illusion, he always feels that someone is watching him. Looked around. At the gate of the school is a group of parents, and the two sides on the left and right are students who share happiness with their partners. No one seemed to be looking at him. Illusion. Is it too nervous about the forthcoming Fourth Holy Grail War, so it has an illusion? Scratching his face, Shiro could only come to this conclusion in the end. Now he is just an ordinary elementary school student, without origin awakening, and he is not a participant in the Holy Grail War. Is there any reason to spy on him? Thinking about this, Shi Lang walked into the teaching building with peace of mind. However, he didn't know that on a high tower that could overlook the whole month and see the elementary school, a young man in golden armor had a slightly interested smile on his face. Interesting soul. Obviously he is just a child, who should have the purity of a childish child, but he has a more complicated and disgusting soul than the adults of this era. It's like a mottled fire burning with cow dung, garbage, plastic, weeds, and waste. If this is the case, it is just another ignorant, disgusting bastard. But in the disgusting mottled fire that exudes a foul smell, there seems to be a small new fire that exudes a fragrance. Although small and easy to be overlooked, Wang, who is very sensitive to this, is still aware of it. I thought it was just a routine punishment for those thieves who dared to reach out to the king's treasure, but I didn't want to see a slightly interesting soul. I let the disgusting smell of fire engulf and become a total bastard. Ignite a new fire, get rid of ignorance, and become a person. It's not bad as an after-show show. The King of Gold gradually became indifferent, and finally disappeared without a trace. With the end of the last math class, time finally entered the lunch break. Wang saw that the elementary school did not set up a cafeteria, so lunch can only rely on the lunch box brought over, or go to the canteen to buy bread. Although Fujimaru Hineo is very sturdy, but his mother's guidelines are still very good, he made a lunch for Shiro. However, she did too well, and she even made a cup of Meikumbu tea. It seems that because of inheriting this body, Shiro also disliked Meikumbu tea as much as the second generation of justice. It's terrible. Shaking his head, Shiro packed his lunchboxes and went to the grocery store at the school gate to buy a glass of unique marble soda with the characteristics of the times. Hiccup. After a hiccup, Shiro walked towards the campus. Hey? Shi Lang's footsteps stopped, and the feeling of being watched appeared again, and this time it was very strong, still mixed with frost-like malice. Turning his head suddenly, before he could see the person, a stick figure flashed in front of him. Hey! His head sank, Shi Lang fainted on the ground. At the end of my sight, I stopped on the orange hair. Chapter 4. When his consciousness became sober, Shiro opened his eyes. In the bewildered vision, there was a man standing in front of him, not knowing what he was doing. There was an object lying next to the man's leg, which was too blurred to see clearly. Someone seemed to be crying and screaming, but his head was so muddled that he couldn't react at all. I. The muddled head almost made Shi Lang faint again, but the somewhat chaotic words of the man who sounded in his ears caused his spirit to burst suddenly. Overfill, 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 it seems to be 5 times, did I just say it 5 times? Leave him alone. Although his head was still chaotic, he couldn't hear the specific words, but the laughing tone and the very sensitive calling lines made Teshiro wake up. Shi Lang tried his best to move his body, biting his teeth towards the tip of his tongue, and the severe pain instantly awakened him. In front of me was a room with closed doors and windows. Next to the man in front of me, there was a girl with a thick rope. The sound of crying was enough to evoke tears. Such a scene is really hard not to remind people of the basement why. However, the smell of blood emanating from the moist ground, and the dead body of an adult who was gurgling with an unknown liquid not far away, told that this was an even more terrifying incident. The scene stimulated the brain, causing Dashilang, an ordinary person who lived in a peaceful age, to breathe slightly, and his head began to fall into chaos. Calm down. Calm down. He kept telling himself to calm down, but the scene stimulated the brain and forced the continuous secretion of adrenaline, causing his mind to gradually warm up. There was a trace of sweat. Shiro forced himself to calm down and looked up at everything around him. He saw the happy man who was immersed in busyness. The man has short orange hair and a clean face. But on the ground, using blood, painted some unknown magic circle. Like the magic circle in a ghost movie. Yosheng Ryunashuk. Breathing is slightly rapid. He doesn't have the hand of picking up girls, right? Why is it so unlucky? The survival plan that I wrote earlier was shattered to the bones by Sakura before it was executed. Now that I went to school, how come I was caught by this murderer? Yosheng Ryunashuk grabbed the girl who was next to him. The way you cry is so beautiful. The girl was crying harder, but Yosheng Ryunashuk seemed to have seen something wonderful, and the smile on his face grew thicker. Shiro noticed the girl. It was a girl with short brown hair, wearing the uniform of Yatsushide Elementary School. Oh, my little angel, you are also awake. Yosheng Ryunashuk threw the girl into the center of the magic circle, turned his head and saw Shiro awake, and smiled and threw Shiro into the center of the magic circle. In this way, the sacrifices to the devil will be enough. Yosheng Ryunashuk smiled more openly, his face seemed to be smeared with honey. Overfill it, hey? Did I read this sentence just now? It's his responsibility. Yosheng Ryunashuk began to recite the spell. Shiro's forehead shed cold sweat. Obviously, Yosheng Ryunashuk intends to use them to play a killing game that summons demons. Yosheng Ryunashuk is a scrape that purely takes pleasure in killing. In order to seek happiness, even his biological sister who took good care of him did not hesitate to kill him, and found an ancient book in his hometown that seemed to be a magic guide. Books. Follow the calling ritual of the book, collect sacrifices to kill people, and summon demons. Although this inadvertently triggered the summoning mechanism of the Holy Grail War, summoned a whole servant, and participated in the Holy Grail War. But in fact, what he would do is not to participate in the Holy Grail War, but this kind of murder mode like a cult sacrifice, which brought him new happiness in killing. When Amsun Ryunashuk, who had finished chanting the spell, failed to summon the demons, he would kill them himself. What to do? The fear of death gradually forced Dashilang's forehead to be covered with cold sweat. Now he is just an ordinary elementary school student. The so-called golden thumb may be his familiarity with the world of the moon and his grasp of the future business direction. There is nothing else. It's just the body of an ordinary primary school student with his hands and feet with thick ropes. How can he survive? In other words, who can come to save him? The Jade Emperor? San King? God? Jesus? Or could it exist, the existence of unknown names that let him go through? The existence of these idealisms is not reliable. The most reliable one is probably the police. However, looking at the girl from the Yatsushida primary school next to him, his heart was cold. Yatsudatai Primary School and Yewangjian Primary School are separated by more than a dozen miles. Yosheng Ryunashuk caught him at the entrance of Yewang Primary School, and now he has arrested a student from Yatsushida Primary School. Obviously, the two places committed crimes, increasing the speed of police investigations. I am afraid that when the police arrive at the scene, they will only see the bodies of 2 children, right? No one is reliable, only, help yourself. But how to save yourself? There is no system, no awakening, no magic, no superpowers, just an ordinary elementary school student with his hands and feet with thick ropes. How can he save himself? Seeing that Yusheng Ryunashuk finished reciting the spell and walked over slowly with a dagger, Shiro's heart panicked. He doesn't want to die. I don't want to die. The surrounding magic circle was shining with a faint light, and it was impossible to notice if you didn't concentrate. At the same time, Shiro, who was hot-headed because of the fear of death, did not feel that his right hand was getting hot, and a bright red mark was slowly emerging. P.S. Let's pass the 3 chapters first. They are all current codes. If you think it is okay, please collect them and vote for some votes by the way. Thank you. Chapter 5. Chapter 4 Subordinates. The red, like a double-edged sword mark appeared on the back of Shiro's right hand. The next moment, the magic circle under Shilang began to emit a faint scarlet light, and a strong wind blew away the surrounding debris, also forcing Yusheng Ryunashuk to retreat 2 or 3 steps. Wow! Cool! What is this? Is this Lord Devil coming? Yusheng Ryunashuk looked at the magic circle bursting with strong winds, his eyes gleaming, like an innocent child who was purely obsessed with something. The abnormal change made the girl who was also in the center of the formation cry, fearful, and instinctively approached Shiro. Shiro was unaware of this. In fact, his current state was very wrong. On the land of Fuiuki City, a magic ceremony called the Holy Grail War is about to take place. The Holy Grail is a wishing machine. Except for the 3 companies that initially established this ritual system and the clock tower that accepted the ritual system, the rest of the participants need to have enough desires to be selected by the Holy Grail. Previously, Shiro's strong desire to survive was accepted by the Holy Grail, and the participants were given a mantra to prove it. It was the double-edged sword-like red mark on the back of Shiro's right hand. And what Yusheng Ryunashuk learned from the ancient books of the wizard, the magic circle drawn with blood, and the spells recited aloud are the rituals for summoning the servant. At the moment, the participants, the circle, and the spells have all arrived, and the ceremony called the Holy Grail War has begun. However, there were some problems with this ceremony. The Holy Grail War, this is the war of magicians. Participants are naturally magicians. Otherwise, the most basic magic power that drives the servant does not exist. How to fight? However, Shiro is just an ordinary elementary school student. Even if his body possesses 27 magic circuits, it cannot change him who has not yet been awakened. He is just an ordinary 6-year-old elementary school student. However, he did have a connection with the Holy Grail. As a result, the powerful magic power of the Holy Grail ceremony directly rushed through his magic circuit, forcing the magic circuit hidden in the body to begin to connect with the summoned servant. So uncomfortable, so uncomfortable. Shi Lang muttered. It's like every nerve in the body is burning. Unspeakable uncomfortable. More than that, the magic circuit was forced to open, connecting with the servant who was about to be summoned, and the huge magical power of the initial contact made Teshiro see a phantom. Sword. Wherever he looked, there were swords. Excalibur, Holy Sword, Magic Sword, Cursing Sword, Blessing Sword, Legendary Sword, a series of swords stand in a dark and hopeless world. Like the Tomb of the Sword. Tisk. It was actually called by you. Untimely, a rather unhappy male voice resounded in his ears. The miracle called the Holy Grail, if it is summoned by you, the magic spell in your hand will not allow me to fulfill my wish. The most important thing is, if it is driven by you, I am willing to die. The connected servant made such a conclusion, shattered his spiritual foundation and returned to the Hall of Valor independent of the timeline and world line. However, his remaining spiritual foundation did not disappear because of this. Instead, Shiro absorbed and merged because of the homology of the origin awakening performed by Shiro. Yes. The servant who was summoned was Shiro. No, to be precise, it should be the second generation of justice who has not been traversed, experienced the winter wood fire, died of both parents, and finally changed his name and was brainwashed. Heroic guardian Shiro. The young body bears the servant's spiritual foundation, even if it is from the same source, it is really unbearable. The whole body was scorching like a fire, and a part of the body was decorated similarly to the Palace of Heroes. The surging power began to rush away, and with a click, the pure power tore the thick rope that bound the whole body. What's the matter? Lord Devil? What's the matter with you? How can children have such great power? Yusheng Ryunashuk said in surprise. Shi Lang stared at him. The painful and violent gaze made Yusheng Ryunashuk's heart jump. Excessive power overflowed his entire body, and his overwhelmed brain constantly sent dangerous signals, forcing him to fall asleep. However, Yusheng Ryunashuk is still here, still alive. If he just slept like this, not only would he be killed, but the girl who was still in the middle of the magic circle would also be killed. Enduring the overload pain of his mind, Shiro raised his hand and activated the magic principle of projection he learned from the spiritual foundation in an instant. With a swish, a sharp sword shuttled through the space, with a cold wind, aimed at Yusheng Ryunashuk's head, and flew directly over. However, at this moment, Shi Lang's head was too painful, and the aim was wrong, only piercing the chest of Yusheng Ryunashuk. Blood is like fog. But Yusheng Ryunashuk did not scream, not even a painful expression. I'm afraid no one has thought that the true form of a murderer is a painless person. However, even if it was painless, Yusheng Ryunashuk realized that something was wrong and turned around and ran away. Shi Lang wanted to chase and killed the murderer directly. However, the overload caused by the fusion of the spirit base made his brain unbearable, and he fainted directly in shock. Girl, was terrified. Soon after, the police arrived. Zendu Police Station. There will be such an encounter, we are sorry, this is the negligence of our police. The child's mood may change drastically and needs your parents' care. We don't want to hear this. What about the criminal? Is the criminal caught? I'm sorry, no. He escaped. But don't worry, our police will do everything possible to bring the criminals to justice. I hope so. With anger and distress, Fujimaru and his wife brought Shiro, who was still in a faint, back home from the police station. Brother, what's the matter? Sakura looked at Shiro who had fainted, and asked the Fujimaru couple with a worried expression on her face. Sakura is not bad for Shiro's senses. In the past few days, Shi Lang has told her stories, and has a very good attitude towards her, very gentle, just like his own biological sister. So now looking at Shiro who fainted, she was very worried. Chapter 6. Mr. Fujimaru didn't know how to answer. This kid raced against other people, and finally fainted because of exhaustion. Mrs. Fujimaru accepted the stubbornness and fooled the past very skillfully. Kozakura did not speak, looking at Shiro who was lying on the bed with pain. She went to the bathroom and took a cold towel out, climbed onto the bed, and helped wipe the sweat from Shiro's face. So uncomfortable, so uncomfortable. Shi Lang muttered in his dream, his painful face almost twisted into one piece. It doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt. Sakura is here, brother doesn't hurt. Brother is good. Sakura gently touched Shiro's forehead. Outside the room, Fujimaru and his wife saw this scene in their eyes and quietly closed the door. I really like this girl, and she will definitely become a good wife in the future. This is what I decided from the first time I saw her. Mrs. Fujimaru said. Yes. I don't know whose child it is, which parent threw her so cruelly. Mr. Fujimaru asked. I don't know. What is there to talk about the parents? Anyway, she will be my daughter in the future, and I will spoil her," Mrs. Fujimaru said. Mr. Fujimaru smiled and nodded. "Narita. You said, will this matter cause a psychological shadow to Shiro?" After a moment of silence, Mrs. Fujimaru said with a worried expression on her face. "Oh, don't say it, you can ask for a long vacation for the school. I will discuss with the president and see if I can approve me for a vacation and take him out to relax. Lest there really be any psychological problems. At this time, will the company grant you a vacation? If you don't approve, please resign. You can find another job, and there is only one child. I don't want Shiro to be like us, who has not experienced the love of his parents. Such a life is incomplete," Mr. Fujimaru said. Chapter 5 I was too difficult, really? Second more. His brows tightened subconsciously. Shi Lang slowly opened his eyes. His consciousness has not been fully awakened, as if the pain of excessive use of the brain is still fully awake. A moist breath came from his face, and he felt that there was a soft, warm thing around him. Turning his head slightly, Shiro saw Sakura lying on the pillow beside him, sleeping peacefully. He breathed in, warm breath, slowly vomiting on his face, like a cat's paws tickling. His throat was a little dry. Shiro moved a little, and wanted to get up and pour a glass of water. However, this slight movement caused the girl beside her to wake up with a "Brother, you are awake," the girl said softly while rubbing her sleepy eyes. "Wake you up?" Shilang smiled apologetically, but his body was very weak, so his smile looked a little tired. "Sorry, I wanted to pour some water, but I woke you up." "Brother wants to drink water? I'll pour water for brother," Sakura said. "No, this kind of trivial matter, I'll do it myself." Shi Lang smiled and wanted to get up. But who would have thought? Sakura pushed him back. Her face was very serious and said, "My brother is a patient, so I have to lie down." With that, he ran out of the room and went downstairs to pour water. Shi Lang didn't know what to say, so he could only sigh that it's nice to have a sister, especially such a caring sister. However, rationality told Shiro that this was only temporary. Sakura had ran away from home, and the Tozaka and Mazakis would definitely find her. Shaking his head, "Don't think about these complicated things." However, even if you don't think about complicated things, these complicated things will automatically come to your door. Raising his hand slightly, looking at the red mark on the back of his hand, or the magic creation called Lingshu, Shiro couldn't help but feel a bitterness on his face. Wanting to avoid the Fourth World War, he became a participant in the Fourth World War. Moreover, he also summoned the original owner who wanted to kill him. As a result, the original master saw that he had summoned him and committed suicide. In the end, he merged with the spiritual foundation, resulting in him becoming a subservient similar to Matthew, and working as a part-time master. Isn't this driving yourself to death? Being both a master and a follower, even if you want to withdraw from the Fourth Holy Grail War, you can't do it. Because there are only two ways to withdraw from the Holy Grail War, either by the death of the follower or the death of the master. And he is now a follower and a master. How to retire? Back with your head? This ending is either to win others or be crushed to death. My hand, I'm really not a picker, why is it so unlucky? I wanted to avoid the Fourth Holy Grail War, and I wanted to put aside the relationship with the mystery. As a result, the relationship with the Holy Grail War became either you or me. What a shame! It's just like a bamboo basket, and the tears shed first. What is this? Suddenly, he inadvertently glanced at the scene in front of him, making Shi Lang stunned. There is a frame in front of him, like a system frame described in a novel. No. It should not be said that it is a system frame, but it should be said that it is the magic brought by the Holy Grail ritual, which analyzes the physical condition and forms a kind of analysis data that can be recognized by the brain. Career, Caster. Muscle strength, E. Durability, E. Agility, E. Magic, C. Lucky, E. Treasure, Infinite Sword System, EA++. Job Skills. Chapter 7. Position Construction. You, who are not a magician, don't know what a magic workshop is. You can barely rely on the skills granted by the job agency to build a workshop with a little protective function. Prop making. You, who are not a magician, don't know what prop making is called. You can barely rely on the skills given by the job agency to make some capable magic props. Intrinsic skills. Clairvoyance. The visual ability also known as eagle eye. Just looking at it from a height can see the entire town and search for enemies. Magic. Magic skills endowed by Lingji, learn traditional magic. Good at strengthening and projection magic. When projecting sword weapons, it will rise to the level of A+. Minion, true, B. Insights cultivated through practice and exercise. A. Combat theory that can calmly grasp one's own situation and the enemy's ability in a disadvantaged situation, and find a way to survive. B-level representatives can seize the opportunity and implement it tactically even if there is only 1% possibility of reversal. Undoubtedly, this is a template of ability brought after the fusion of the Spirit Foundation of the Palace of Valor. But this attribute value is too bad, right? Shiro's mouth twitched, and a row of ES looked too scary. Okay. Why is this in the Holy Grail War? It's too hard. This is simply a dead end. No matter how weak and life is in danger, Shi Lang quickly got off the bed, picked up a towel and wiped it on the back of his right hand. Knowing that it is useless, but he still hopes to be able to erase the spell, this thing is too scary. I'm really afraid that halfway through, a follower jumped out of the grass and shouted Demasha, smashing himself with a big sword and gank. Brother, what are you doing? Kozakura walked in with a glass of water, looking at Shiro with a confused face. Shiro subconsciously covered the back of his right hand, turned his head and responded, nothing. Here, water. Kozakura put the water in front of Shiro. Shi Lang picked it up and drank it. Brother, you lie down, your body is still very weak. Kozakura said with a worried face. Well, I know. Shiro hid his right hand behind his back, lay back on the bed, and pointed his left finger at the drawer of the desk. Sakura, there are 2 black gloves in that drawer. Help me hold them. If the curse cannot be wiped off, then it can only be covered, otherwise the other participants will find him, he will be killed in various ways. Let a spirit base merge with a 6-year-old kid with all attributes and a row of E to fight those mythical murderers who have experienced life and death? How to fight? Do you use your head? Therefore, it can only reduce the chance of exposing the curse. It is best if no one finds it, and then ran away from Fuyuki City. Maybe, there is still a chance to survive. Brother, what are you going to do with gloves in the house? And what is the red graffiti on the back of your right hand? I can't wash it off. Aunt Chuking was very angry before. Sakura handed the gloves to Shiro while ventilating. Report. Shi Lang, who took the glove, gradually disappeared. Sakura, have you seen the mark on the back of my right hand? Shi Lang asked nervously. Kozakura nodded, wondering why Shiro's face was so nervous. Apart from you and my mother, has anyone else seen the mark on the back of my hand? Shi Lang's face was extremely nervous, it was a matter of life. Yes. Kozakura nodded without hesitation. Who is there? Shi Lang asked quickly. This is the autumn of life and death. There is me, there is Aunt Hinaching, Uncle Narita, and my brother's teachers, classmates, neighbors, aunts and uncles. Sakura thought as she said, that's right. There is also a brown-haired man. Girl, and her parents and relatives. There are many people. Kozakura tried hard to think back, answering Shiro's question with all his strength. but did not find Shiro's face getting paler and whiter, and a mochi-like white ghost appeared in his mouth. When I thought of the news that I had a Lingshu scattered in my mind, the gang of magicians with wild faces grinned and Zizhong came to the door, and put themselves in an 18-like appearance like an Iron Man. Oh my! I'm too hard. Please, my God, be a human being. Chapter 6 time will tell you the answer. Third more. By now, Shiro had to accept this cruel reality. While becoming the selected child, the news that he was carrying the spell curse also let many people know. Once the news spreads, the gang of unscrupulous magicians will definitely come to the door. As for whether you can spare your life for the sake of being just a child? If he is not a subordinate, perhaps a righteous partner like Kirito Iomiya, he may also let his own way of life. And now that he is an servant, both a master and a servant, there is no need to think about it, no one will let him go. As for anti-killing, the ability to rank E, fighting experience depends entirely on the inheritance of the spirit base. The brain and thinking are normal ordinary people from the celestial dynasty. How do you fight the old foxes and the murderers of the myth and legend level? Do you want to fight? Now, Shi Lang has been thinking about it, and there is only one way he wants to survive. My mother, sir, let's leave Fuiuki City. When Fujimaru Hineo, who had to go out to buy groceries, came back, Shiro said his thoughts very much on his face. Leaving is already the safest way to avoid the Fourth Holy Grail War and survive. As long as he is in Fuiuki City, his life is always in danger. Only if you leave, you will be elected. It's not enough to be far away from the city. Who knows if the magician killer who is good at using modern weapons will come to him. It is best to leave Neon and go to a foreign country. It is best to go to the next door to the Celestial Dynasty, where immigration control is very strict, and well-known international murderers like the Magic Killer are estimated to be under supervision as soon as they enter. Just stop talking about such willful words. Fujimaru Hineo said seriously. As an abandoned child couple abandoned by their parents, they can have a home in a city and build a family. God knows how much hardship they have suffered. How can they give up this hard-earned home? The most important thing is that if you move out of Fuiuki City, it means giving up your job. In today's economic downturn, it is hard to find a job. Without a job, where is the family's source of income? Sit and eat the sky? I know that your mood is very unstable right now, and you are afraid of Fuiuki City. But don't worry, your father has already asked for a vacation, and our family is going to travel. Fujimaru Hina said. Going to travel? Shi Lang asked. Yes. We are a family of 4 and we are going to travel. Fujimaru Hineo laughed, and her sturdy temperament became a little gentle. And speaking of a family of 4, it is obvious that Sakura has been counted as a family member. Shi Lang calculated it, traveling is also okay, as long as he can avoid the Fourth Holy Grail War. When the time comes out of Winterwood City, he will be stuck in the field and won't come back. Even if it is naive, but Go-Ming is the top priority. I want to live, what's wrong? When will we leave? Shiro asked. Traveling is a good way to avoid the Fourth Holy Grail War, but the important thing is time. Chapter 8. Your father's holiday has been approved, but the company has a large business that requires your father to be responsible. It will be half a month at most. Fujimaru Hina didn't know what Shiro was thinking, but thought Shiro had already started. Looking forward to traveling, so I expected a date. Half a month. Shi Lang figured it out. Although it is not a senior research party, as a general level Xingyu fan, Shiro still has a clear grasp of the timeline of Xingyu. The Fourth Holy Grail War took place in 1994. At that time, the picture depicts winter, either at the beginning of the year or at the end of the year. Now it is September 1993. Whether it is the outbreak at the beginning of the year or the next year, there is at least 2 months of buffering. Very well, from the time point of view, it should be possible to avoid the Fourth Holy Grail War. Thinking about this, Shilang breathed a sigh of relief, but turned his head slightly and glanced at Sakura on the side. His heart shook again. According to the Xingyu timeline, Sakura adopted the Mockery family for transformation a year before the outbreak of the Holy Grail War. And looking at her now, although there is sadness in her eyes, she still has the innocence and agility that are unique to children, and it does not seem to have undergone transformation at all. It seems that the Holy Grail War broke out at the end of 1994? Regardless of whether it broke out at the beginning of the year or the end of the year, my God, I beg you to be a man again, don't make any moths. Shi Lang stayed at home for the next few days, and refused to go out whether it was windy, rainy or thunderous. Ling Zhou was seen by many people, and it has increased the chance of exposure. Don't you gank if you go out and wander around at this time? Although it is possible to be found by participants, at least the probability is relatively low, and the home is relatively safe. Brother, here. Kozakura returned the art textbook to Shiro. These days, Sakura stays at Shiro's house, mostly borrowing Shiro's textbooks for knowledge acquisition. Shiro's family didn't know whether Sakura had studied before or where, and they were afraid of touching Sakura's wounds, so they didn't dare to mention it. Sakura was also very taboo about this, and never mentioned it. However, Fujimaru and his wife have decided to adopt Sakura, and naturally they will also offer Sakura to study. It's just that the class has already begun. Taking into account Sakura's psychological condition, the Fujimaru and his wife did not directly enroll Sakura, but let her adjust to her family for a period of time. Therefore, the most considerate person is always the person who has experienced it. Here, this is a picture book. Let me show you. Shiro took out an art picture book from his school bag and handed it to Sakura. In these days of contact, he found that Sakura really likes this kind of art picture book. Sometimes at home, he would also take out rice paper to paint. Thank you, brother. Kozakura showed a sweet smile. Shiro felt he was healed. It's really nice to have a soft girl at home. Just. As soon as Sakura's family background and future encounters were taken into consideration, Shiro's mood fell somewhat. He knows very well that the communication between the two is only temporary and momentary, and separation is the final outcome. Sakura is a child of the Tozaka family, and is destined to be retrieved by Tozaka Tokaiman, and then adopted to the Mockery family to begin her own destiny. Shiro responded with sympathy to Sakura's fate, but he was helpless. He is too busy to take care of himself right now, so why should he take care of others? Furthermore, even if you want to manage, where does the power come from? Now I am no longer a reader who is holding a mobile phone or sitting at a computer desk looking at doujin comics or novels. I can sit safely and overlook the world from a high-dimensional perspective. I am no longer qualified to say the protagonist is really rubbish. He is a traverser, and at the same time just an ordinary celestial person living in a peaceful age. He had the imagination of a hero to save the United States, but in reality he is an ordinary person protected by a legal society. Let me ask an ordinary person, what can I do to save the United States as a hero? Especially enemies, or murderers in myths and legends, magicians who treat human life like a stubborn life, and old monsters who have lived for hundreds of years? Take the head? However, Sakura has been boarding at home for almost 10 days, and it is very strange that the Tozaka family hasn't found the door yet. With the energy of the Saka family, this is very unusual. Maybe Tozaka Tokimi's energy was focused on the Holy Grail War, so he ignored this? But this is also good. If separation is a doomed ending, Shiro hopes that this time can be extended indefinitely. On the one hand, I really have a good feeling for this well-behaved and sensible girl. On the other hand, I simply don't want a girl to encounter that kind of misfortune. However, it is really going to be separated. Can you really witness a girl encounter that kind of tragic misfortune, and be indifferent? Shiro didn't know. He is an ordinary celestial person, and just an ordinary celestial person. There is conscience, kindness, malice, worries, selflessness, but more, it is selfishness. Shilang didn't know what would happen to him at that time, and he didn't want to think about these complicated things. He gave the answer to time, and perhaps when that moment comes, time will tell him the answer. And now, Shiro had to face another severe challenge of himself. Chapter 7 I will not go out if I die. Can't you get out? I won't go out. Did you see my palm? If you don't want this palm to hit your ass, you'd better let go of the pillar right away and go out with me. I won't go out to die. Looking at Shiro, who was holding the pillar tightly and refused to let go, Mrs. Fujimaru had a headache. When Shiro was brought back from the police station, Fujimaru Hineo found the lingshu on the back of Shiro's right hand. Fujimaru Hineo is not a magician, nor does he know the existence of the magic way, and naturally does not know the meaning of the Holy Grail War and the spell. She only thought it might be a tattoo similar to a cult imprint drawn on the back of her son's hand by a criminal. After all, when the police found her son, there was a magic circle similar to a cult ritual turned into by blood on the ground. As a mother, Fujimaru Hina would never want to have tattoos on his son, because he would be regarded as a badass gangster child, or a child of the underworld. I was afraid that Shiro still had a shadow in his heart, so Fujimaru Hina did not dare to mention it, but after living for a few days, there was nothing wrong with seeing Shiro, so Fujimaru Hina wanted to take Shiro to the tattoo shop and give this red tattoo. Get rid of. Of course Shiro refused to go out. He was so devoted to his life, he just wanted to stay at home until his father had finished his work, and then escaped from Fuyuki City. But it is a pity that the child's wishes are useless to the mother, even if the child's recently demonstrated thinking is very mature. However, the Shiro of Lingji Fusion, speaking with power alone, is many times bigger than an adult. Fujimaru Hina can't pull it no matter what. This is also, of course, even if the gluten strength attribute is only E, it is a follower template after all, and an ordinary person will naturally not be able to pull it. This made Fujimaru Hyoking very depressed, and could only threaten sternly, "Can't you get out? I won't go out to die." For the sake of his life, Shilang is also a dead duck. Fujimaru Hina was completely helpless. Although his style was very sturdy, Fujimaru Hina had never beaten a child, and the most was just stern. But Fujimaru Hyoking never did this, which seems to be related to their early experience. I don't know how to be a parent, and I don't have a template for learning. Although I want to give Shiro as much love as possible, I don't know how to express it, and I don't know how to effectively discipline him. It is estimated that it has already slapped up. Chapter 9. How about the child being disobedient? Most of them are owed, just clean up. Fortunately, Shiro himself was an adult soul, and his predecessor had better temperament, so he didn't go wrong. Brother, Sakura accompanies her to the tattoo shop. So, older brother must also muster up the courage and try to go out. Sakura cheered for Shiro. Like Fujimaru and his wife, she thought Shiro had a shadow in his heart because of his encounter with Yusheng Ryunashuk, and he was full of fear for the outside world. In fact, Shiro was really afraid of the outside world because of the Fourth Holy Grail War. It's just tattoo shop? That's right. Why didn't I think of this? Isn't this an effective way to go to the tattoo shop to conceal the curse? For an instant, Shiro stopped resisting, and even cooperated very well. This made Fujimaru Yongqing very speechless. I really have a sister, forgot my mother. Fujimaru Hineo shook her head, but Shiro was very cooperative and she was still very happy. But before leaving, she asked Shilang to put on the gloves. As a mother, she didn't want anyone to see her child with tattoos. This does not have to be said by Fujimaru Hina. Shiro herself is more unwilling to be seen by Ling Shu than she is. Because this is a matter of life and death. A family of 3 walked out of the house and walked towards the tattoo shop. A mother, a pair of siblings, and a happy family will definitely attract a lot of attention in the past. But now people are all looking hurriedly, acting on their own, and the indifference of human feelings is like the cold wind of Siberia. There is no alternative. Against the background of the Great Depression, unemployment is like a sword of Damocles hanging over the head, forcing people to have no extra energy to pay attention to other things. However, there are a pair of eyes, but they have been watching Shiro the moment he walked out of the house. The new fire disappeared. Did you end up becoming a complete bastard? No disappointment, no anger. Standing on a high tower and looking down on the earth, the Golden King has long been accustomed to such things. The soul of the immature is pure as snow, contaminated with the seeds of ignorance in the modeled life, and the soul becomes a disgusting hybrid. And bastard, no matter how you teach, you can't teach, no matter how you lead or step into ignorance, no matter how much you waste your mind, your efforts are in vain. Disappointment has long since disappeared from the Golden King. Because the King of Gold has already given up expectations. Without expectations, how can we be disappointed? Hey! With an arrogant laugh, the Golden King gradually disappeared. He saw through the truth of the child named Shi Lang and understood the fact that the other party had merged with Lingji. However, he did not do anything. He is just a bastard, and he takes the initiative and takes it seriously. It's dirtying his hands. However, if only he dares to watch his treasure, then the king's punishment must come. Hey! Shi Lang stopped abruptly, and looked around. What's the matter, brother? Kozakura noticed Shiro's change and couldn't help asking out loud. Nothing. Shaking his head, Shi Lang continued to keep up. He is also a little confused. Just now he felt the sense of voyeurism again, the feeling was so strong, but he looked around and found no one, and this sense of voyeurism was not malicious and quickly disappeared. However, Shiro has become a participant in the Fourth Holy Grail War, and Shiro is very sensitive to this. Has it been discovered by someone else? Shiro doesn't know, but what he knows is that Fuiuki City is too dangerous and travel is not enough. If possible, move. However, before that, go to the tattoo shop first to cover up Lingshu. When I arrived at the tattoo shop, the boss was very polite. After asking about the request, he tried his best to help deal with the enchantment in Shilang's hand. Just this, what's this? The tattoo shop owner was very dumbfounded. Regardless of whether you use facial cream or repair liquid, the methods that can easily repair tattoos in the past are not used in front of Lingshu. No matter how you do it, Lingshu will reappear again. Shi Lang was disappointed. As expected, ordinary methods had no use for such unscientific magic creations. I am still too young. However, a big problem has now arisen. While unable to cover the Lingshu by physical means, he let more people see the Lingshu, and he also made them aware of the unusualness of the Lingshu. Because no one has a pit in his head, how could such an abnormal situation that cannot be repaired fail to attract attention? Fortunately, Shiro used hint magic in advance to fool the owner of the tattoo shop and the others such as Fujimaru Hineo before the big commotion. Even Sakura didn't let it go. Shiro had never learned magic, but Yingling Weigong had learned such a general level of traditional magic. Shiro, who inherited the Spirit Foundation, naturally learned it too. After the hint was down, Shi Lang quickly put on the gloves to avoid trouble. After returning home, he again gave Fujimaru Hineo a hint to make them ignore the magic spell they were holding. In fact, when he learned that his magic spell was known, Shi Lang thought about using hint to cover up this matter. However, too many people know. Person to person, event to event, and the radiation coverage is too wide, and it is difficult to block the news, so it is better to run away. Just when Shiro decided to go to Mr. Fujimaru at home to finish the work, and then, in the name of travel, the family fled the magic cave of Fuiuki City, the daily nuclear peace. However, today's Fujimaru-san hurriedly ran home, and as soon as he returned home, he hurriedly ordered Shiro and the others. Chapter 10. Hyoking, Shiro, and Sakura, put on your clothes. Let's go out to eat tonight. Chapter 8. A new storm has appeared. Second more. Mr. Fujimaru is a real estate salesperson. This is the most common type of salaried employee born under the background of the era when Neon signed the Plaza Agreement in 1985. The real estate is overheated. But after the real estate bubble that started in 1991, countless real estate companies went bankrupt, and this type of staff is also the largest group of unemployed people. Fortunately, due to his early experience, Mr. Fujimaru's emotional intelligence was exercised very much in the process of rolling and rolling. At the same time, he worked very hard and the president respected him, so he did not lose his job. After all, it's someone who has suffered. And because Shiro encounters Yosheng Ryunashuk, Mr. Fujimaru is ready to resign and travel with Shiro to dissolve the inner shadow. But whoever thought, the president actually approved a vacation, and it was a paid vacation. Just let him complete a very important list. The client is a big entity from Tokyo and wants to open a big mall in the new capital of Fuyuki City. This is the object of competition for all real estate companies in Fuyuki City. Mr. Fujimaru has worked overtime day and night these days, and this is why he rarely goes home. The company's offer was not unattractive among the peers. This customer already had a sense of belonging, but because of a series of encounters, he chose to contact Mr. Fujimaru. There was no request, but one request was to have a thank you meal with the Fujimaru family. It turned out that the customer's child was the girl who was attacked by Yosheng Ryunashuk before. Shiro was helpless in this regard. Mr. Fujimaru's tone was firm, and there was no room for reversal. Because of his early years of experience and years of rolling, Mr. Fujimaru's attitude in handling matters is generally gentle and consultative, and he usually listens to Mrs. Fujimaru's instructions at home. However, Mr. Fujimaru is still the neon traditional machismo in his bones. He is strong but also arbitrary. Once a decision is made, it cannot be changed. However, Shiro had no objection to this. Cooperating with Mr. Fujimaru to complete the work, he can also leave Fuyuki City quickly. And leaving Fuyuki City, the sooner the better. Not only will my situation as a participant become safer, even Sakura, who was abducted by Mrs. Fujimaru, can temporarily escape from the clutches of the Tozaka and mockery houses and spend some happy time with them. The banquet at the dining table is in the international restaurant in Zindu. Shi Lang didn't have the mind to look at the specific name, because when he heard that it was this place, his heart was cold. I was afraid that a messenger of justice came out from somewhere, and then used a bomb to blow up the restaurant. As for why it is so certain that the big restaurant that Kirishu Iyomiya bombed was this one, it was entirely because of the small town of Fuyuki City, the only restaurant that was on the table and positioned as an international restaurant. It's 1993. In 1993, there are at least 2 months left before the start of the war. Peace of mind, the jungler is still on his way. Shi Lang comforted himself so. Mr. Fujimaru, here. Before reaching the entrance of the restaurant, Shiro saw a middle-aged man with short brown hair waving at them. Mr. Miku. Fujimaru Narita led everyone over. This Mr. May dropped into the big restaurant with the Fujimaru family, and skillfully led them to a box and sat down. There were already quite a few people sitting in the box, a total of 7 or 8 people, including 2 elderly people, apparently not the only ones in Miyazuo's family. And the girl who was in trouble with Yosheng Ryunashuk before was sitting next to an old grandmother. She lowered her head, her expression was a little low, and she felt a strong smile. Obviously, as an ordinary little girl, she has not yet emerged from the shadow of death a few days ago. I didn't look closely at that time, but now I look closely at this little girl, she looks quite cute. The facial features are not as delicate as Sakura, but they are very distinct. Although they are still immature, they already have a classical beauty. The two headmen introduced each other's family. When Fujimaru Narita introduced Shiro, the Mr. Mizuo quickly said, "So this brave kid is called Shiro. I really want to thank Shiro, otherwise my Lingzi would be in danger." Mr. Mizuo's tone is very grateful, there is no slightest contempt and arrogance of adults towards minors. He learned everything from his daughter. Shiro repelled Yusheng Ryunashuk, which made them survive. Although the daughter's words are a bit inexplicable, for example, when the wind suddenly rises, Shi Lang can change swords or something. Mr. Mizuo Chuan was too scared to be a daughter at the time, and conjecture appeared. The real situation at the scene should be Shi Lang's clever tricks and the help of surrounding tools to save himself. If not, how could a child beat a murderer who killed even adults? If her daughter is on a business trip, Mr. Mizuo can't forgive herself. Because he came to do business in Winterwood City, he even asked his daughter to transfer to Yatsushide Elementary School in advance. These were all his ideas. If he lost his daughter's life for this, he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. For this reason, Mr. Mizuo finally chose to hand over the order to Fujimaru Narita, which is considered a reward. "Uncle, you're overwhelmed." Shi Lang shook his head and said clearly. Mr. Meishuo was a little surprised. "You must know that 6-year-old children are mostly afraid of having children. Even the kind of courageous and outgoing children will be more embarrassed in the place of many strangers. For example, his son has a very wild personality at home, but with outsiders, he dare not speak." But Shiro's speech was very clear, his mood was stable, and he was neither overbearing nor overbearing. It should be said, really worthy of being a child who can save himself in the danger of death. "Lingzi, don't you want to get up yet? Hurry up and thank Brother Shilang." Shaking his head, Mr. Meizo said to Meizo Lingzi. Meizo Lingzi quickly stood up, looked at Shiro, and said, that, thank you, big brother." "Oh. It doesn't matter." Shi Lang waved his hand, "You are fine." Shi Lang didn't expect that this girl who shared Wheel and Woe would be her future classmate, Meizo Lingzi. However, she is not as stable and reliable as she will be in the future, on the contrary, she is as timid and fearful of life as ordinary little girls. Meizo Lingzi was looking forward to it. She couldn't forget that when she was in that state of life and death, she was crying and panicking, but Shiro was extremely steady and finally repelled the murderer. And now when communicating, it is so calm. In the future, I will also be a reliable person like this brother. Meizo Lingzi thought so in her heart. The meal continued, and the Mizuo family expressed their gratitude to the Fujimaru family. The most intuitive manifestation was to toast to Fujimaru Narita. Fujimaru Narita is not stupid, and hastened to respond. The confrontation at the wine table is not more than someone's drinker, but to see who can talk and who can pour whoever. A person who is purely drunk and can't speak will only be drunk again and again. Everyone says massive and admires, but in fact he laughs at the hooded young man who does not understand humanity and sophistication. Fujimaru Narita wandered all the way, with high emotional intelligence, and could speak, and Mr. Mizuo was also a businessman who knew business well. The two of them were only 3-point drunk, while the other relatives of Mizuo who were drinking became drunk. Almost drinking, Mr. Mizuo and Fujimaru Narita began to talk about business, by the way, give pointers to the current economic situation of Neon. It's hard to make money in big cities. There are more unemployed than employed. There is no money at all. It is still a small city like this, which is a bit profitable. Mr. Mizuo is right. After all, our small cities still rely on small businesses for their main economies, and there are few listed companies, so the impact is relatively small. But the user base is relatively small and the market can easily rise to the top. The competition is relatively small. The two began to talk about business, and then talked about the upcoming contract all the way. Shi Lang doesn't care about this kind of thing, he just picks up food and eats food. After all, he is still young, and at the same time he doesn't know much about the economic situation in 1993. He only knows that the future will be the world of the internet, so he is not interested in listening. Furthermore, there is still a life and death holy grail war on the head, where is there any interest in hearing business lessons? Sister, is there anything strange on my face? At this moment, Sakura suddenly asked Meizu Lingzi. Ah. No. It just feels like you're familiar, as if you've seen it somewhere. Meizu Lingzi shook his head and said. Kozakura's body shook, and she smiled reluctantly. It should be an illusion, I haven't seen my sister before. Chapter 11. Should it? Meizu Lingzi was also uncertain. However, Sakura's emerald green eyes made Meizu Lingzi couldn't help thinking of the classmate Rin Tozaka in her class. Shiro did not speak. He knows that Meizu Lingzi is now studying at Yatsushide Elementary School, and Rin Tozaka is also at Yatsushide Elementary School, so there is no doubt that Sakura also studied there before. Fortunately, Meizu Lingzi used to go to school with her father in Tokyo, and now she has just moved to Fuyuki City, otherwise she would have recognized Sakura at first sight. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for Fujimaru Narita to forcefully bring a family of 4 out this time, Sakura probably would be the same as him, so determined not to come out, right? However, before that, he would actually accompany him to a tattoo shop. Is this the kindness of the girl, or treat him as a friend named brother? Shiro didn't plan to delve into it, because he knew that Sakura was destined to leave. The Tozaka family has not found the door so far, but that doesn't mean that she has given up on Sakura. It is estimated that she was just caught up in the Holy Grail War. Was it because the other party didn't use the energy of the Tozaka family to find it, but wandered around in the mountain town, ignoring the new capital? Whether this is the answer or not, Shiro is not interested in finding out. He only knew that the Tozaka family was looking for the door sooner or later. Once taken back by the Tozaka family, Sakura will also be adopted to the Makuri family, and then be transformed. However, the only uncertainty is, at that time, can I resist the condemnation of my conscience and witness a sociable and well-behaved girl going to hell? Shiro didn't know. He is not a noble saint, nor a wicked man of sin. He is an ordinary person, and he is just an ordinary person. There are things like, there are things that hate, there are kindness, there are hatred, there are courageous, and there are fears. An ordinary person is also the most extensive and universally significant group of people in the world. Witnessing a girl going to a miserable hell, he will never be indifferent. However, if he said to save, betting his own life to save a stranger who is not a family member but a friend, he might not be able to do it. He knows praying for that day to come later, and keeps telling himself, to live, I want to live. Don't take risks, and don't make fun of your life. To live is the first. As long as I survive the 4th Holy Grail War without disasters, I can go to the internet and start a business, you can be a rich man. He kept admonishing himself, but what would happen to that moment? Can an ordinary person with a conscience see a sociable girl go to without being indifferent? This question, only time will have an answer. Shiro believes that this problem of evasion will not appear until a long time later, at least after the family trip is over. However, he did not expect that he would soon have to face this issue head-on. On September 30, 1993, around 3 p.m. on Friday, 2 guests visited his home. Hello, Mrs. Fujimaru. My name is Makuri Anya, and this is Aoi Tozaka. She is Sakura's mother. On the afternoon of the 15th day when Sakura became a member of the Fujimaru family, the Tozaka family finally came to the door. P.S. Please leave some footprints and give me some courage to rush to the street. Chapter 9. This is really a tsundere like a textbook. Third more. In the small living room, there used to be at most 3 people in a family and 4 people in Sakura, but at the moment it is already full of people, 6 people in total. The atmosphere is more solemn. Shiro sat on the sofa, looking at the woman named Tozaka Aoi. It should be said that she is indeed Sakura's mother, quite a beautiful person. She has long green hair and a long white dress. She is quite quiet and has the temperament of a young lady. If it is said that Mrs. Fujimaru, who has been growing up and rolling all the way, has a movement that is unique to a wild child, then Tozaka Aoi is the stillness of the rich and aristocratic lady. This kind of demure and graceful temperament is indeed very attractive to men, and it is no wonder that Jian Tongyanyi will incarnate a dog licking, and finally catch his life. And speaking of Jian Tongyanyi, Shiro glanced at the young man sitting beside Aoi Tozaka. He has short black hair with sharp bangs and looks quite old, but he looks just like a normal and ordinary young man. As if feeling Shilang's gaze, Jian Tongyanyi turned his head and smiled at Shilang. Has it not been remodeled yet? That's right, after all, Sakura has not yet been adopted to Mokuri's house. Shilang said silently in his heart. Sorry, I came back late. At this moment, Mr. Fujimaru walked into the house with a tired face. Obviously, he worked overtime again. In fact, during this period of time, he has been busy with work, and finally negotiated with Mr. Mizuo about the purchase of real estate and prepared to sleep in the company for a while. As a result, after Mrs. Fujimaru's phone call, he hurried back. After all, Sakura's biological mother has come to the door, and she wants to pick Sakura back. Most importantly, the birth mother's surname is Tosaka. This is the surname of the Tozaka family, a wealthy family in the city of Fukuyama. Although the influence in the capital-dominant new metropolitan area is relatively small, it is not a figure that the Fujimaru couple can afford. In this situation, as a man in charge, he naturally had to be there. Therefore, even if he was tired, he ran back quickly. Shiro, you take your two younger sisters, let's go upstairs first. Although he still looked tired, Mr. Fujimaru quickly showed the emotional intelligence of social people, let the children leave first, and then talked. Oh! Shiro got up. There are people from the Tozaka family and the Matsuki family here, and he wants to hurry up. In fact, when he first saw Jian Tongyanyi, his heart jumped. Fortunately, he also wore gloves in the room, which did not allow the opponent to see the ling shu on the back of his right hand. Rin, you take Sakura and go upstairs with this Shilang brother. Tozaka Aoi also exhorted. Oh! Rin Tozaka, who was holding his sister Sakura, reluctantly replied, and then followed Shiro to the second floor and entered Sakura's room. In half a month, the third room as a storage room has been cleaned up and used as Sakura's bedroom. The princess bed ordered in the furniture market has been delivered long ago. It is placed in the southeast corner with a pink mattress and a quilt embroidered with cherry balls. The furniture is warm tones carefully selected by Mrs. Fujimaru, and the whole room looks very girlish. It's just that Mrs. Fujimaru's biological mother came to the room of the daughter that Mrs. Fujimaru had just prepared for adoption. But it's so small. As soon as he entered this room, Rin Tozaka murmured subconsciously. I'm really sorry for the young kid. Shiro's mouth twitched, and his face was a little dark. Before I greeted Sister Tozaka to sit down, Rin Tozaka pointed to Shiro's nose and said with a face of righteous indignation, Who, I tell you, I will bet on the dignity of my sister. Sakura made it to you. Sister. Kozakura held Rin Tozaka with a worried expression on her face. She was afraid of Rin Tozaka and Shiro quarreling. Shilang was expressionless, first of all, holding a finger to someone else's nose. This is an uncultivated behavior, and it is embarrassing to your family. Rin Tozaka put his hands away in a hurry. Shiro expressionlessly said, Secondly, I don't call that who, I'm Shiro, Fujimaru Shiro. It is very uncultivated to call others by hello and that who. Chapter 12. Rin Tozaka didn't correct this time. Instead, like a cat whose tail was stepped on, he said in a frantic manner, You need to take care of it. In short, I will never give you my sister. What sounds like what you said, why does Sakura look like a thing? Shiro asked aloud. What a joke. Kozakura is not a thing. Tozaka-rin declared so righteously, but suddenly felt something was wrong and waved his hand quickly. No, no, Sakura is one thing. Nor, Sakura is my sister, it's not a thing, ooh. It's not right. Shiro sat on the chair, holding his hands on his chest, looking at Tozaka-rin's tangled face with interest. Damn! Tozaka-rin gritted his teeth and stared at Shiro. You dare to tease the future head of the Tozaka family. You can eat rice indiscriminately, but don't talk nonsense. You are slandering a person's image like this. Think about it carefully, you said the words, and the conclusion is yours. I didn't say anything. Shi Lang opened his palms. With a helpless expression, like a victim who has been wronged. You. Rin Tozaka was choked. If you think about it, it seems to be true. Anyway, it's all your fault. Tozaka-rin began to shirk responsibility. Okay, well, it's all my fault. Then, the future head of Tozaka, you can find a place to sit. My house is small and can't compare to your big house, so don't dislike it. The other party has already given up and let himself find a place to sit like a loser, then he should show the spirit of Tozaka Miku as the head of the house. But this perfunctory tone, and this attitude that looks like an adult facing a child, why does it look so irritating? Annoyed. Humph. Tozaka-rin shook his head, not listening to Shiro's words. Tsundere indifferent face. Shiro was not stunned. If an adult and a child are stunned, it would be a giant baby. He just thought it was funny. Sister, please sit down. It's very tiring to stand. Sakura sat aside like a Fujimaru family and put on it, and then patted the position next to Rin to greet Rin Tozaka. Sakura. Rin Tozaka looked at Sakura with a shocked look. As your own sister, shouldn't you speak from your own standpoint? Why did you speak from the standpoint of that guy? Annoyed. Sister. Sakura looked at Tozaka-rin with emerald-like pure eyes. Come on. Rin Tozaka sat next to Sakura, then pointed at Shiro, and asked with a dumbfounded expression, aren't you called Fujimaru Shiro? Yeah, what's the matter? Shi Lang nodded. I am absolutely, I will never give Sakura to you. Tozaka-rin said with a serious face. The serious look seemed to look at the enemy of his life. Shi Lang's mouth twitched, and he asked silently, I said, how many times do you want to repeat this sentence? It's okay to repeat it 100 times, or 1,000 times. Kozakura is my sister, I will never give her sister to others. Tozaka-rin said with a serious face. I feel your consciousness as a sister, Tozaka repeater. Shiro said perfunctorily. You are the Tozaka repeater. You. Rin Tozaka, with a frantic face, couldn't think of any adjectives. He suddenly caught a glimpse of the black gloves that Shiro was wearing with his hands, and said with shame, you Fujimaru black gloves. Humph. Angry. Tozaka-rin shakes his head with a sullen expression. This is really a tsundere like a textbook. Shi Lang was full of black lines. The question that Chapter 10 will eventually face is not kindness, but more. In the living room. The children are gone, and the adults can finally talk about business. It's just that this business is very troublesome. Fujimaru Narita rubbed his temples with a headache. He did not expect that the child Fujimaru Hineo picked up was actually the child of the Tozaka family. Moreover, it is the head mother of the Tozaka family and the people of the Matsuya family who are here to be the beggars. As long as they are mixed on the land of Fuyuki City, basically no one does not know the two big families of Tozaka family and Medong family. Because these two families have been farming for too long in Fukuyama town, the old town of Fuyuki City. Even though the rise of contemporary capital, especially after the opening of the new city of Zindu, the overall influence of the two big families has weakened, but it is definitely not something that the Fujimaru couple can provoke. From the perspective of interest and reality, the Fujimaru couple should of course let them go immediately. But... Sorry, Mrs. Tozaka. Please excuse me, I really can't give Sakura to a mother who abandons her in Shinto for 15 days without asking. Mrs. Fujimaru said seriously. Sure enough, he spoke up. Fujimaru Narita sighed inwardly. He naturally knows the character of his wife, which is not an ardent enthusiasm, but she has already admitted that she is the daughter of his child, and she will never let it go. This is related to his wife's childhood experience. Seen as a burden by poor parents, he was abandoned in a prosperous but indifferent city. So when he gave birth to Shiro and became a mother, he vowed to be a good mother. Although there is no learning template, which makes her way of expressing love and educating Shiro very difficult, she can't do anything like abandoning children. I didn't abandon Sakura. Mothers always think about the good of their children. How could they do things that are not good for their children? In fact, I have been looking for her for more than 10 days. But, I always thought she was in Fukuyama. I have been searching in Fukuyama. Tozaka Aoi didn't care about Mrs. Fujimaru's question, but answered quite calmly. I am very grateful to Mrs. Fujimaru for taking care of Sakura in the past half-month, but can you let me take her back? Wholeheartedly, there was no strange sincere emotion that left Mrs. Fujimaru speechless. Mrs. Fujimaru's nature is like fire, and her emotions are sincere and strong, while Tozaka Aoi is gentle and gentle. The confrontation between the two is clear. Please forgive me, Mrs. Tozaka. It stands to reason that after confirming that you are Sakura's biological mother, we should return Sakura to you immediately, but my wife has infused her sincere love to Sakura in the past 2 weeks. I even purchased furniture and clothes suitable for Sakura, and prepared to let Sakura enter our household registration. Mr. Fujimaru stretched out his hand to comfort Mrs. Fujimaru. And then looked at Aoi Tozaka and said. Although Mr. Fujimaru had the same experience as Mrs. Fujimaru, he worked hard all year round, he had high emotional intelligence, and his way of speaking was very sophisticated. I am very grateful for this, Mr. Fujimaru. Your kindness. I think Sakura is also very warm. For your economic losses, our Tozaka family is willing to pay for Mr. Fujimaru's economic losses. Tozaka Aoi said. Fujimaru Narita waved his hand. Money is not a problem, but emotional investment is a problem. I would like to ask Mrs. Tozaka, why did Sakura run away from home? This. Tozaka Aoi paused. She didn't know how to answer this question. Could it be that Sakura heard that her father was going to adopt the Matsuya family? Chapter 13. Also, why didn't Mr. Tozaka come here? Fujimaru Narita asked. This. Tozaka Aoi looked awkward. How should she answer? Did you tell the other party that your magician husband is engrossed in the upcoming Holy Grail War, without any remaining energy being distracted by other things? No. Even so, her magician husband, Sakura's father, and his strong paternal love made him violate his own law of being a magician when planning a strategy, and spent a lot of energy to lament. He has always been the rebellious daughter of the well-behaved. But what should she say? She can't tell the world of magic to the Fujimaru couple who are ordinary people, right? I didn't see it at all. Compared to Mrs. Fujimaru, who was irritable and loud, Mr. Fujimaru, who had been polite and thoughtful, seemed to be a bit gentleman, was the real ruthless guy, and he reached the basis of the matter in an instant. A good education made Tozaka Aoi unable to lie without his conscience, but this somewhat sharp question also made Tozaka Aoi unable to answer. This, Mr. Fujimaru. At the side, Tong Yunyi saw Aoi's face turned awkward, and quickly accepted the words, Sakura's father is busy with a very important job, so there is no way to come over for the time being. Excuse me, Mr. Ma Tong, what is your relationship with Mrs. Tozaka? Mr. Fujimaru looked at Ma Tong Yan Yat. I. Jian Tong Yan Yi was a little flustered. Yan Yi's words are my friends. Tozaka Kui said conclusively. Ma Tong Yan Yi's eyes darkened, and immediately smiled at Fujimaru Narita at a loss. Yes, I am a friend of Sister Aoi. Friends? This can't be seen at all. Fujimaru Narita said so in his heart. However, he did not break this point because of his high emotional intelligence. Mr. Fujimaru, I am not a threat. It's just that Sister Aoi is Sakura's guardian legally, physically, or even emotionally. You should understand this. Yan Yet is not good at words, but he is far from the magical way. Understand the rules of the ordinary world better than those magicians. This, my wife and I understand. We respect the law, we abide by the law, and we are not unreasonable people. Fujimaru Narita nodded. Although their childhood experiences were not good, the Fujimaru couple still grew up to be normal people who abide by the law. If Sakura is just an ordinary abandoned child, the Fujimaru family will have no problem accepting her. However, Sakura has parents, and the law makes no sense for adoption. In fact, from the moment Tozaka Aoi came to the door, Mr. Fujimaru knew that Sakura was taken back to be a definite ending. The only difference is how to handle this matter safely. While not guilty of big shots, let his family members not be left with psychological bumps. Men are different from boys. Men have people who must guard. Fujimaru Narita has a superb emotional intelligence and a mature and stable handling of things, but he still finds it difficult to face this matter. Running away from home means that Sakura and Madame Tozaka are in conflict. Let her choose her own choice. If Sakura wants to stay here, it means that Sakura has not let go of the bumps. The temporary distance can relax the relationship again. Far Mrs. Saka, look, is this okay? Mr. Fujimaru made a suggestion. Leave the choice to Sakura, no matter what the ending is, at least it is acceptable, right? Tozaka Aoi thought for a while, and finally nodded and agreed. Only in the end, Sakura still chose to go back with Tozaka Aoi in the disappointed gaze of Fujimaru Hineo. Of course, no matter how sullen the reason he chose to run away from home, half a month after leaving home, the 6-year-old child's greatest wish is to go home. Just. P.S. There is one more tonight. Thank you Wei Gong Shiori for rewarding 788 points, Eternal Foam, Soul Wanderer, K221598299468, and Hai Zhou Shan for rewarding 100 points. Chapter 11 The Love of the Demon Path. Holding the hands of the two children, Tozaka Aoi sat in the back seat of a car, while Jian Tongyan Yi sat in the driving position and started the engine. The night is charming. A red Honda Accord car is driving on the national highway. All the way from Zindu to Shenshan town. Yan Yat, thank you very much this time. Hearing that Sakura ran away from home, she ran back from the field to help me. Tongyan Yi thanked him. Ah, you're welcome, Sister Kui. Sakura is missing, but I am also very anxious. Yan Ye clenched the steering wheel. Speaking of, the fellow Shishin has already summoned the servant to participate in the Holy Grail War, right? Yan Ye asked, putting aside the topic. Tozaka Aoi pursed his lips. Yan Ye, although you have left the world of the magic way, you are still a member of the Ma Tong family. I certainly know, Sister Kui. I'm sorry, please don't care about this. Yan Ye squeezed the steering wheel. Speaking of which, what are you doing now? Tozaka Aoi asked aloud while stroking Sakura's hair. Yet. I work at a light novel publishing house. By the way, Sister Kui, since Sakura has found it, I will leave the day after tomorrow. Several authors under my command have been dragging their manuscripts for a week, and I am going to remind them. Really? After hesitating for a long time, Tozaka Aoi still failed to express his inner request. She is already a member of the Tozaka family, and she should draw a clear line from the Ma Tong family. Yan Yat, as a member of the Ma Tong family, has helped herself more than once or twice. Now that the other party has work to be busy, I will ask for that matter again. That would be too shameless to make an inch. What's the matter, Sister Aoi? Tozaka Aoi did not speak for a long time, making Jian Tongyanyi nervous, because he had already stepped into the high-speed lane with the steering wheel. He did not dare to look back. Otherwise, a traffic accident will be caused, and the woman who has always been in love in the back will suffer the slightest harm, and he will suffer for a lifetime. Nothing. By the way, Yan Yat, work hard at the publishing house, right? Tozaka Aoi asked softly. Sister Kuai's voice is always so gentle. Also, it's okay. The authors are too lazy. They clearly make a plan and can play freely on the premise of completing the work, but it is because they are too good at it. I'm lazy, so I will rush the manuscript at the end of the month every time. A few simply drag the manuscript and run away, making us editors have to come to catch people every time. Some of them will break the jar and don't write the manuscript at all. We have to put a knife on their necks to force. Yan Ye confided in the distress of her work. Then, it's really hard work. Tozaka Aoi smiled. It was just such a sentence that made Yan Ye's heart full of worries about work wiped out and full of energy. However, he still couldn't hear the sentence he wanted to hear most. I've said it all, I'll leave the day after tomorrow. But, how about this? Yan Ye asked in his heart. He was deeply in love with this childhood sweetheart, but failed to express his love, and was eventually married by Tozaka Tokimi. Because dragging this beloved woman into the dirty bug store named Matsumoto, he was unwilling to die. As long as you can look at Sister Kuai's happy appearance, that's enough. Jian Tongyanyi kept talking to herself in her heart. Woo, Mom. Sakura woke up without knowing what nightmare she had had, with a pair of sleepy eyes and aggrieved looking at her mother Tozaka Aoi. Mom, don't abandon Sakura. Tozaka Aoi could not give a promise because she knew that she could not go against the wishes of her magician husband. Is it the role of a magician's wife, or as a mother? Tozaka Aoi, who has long felt his belongings, made a decision before Sakura left home. She is a woman who fully understands that man has different values from ordinary people, and loves that man blindly. She stretched out her hand and gently stroked Sakura's head, silently telling herself, everything is the best choice. Her husband can't go wrong. Chapter 14. Her husband is a magician, and her child has the blood of the magic way, and even has excellent qualifications to study the magic way. In order not to bury that talent, becoming an excellent magician is the best choice for children. Even if the mother's heart is always aching, compared to the child's bright future, the pain that seems to be suffocating is worth it. Everything is the best choice. Tozaka Aoi's silence made Sakura feel uneasy, but Yan Ye laughed. Sakura, how could your mother abandon you? Uncle Yan Ye absolutely doesn't believe this. Sleep well and wake up. I'm home. Yan Ye understands the character of Tozaka Aoi, knows what a good woman Tozaka Aoi is, and also knows what a good mother Tozaka Aoi will be. Abandoning the child, Yan Ye absolutely does not believe that Tozaka Aoi would do this kind of thing. At most, it is to do things that children do not understand, but are definitely very beneficial to children. Just like a normal family mother beating a child who doesn't want to read or do homework. Please help me take care of Sakura. This sentence was like a throat. She knew that as long as she told Yan Ye about that, Yan Ye would definitely help herself to take care of Sakura, but Tozaka Aoi could not say this to Yan Ye in the end. Both the Tozaka family and the Ma Tong family are the magic family. They are the companions who jointly created the Holy Grail war ceremony, and they are also each other's greatest enemy. She is from the Tozaka family, and Yan Ye is from the Ma Tong family. I have already troubled the other party to put down their work and ran back to help find Sakura. How could he still ask the other party for such a troublesome thing? That's too shameless. The red Honda Accord drove all the way from Zindu to Tozaka Mansion in Fukuyama Town. Thank you really this time, Yan Yat. Tozaka Aoi led the two children out of the car and thanked Yan Yat. Ah, it's okay, Sister Kwai. Well, give you the key. I want to go back to the hotel. Yan Ye returned the car key to Kwai, and then went away. Tozaka Aoi led the two children back to the mansion. Tozaka Tokimi is a normal magician. Elegant, calm, and firm. Due to the experience of being born aristocratic and young, Tozaka has an arrogant personality and is extremely confident. He is a man with both arrogance and arrogance. As a magician, Tozaka Tokimi has a strong sense of pride and self-esteem. He believes that as a magician, he needs to have the reservedness of a magician, because he is not restricted by the world and he must be strict in self-discipline. But even so, he has something different from normal. That is the love for children. Different from the normal magician's view of children. He does not agree that the children are merely heirs who inherit the family's magic engraving to complete the family study, and he does not agree that the children are treated differently based on the level of magic skills. He is full of love named fathers for his two daughters. However, perhaps because of this, God gave him the happiest and most painful punishment. Both daughters have excellent magic skills, but the family can only be inherited by one person. This could have been chosen slowly, but as the head of Tozaka family, in order to fulfill the long-cherished wish of the Tozaka family and the ultimate vision of being a magician, he had to and must participate in the Holy Grail War, a war that is very likely to die. In order to avoid the demise of the Tozaka family, he must choose a successor before then. Tozaka hesitated again and again, and finally chose to let the more outgoing eldest daughter Tozaka Rin inherit the Tozaka family. However, this does not mean that he abandoned Tozaka Sakura. He has equal love for his two daughters. Even though Rin Tozaka chose to become the successor, she still did not give up Tozaka Sakura, but was busy for the future of Tozaka Sakura. Even when the Holy Grail War was approaching the moment of life and death, he still allocated a lot of energy and ran for the future of his daughter. Fortunately, his efforts were not in vain. The Makari family, also in Fuyuki City, was willing to adopt Tozaka Sakura because of the inferior heir, and cultivated it as the head of Makari. Tozaka Tokimi felt ecstatic about this. What makes the father more happy than solving the daughter's happiness? It's just that the daughter's physical attributes are incompatible with the magic of Matsuya's family, and she needs to be reformed. At this point, Jiantong is the head of the family, and the old man named Jiantong Dirty Ink's tone told Shi Chen beforehand. But Shi Chen readily accepted it. Transformation must be painful. But compared to the happiness of being an excellent magician like a sister in the future, what is the little pain of childhood? Even though her daughter would be troubled and rebellious for this, Shishin believed that this was just because her daughter was too young and illogical, and did not understand how important emotions her father had given up for her future happiness. A magician with a father's love wants to give his daughter what he thinks is the happiest thing. Isn't this a matter of course? Even this incident will cause her daughter to suffer in childhood, and Shi Chen will feel the suffocating pain of being separated from her daughter. But for the future happiness of her daughter, all this is worthwhile. Even though, at this moment, the young daughter still doesn't understand, but when she grows up, she is sensible and can be happy like her sister to be an excellent magician, she will definitely feel happy, and the father's her deep love will thank her father now for his choice. But the daughter ran away from home. With this choice, even when he was busy planning the war, he couldn't help but spare a little time and lamented his daughter's ignorance. But considering the age of his daughter, he didn't say anything. He is not afraid of accidents with his daughter. No matter how young, she is the magician's daughter, and she has self-defense props specially made by time. It's just her daughter's rebellion that makes Shi Chen feel a headache and needs to be educated. Therefore, on the premise of sensing the location of the props and confirming that his daughter is still alive, Shi Chen chose to deal with it coldly, and devoted himself to the upcoming battle of life and death. Now, the daughter was brought back by his wife. Dad. Sakura held Aoi Tozaka's skirt in her hands, and looked at Shi Chen timidly. Go to sleep. Shishin touched her head lovingly. A loving father is always tolerant to his immature young daughters. Sakura was taken away by Tozaka Aoi. Shi Chen returned to his work desk again, looking at the information about the participants in the Holy Grail War that he designed and obtained. Hula hula. The Golden King, dressed in simple white plain clothes, sat on the sofa, pouring red wine into his goblet. He lifted the swaying wine glass slightly, and his red eyes, like blood, swept the time through the red wine. Aoi Tozaka, sisters Tozaka. There was an elegant and cheerful smile on that handsome face with distinct features. What a pleasing tragedy will a bunch of perform! The tears of a young child pushed into the abyss by the father's love of the magic way must be extremely delicious. Falling into the abyss and staining the eyes of despair, it must also be. It was a very exciting moment. This is really a script that makes this king feel very happy. The Golden King gently shook the goblet, the red wine in the glass was rippling like blood, and his handsome face revealed a pleasant smile from the heart. Chapter 15. P.S. Let me make a statement. This book tries to keep the original character as much as possible, and achieves a happy ending on the basis of not whitewashing anyone. Probably it is to gradually push the serious 4 battles of the heavy industry to the happy magic and then to FGO. Of course, I will also write about FGO 5 battles. So, please feel free to follow up. Chapter 12 Karma. Kozakura is gone. It's not about heartbreaking, and it's not about sadness. It's just faint, there is a feeling that something is missing. After all, they have been living together for half a month. To say that they have no feelings at all is a lie. However, because he has been psychologically prepared for a long time, he can bear it. After a few days, the power of time will be enough to erase this psychological bump. Besides, my own life is still hanging on the edge of the Holy Grail War. Where is there any spare energy to think about other people's things? Is he so selfless? What a joke! All things, survival is paramount, this is the thinking of a normal person. Just can't sleep. Shiro, who couldn't fall asleep for the 17th time, sat up from the bed again and messed up his hair. The moonlight outside the window leaked through the thin window screens, sprinkling a light silver pattern on the mattress. With a frantic face, Shi Lang discovered his own anomaly. It seems that there is a human-shaped pillow that has been holding for half a month on the bed, and I can't sleep even after tossing and turning. The most important thing is that once you dream, you can't help but dream that Sakura is dragged into the abyss by endless black bugs, and stretches out her hand to herself like holding a straw. Brother, brother. When he came to the bathroom, Shi Lang washed his face and looked at himself in the mirror. Shi Lang slapped himself. Pop. Damn. Wake up, Shiro. Fujimaru Shiro. You are not the original owner, let alone a hero, you are just an ordinary person. She is not yours, don't think about it so much. Go to sleep. However, still unable to sleep. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, bathed in the cold, silver moonlight, Shi Lang felt a headache for himself. Is it because of this body, or because I really feel bad about it, and I can't fall asleep all the time, and the most terrible thing is that my brain has turned out all the previous memories. Shi Lang always had an unforgettable memory in his heart. That was the day when he was in the 2nd grade of elementary school in his previous life. The Chinese dynasty was not as generally well off as in 9102, but was in the real economy era where foreigners were first and officials were second. Shi Lang, who got up early to school with the boys, saw a screaming baby in the garbage when he was passing by the vegetable market. When I came back in the evening, the baby was still there, but stopped. It is absolutely impossible to say that I feel sad about this. Shiro is not a saint, but just an ordinary person. But if you are indifferent, you won't remember it till now. And now, he faces a similar scene to that then. The same second grade of elementary school, similar problems. The difference is that he is no longer the little boy he used to be, but a mature soul in society. The so-called maturity is supposed to abandon all immature elements and treat everything rationally. But please, don't make me think about it anymore. I don't want to think about it. It's my shit. It's my shit. It's just a little girl who has been together for half a month. I am not her father, it's a matter of life and death for me. Shi Lang put his head under the quilt, trying hard to sleep. However, he still can't sleep. Close his eyes, and he will think of the problem he has been avoiding. Sure enough, there is a problem with the brain of this body. Shiro pushed the responsibility to the brain of the body, and habitually stretched his hand to the side, trying to hold the pillow in his arms, but what he got was a piece of air. Sure enough. The biggest problem is habit. In the morning, Shiro went downstairs to have breakfast. Fujimaru Hina habitually made 3 breakfasts. Yesterday, after Fujimaru Narita dealt with Sakura's affairs, he hurried back to the company to work overtime, and has returned so far. It is self-evident who owns the 3rd breakfast on the table. Shiro pretended not to see it, and picked up the sandwich at his table and began to eat. I don't know what kind of person Sakura's father is. The heart is really big enough. It is obvious that her daughter has been missing for half a month, but she is still busy with work. Fujimaru's unintentional sentence made it difficult for Teshiro to swallow today's breakfast. Shilang, you will stay at home and watch the house while you wait. Mom is going out to buy groceries. I'll go too. Shilang got up. Fujimaru Hina feels strange that Shiro unexpectedly wants to leave the house after encountering Yusheng Ryunashuk. Is it because Sakura was picked up? Fujimaru Hina was right, it was indeed the case. When a person stays alone, he will think about it, go out and relax, remove the troubles in his mind, and adult rationality will come back again. Shiro thought that although he was not a wicked person, he was definitely not a saint. Desperately for a girl who has known each other for less than half a month, except for the protagonist of the idealized juvenile fairy tale, people in reality would never do this. And Shiro would be troubled by this. In addition to the kindness in his own human nature, it is mostly because of this naive brain, right? At least Shiro thinks so, otherwise, how could a mature and normal soul feel like it has been hit by karma? At most it is a sigh of emotion, guilt for a period of time, and then return to a normal life, right? Just relax, relax. In 1993, the shopping market of this era did not have the function of a vegetable market. When housewives went to buy vegetables, they also went to a vegetable market with a lot of people and a dirty environment. However, it doesn't hurt to relax. Just looking at the blonde youth who was coming not far away, Shi Lang swallowed, and subconsciously put his black leather-gloved right hand on his trouser pocket. My hand. Isn't it really a pick-up hand? Why is it so unlucky? Shi Lang wailed so much in his heart. The oncoming young man has short blonde hair, a face with distinct features, and a classical beauty. Slender figure, wearing a white shirt and black slacks, is full of noble temperament. Chapter 16. Gilgamesh. The #1 boss of the 4 world wars. The most important thing is that this guy seems to be chopped by himself in the future. And does this guy have a future vision? Didn't see me, didn't see me. Shiro lowered his head, pretending to be an ordinary boy next door, and leaned against Fujimaru Hina. You kid, why did you hit me suddenly? Fujimaru Hinao asked suspiciously. Shiro didn't explain, he just got closer, trying to pretend to be an ordinary boy next door close to his mother, avoiding Gilgamesh's passing route. Integrating the spiritual foundation of the Palace of Valor, became a participant and servant who didn't know if it was an Azervant or an Azervant. Shiro only hoped that he would not attract the attention of Gilgamesh, who was incarnate as Mr. Jin. However, Gilgamesh's gaze fell on Shiro almost immediately. Stunned, puzzled, confused. For an instant, many complicated expressions flashed through those blood-red eyes, and finally Gilgamesh's face showed a very interesting smile. Staggered in pairs. It doesn't seem to be seen through. Shi Lang breathed a sigh of relief. However, when it was about to cross, Gilgamesh's arrogant voice resounded in his ears, "That will be sent to the abyss of bugs in 3 days, kid." No, faker. Fear, doubt, puzzle. For an instant, Shiro's eyes flashed with multiple and complicated expressions, but when he looked back, Gilgamesh was already far away. "Shiro, why are you in a daze? Let's go." Fujimaru Hineo pulled Rashiro's arm, and found depressed that he could not pull his son. "Isn't this too weird? Obviously just a 6-year-old kid." Oh. Shi Lang followed his mother into the vegetable market blankly. The brain is full of doubts. Gilgamesh recognized his identity, right? Moreover, this is the spiritual foundation that recognizes his fusion, right? It is understandable without hands-on, because it is daytime, and the Hero King is also very arrogant. But why? But why should you tell yourself this? Obviously The 13th chapter after show has not yet ended. Second more. The Tozaka mansion stands on a high in Fukuyama town, Fuyuki City. There is a Shishin's workshop underneath it. Inside the workshop is a device similar to an experimental instrument commonly known as a Y-shaped pendulum. Unlike physical science instruments, the pendulum of the Y-shaped pendulum is hung with magical gems from the Tozaka family, and the ink is used to moisten the gems along the sling. The ink and gems have a facsimile machine. The roll of the stone paired with the gem on this pendulum has been given to the spy prepared by Tozaka Shishin for the Holy Grail War in advance. When this stone was buried in the pen holder and started writing, the gemstone that resonated with it began to shake, and the dripping ink reproduced the words written in the distance without any difference on the rolling paper below. This is how the device works. Now the philosopher's stone pendulum began to resonate with the stone in London directly opposite the earth. It looks like an irregular cyclical reciprocating movement, but brushes and pulls the reporter's strokes to accurately reproduce. Tokaiman, who discovered that a spy report had been sent, picked up the wet-inked paper and went through the above description word by word. "Every time I see this thing, I feel incredible." The disciple Yanfen Kilai, who was watching all this, said his own feelings without shame. "Hehe, you would think faxing is more convenient. But using this does not require electricity, no need to worry about malfunctions, and no need to worry about information leakage. There is no need to rely on any new technology. We magicians have convenient props that are not inferior to them. And it's been used a long time ago," Tozaka Tokimi said. In Kilai's view, it is natural that a fax machine that anyone can use is much more convenient, but the major premise of convenience anyone can use must not be considered by Shishin. In his opinion, it is only natural that nobles have more skills and knowledge than common people. The current minister who still holds this ancient concept in this era is indeed a normal magician out of nowhere. The latest report from the clock tower. The child prodigy Lord Elmero has summoned the servant with the new holy relic and is already on his way. More than that, Einsborn has already boarded the plane. It's just a teacher, Castor suddenly appeared. Let the Holy Grail gather Kikai, let the Holy Grail open nearly a year earlier. This is not normal. Where? It just means that the magic savings of the Holy Grail system is enough to start the ceremony, so the Holy Grail will gather 7 people regardless of the number of people, so that the strong man who can make up the number is just a piece of cake, not to be afraid. Shishin's unique optimism. Chi Li, who has been a teacher for more than 2 years, knows his master very well. He was very thoughtful and meticulous in advance, but when it comes to the actual implementation, he will become informal. Like some details, I basically leave it to myself to worry about. Of course Kilai is also used to it. Well, be careful. Kilai, were you seen by anyone when you entered my house? You must know that on the surface we are still a hostile relationship. According to Tozaka Tokimi's arrangement, they deliberately released the distorted facts to the public. Kilai had been selected by the Holy Grail nearly 2 years ago, but according to Shishin's intention, she had carefully hidden the brand of her right hand, and only this month did she make the fact that she got the curse made public. After that, he pretended to be a fellow who was competing for the Holy Grail together, and broke with the current minister. Please rest assured, no matter whether it is visible or not, there is no enchantment or magical equipment monitoring this house. This. I can guarantee this. With the insertion of the third party's voice, beside Kilai, a black shadow vaguely revealed a distorted figure. Previously, she had been accompanied by Kaire in the form of a spirit body, but now she appeared in the presence of the minister in substance. This slender figure, with magic power that humans can't compare, is the non-human existence servant. He wears a black robe and a white skull mask on his face. It can be said that he is a weird person. That's right, he is the 4th time he was born by the war. He was the first to be summoned and reached a contract with Yanfan Kilai to perform the role of assassin, servant, named Hassan Sabaha's follower. A little bit of blindness can't be concealed from me, Hassan, a servant of a professional assassin. There really is no trace of my Lord Kilai who is being tracked and monitored. Please rest assured. He knew that the status of the current minister was still above the master Yanfan Kilai, and belonged to the position of the leader, so Hassan bowed his head to report respectfully. As soon as the servant called by the Holy Grail shows up, my father will know exactly which job agency he belongs to. As the overseer of the Holy Grail War, Yanfan Kairei's father, Yanmin Rizama, is now serving as an official priest and sent to the Fuiuki Church to preside over the Holy Grail War. Father Lichin has a magical tool handed over by the church, called the spiritual disc, which has the function of displaying the attributes of heroic spirits. Chapter 17. The identities of the masters can only be confirmed by their respective declarations, but as long as the number of servants that have been summoned and their occupations appear on this land, the supervisor will be able to obtain relevant information through the spiritual disc. It's just a pity that this supervisor has already reached a cooperative relationship with Tozaka Tokimi. Yes, the supervisor who is equivalent to the referee is a black whistle who has received our Q coins. According to my father, the servants that exist in the land of Fuiuki City now have 5 riders, so Saber and Lancer, who have not yet appeared, are bound to be in the hands of Einsburn and the monarch Elmero. However, because the war was advanced a year earlier, the other magicians were far from taking action. The only thing to worry about is the Ma Tong family. They are most likely as well prepared as the teacher. Moreover, the teacher, you intend to adopt Ying to them, it is hard to guarantee that they will not take Ying as a hostage to threaten the teacher. No. Mockery's Dirty Ink's tone has signed a self-enforcement certificate with me. As long as I adopt Sakura to Mockery's family, they will abandon the Holy Grail and even choose to assist my Tozaka family. Said elegantly. In other words, is the Ma Tong family also the cooperation of the teacher now? Shishin nodded. The heirs of Mockery's family are not as good as one generation. I want to adopt Sakura, so as not to be designated sealed by the clock tower in the future. Mockery's Dirty Ink's tone does not want to get Sakura's excellent magic skills. Child. So, I asked, and he agreed. Really worthy of the teacher. Now because of the change in the opening time of the Holy Grail, the other masters have not made corresponding actions, and the teacher is already fully prepared here, and even has joined Sankai. Kilai praised. It's not a big deal. It's a surprise that the Jian Tong family will work together. However, the room is surrounded by other envoys placed by the Lord, and it is only a matter of time. Shishin smiled. Because this is the same as the house of Matsumoto and the villa of the Einsborn family, it has been determined to be the base of the master. Kilai said. The advantage of foreign magicians over the three families lies in their hiding in the dark. Therefore, in the early stage of the Holy Grail War, the door of each of the three major families was full of scrutiny and spy warfare. Kilai did not believe in Shishin's intelligence network, but had to be wary of the unknown master who summoned Castor and forced the Holy Grail ceremony to begin a year earlier. If you really encounter such an enemy, the assassin that Kilai gets can play the best role. It's okay here. Assassin, continue to be on guard outside. Be very careful. Yes. After receiving Kilai's instructions, Assassin escaped into the void again and disappeared from the house. In essence, the followers belonging to the spirit body can flexibly switch between the entity and the non-entity. Assassin has a special ability that other job agencies don't have: sneak breathlessly. When he disappears, no one can follow him. For Kyrie, who is not hoping for victory but to support the minister, summoning an assassin is the best choice. Shishin and Kilai walked out of the basement, facing the extremely dark sky, chatting about family life in the living room. Speaking of, teacher. Where did Gilgamesh go? Kilai asked aloud. The reason Shishin was able to face the Holy Grail War that suddenly began a year earlier with such grace and calmness was because Shishin held the trump card of Gilgamesh in his hand. Wang. I went to inspect the people's sentiments. Shishin hesitated for a long time, but still couldn't say walking this kind of popular entertainment. Tozaka called himself a nobleman and respected the true king, so even as a master, he treated the hero king Gilgamesh as a follower, as a monarch. In addition, what he can't understand is why the noble Gilgamesh is so obsessed with the mass entertainment of walking. Since the minister Zili dare to arbitrarily discuss the king behind his back? By the time, your courage has grown a lot. As this arrogant voice inserted, Gilgamesh's figure gradually appeared beside Shishin. Don't dare, Lord. Shi Chen immediately followed the courtesy of a nobleman. Hey! With a chuckle, Gilgamesh said while lying on the classical leather sofa bordered by gold threads, this king is in a good mood now, so I can save you from sin. Xie Wang, Shi Chen breathed a sigh of relief. One is that as a master, he is unwilling to engage in evil with his followers. The second is that he is self-proclaimed of aristocrats, and he is unwilling to offend the king if it is not necessary. Gilgamesh poured himself a glass of red wine, lying on the sofa while gently shaking the goblet, watching the red wine swaying in the glass. Shishin didn't understand why the noble hero king would be obsessed with walking. It was natural that Wang was always difficult to understand. What's more, a world of hybrids. Even those who claim to be heroes, achieve kings, or are praised as gods fools will not understand. The virtuous king once praised by everyone eventually became the tyrant in the epic. Can't understand this sadness, this helplessness, this anger, this expectation, this disappointment, this loneliness, this kind of everything, because the only person who can understand is long gone. It's just. As an after-show program, it hasn't ended yet. Chapter 14 Disguise a Mad Demon, Fujimaru Shiro. Third more. Shiro felt very sorry for Sakura's fate. This kind of sympathy for the little girl's tragic fate is an emotion that most people have, and this is also the reason why many Type U fans must save Ying. But really came to this world, really crossed the dimensional barriers, came to this real world. How can we still carry out this matter? Now I am no longer a high-dimensional reader who sits at a computer desk and in front of a mobile phone, can read novels with peace of mind, and joking about the protagonist. But the people who really live in the world of Xingyu. People who can see real people, touch real things, can sleep, eat, have pain, and even die. Obviously, as long as you survive the 4 wars and rely on your grasp of the future, you can be a rich man in the world of the moon, a business celebrity, often on the internet, and then log in Time magazine, and finally marry a beautiful girl with a normal family background. Perhaps at that time, when he became a rich man, his soul was corrupted by money, and how many lovers would he take care of? Isn't it okay to live the life of a normal person so beautifully? As a moon chef, come to the world of the moon, don't you have a series of national-level wives such as Altria on the left and the master and craftsman on the right? Don't pass through unscrupulously once, and waste the opportunity to pass through? The basic premise of a series of YYs is, as one of the normal urban youth of 450 million celestial dynasties in the 21st century, can one live safely in a world full of murderers? Therefore, after confirming that he had come to the world of Xingyu, he immediately forced himself to stop the fantasy and be pragmatic. After the Fourth Holy Grail War, he became a simple rich man and spent his life in the moon world. Therefore, he suppressed the guilt in his heart. A normal person knows the girl's tragic fate, but he doesn't stop it with guilt. However, Gilgamesh's news revived his mind. Shiro felt very distressed. The most important thing is that his mother Fujimaru Hineo actually made Sakura's part again. I don't know what kind of person that Mr. Tozaka is, why Sakura has to run away from home. Alas! I am in a hurry. Even if I can't be my daughter, I can be my niece. The clothes I bought for her. You can also take it away. Fujimaru Hinaching muttered, God knows how much she wants a well-behaved and obedient daughter that she will love. Shiro was a little angry. Sakura! Sakura! Whether I am distressed, or the news of Gilgamesh, I have heard my mother's broken thoughts when I return home now, as if the whole world told me to save Sakura. For a moment, Shiro's rationality could not control his rebellious flame. It seemed that the whole world was forcing himself to save Sakura, as if he didn't try to take a risk once, and he would be bothered by this in the future. Then yourself. Just save it. Yes. It's not that you have violated your original wishes, or burned your own rationality, and it's not that you want to violate your own way of living, but you are forced. Because it was forced, there is no way. Chapter 18. Shiro shirked his responsibility, thinking that the beating desire in his heart was not his original wish, and shirk all his sins to others. And it doesn't matter who the other person is, just the existence of such an idealism is enough. Because this can prove Shiro's rationality. The resolution has been confirmed, and Shiro begins to prepare his own plan. All kindness with the purpose of saving people without planning is for nothing. This sentence may not be understood by the enthusiastic young man, but Shiro, who has a mature soul, knows the shamisen. Purpose, methods, consequences, 3 points and 1 line all must be considered rationally. As far as Shiro gets from Gilgamesh, Sakura will be sent to Makari's house by Tozaka Tokimi in 3 days. However, Shiro did not dabble in the Fukuyama area, so before that, he must understand the terrain. This is not difficult. After integrating the spirit foundation of the Palace of Heroes, Shiro's memory has greatly increased. After walking around in Fukuyama town, I remembered the terrain and the geographical location of Matsuya's house. After that, he also used hint to find the hotel where Matsumoto Yanya lived from the surveillance of the police station, and before the opponent left, he used the hint of the servant level to cover the inside of Matsumoto's house from his mouth. Structure, and drew a structure diagram. On the night of the next day, Shiro gave a hint to his parents, then left the house and went to Matsumoto's house. For my life, to save a strange girl who has only been together for half a month. My mind may be really sick. Shi Lang scolded himself irrationally. Saturday, October 2, 1993, 22:52. Shi Lang lay in ambush in the grass near the mansion of the Jiatong family he had selected before, staring at the gate of Jiatong family with his eyes. Gilgamesh might be a real tax evader. Even if he told Shiro about Sakura, he didn't tell the details, but only said 3 days as an approximate time. Taking luck is not Shiro's style, so Shiro began to ambush from the early morning of the 3rd day. Shi Lang at this moment is very much like a professional assassin. wearing black tights, black gloves, and a black cloak. In order to avoid exposure, he can say that he has covered himself to the extreme. Of course, this is just a low-end cover in Shiro's view. He even dyed his iconic short red-brown hair into black in the hair dye shop in advance. Speaking of it, when he dyed his black hair and matched his similar face, Shi Lang thought he saw the Gouda in FGO. Of course, this was just an illusion. After all, the colors of his eyes were really different. In addition to his hair color, in order to avoid exposure, he even put on a pair of holy cyan color contact lenses. This is only a cover in the middle. The most maddening thing is that he also wore a set of Ultraman leather cases bought from the children's shopping supermarket. Specially bought a large model, and also wore height-increasing shoes with a full height of 7 cm on the feet. It's crazy. It can be said that this 3-layer concealment makes it difficult for Shi Lang to expose a series of physical signs such as height, body shape, hair color, and wink. This may be what a person who lives to the limit will do. However, if this spreads out, it will probably be speechless for a long time. At least at this moment, Mr. Jin, an enthusiastic citizen who provided the news, was quite speechless. This was the first time he saw someone dressed like this. P.S. Sleep first, get up, and continue writing. Chapter 15 Adopting Fourth More. While complaining about Gilgamesh's unreliability, Shiro lay ambush in the grass, staring at the house of Mata with full attention. October 3, 1993, Sunday, around 3 p.m. A black Honda Accord drove slowly from not far away, and an elderly man with a cane also walked out of the door of Jiantong's house. Shiro concentrated his attention the moment he saw the old man with crutches. Before ambushing here, Shiro performed a hidden magic on himself, trying to reduce his sense of existence. At the same time, because of the fusion of spiritual foundations, servant's spiritization has been turned into a variant existence of hidden spiritual foundations, so theoretically there is no possibility of being discovered, but how is it in reality, Shiro don't know. Because the news came from Gilgamesh, the guy must know that he was ambushing nearby. It's just that since the other party is willing to tell him the news, it won't be your own resistance, right? No. According to the setting of the type month, that guy's 3 views are different from ordinary people, and he has a set of 3 views that belongs to him alone. Inferring that guy's code of action from an ordinary human mind is purely ill. But Shiro couldn't make any corresponding countermeasures. All he can do is to do his best, and then obey the fate. Shiro stared at the black Honda Accord, the clairvoyance inherited from Lingji, and he could see the situation inside the car almost instantly. Rin Tozaka didn't seem to be here, Sakura and her mother were sitting in the back seat, Tozaka Tokimi was sitting in the front passenger seat, and the driving car was a somewhat unfamiliar young man. The iconic blue hair, and the face of Shinji Mokuri, who looked like a grown-up version, is probably the puppet master of Mokuri's family, Mokuri Tsuruyi. In fact, Shiro didn't guess wrong. That man is Mokuri Tsuruno. When the car drove to Jiantong's house, Jiantonghai asked the 3 Tsusaka family to get off the car, and then came behind Jiantong's dirty ink's tone, as if letting Jiantong's dirty ink's tone be the master. It's been a long time, Patriarch Tozaka. Jiantong dirty ink's tone showed a penetrating smile. Long time no see, the old patriarch of Jiantong's family. Shi Chen smiled gracefully. Is that Sakura? The magic attribute of the imaginary attribute is really a good seed. Unlike our Ma Tong family, whose talents are withered, we have to ask the owner of Tozaka Patriarch to adopt a child. Jiantong Zhang sighed, as if feeling a headache because the sons of the Matsuya family are not up to date. However, this may also be the source of the headaches and distress of the Tozaka Patriarch. 2 outstanding children, but the Tozaka's magic engraving can only shelter one, and the other is very likely to be designated sealed by the big figures of the clock tower. Ah! After all, such an excellent talent. And being designated seal, being protected as if the specimen was immersed in formalin, he. Jian Tongzangian let out a penetrating laugh. This is indeed my distress, Patriarch Matsumoto. Shishin asked gracefully and calmly with no expression of emotion and anger. Then, I will ask again as the Patriarch Tozaka. You Matsushi family, will I really train my daughter, Tozaka Sakura as an heir? This is a matter of course, Jian Tongzangyan laughed. Without a good family successor, the Jian Tong family will only weaken and disappear into the long river of history. This is the reason why we took the initiative to visit the door. Of course, the Jian Tong family will cultivate this child as an inheritor. However, the magic attribute of the Jian Tong family is water, so the Jian Tong family has to make some changes to the magic attribute of this child. Of course, since it is an inheritor to cultivate, there will be some pain points during this transformation, but it is definitely beneficial to her. And for the sake of this child's life and future, I believe Patriarch Tozaka can accept it. May I ask, what is this transformation? Tozaka Aoi touched the weeping Sakura's head and looked at the dirty ink's tone of mockery. Jian Tong's dirty ink's tone smiled without saying a word, looking at Shi Chen. Kwai! Shi Chen scolded. Chapter 19. Tozaka Aoi hesitated again and again, and said nothing. I'm really sorry, it's my wife who is in a hurry, old Patriarch Jian Tong. Shishin said apologetically, pulling down his posture. Haha. It doesn't matter, Mrs. Tozaka is not from a magician's family, so she doesn't know the rules of a magician. This old man can understand. Jian Tongzangian laughed. Shishin nodded in gratitude. The Demon Dao family has its own secret techniques and education methods. If others intend to find out, it is equivalent to killing each other. This is an unwritten rule among magicians. Shishin glanced at Kwai. Kwai knew the time had come. Pursing her mouth, Aoi patted Sakura on the shoulder and said, Sakura, go over. Liar. Sakura did not move, but the tree was in place. With tears on her face, she said this sentence in a tender and soft voice, Mom is a liar. Kwai's body was shaken, and his heart was twisted like a knife. Shishin turned around, squatted in front of Sakura, looked at Sakura, and said, Sakura, this is my father's decision. You are no longer from Tozaka's family, but from Makara's family. From now on it's called Ma Tong Ying. Cruel, cruel. The existence named father speaks such cruel words to his children. In an instant, the 5-year-old girl felt a suffocation pain. Her biological parents were abandoned. The injury in her daughter's eyes made Shi Chen also feel pain. However, this is nothing compared to the future of her daughter. The 2 daughters are equally good, but the Tozaka family has only one magic engraving, which can only protect one daughter. After the other daughter showed her demon aptitude, she was bound to be spotted by the clock tower, and thus received the designated seal. And designated seal, this is too cruel for the magician to arrest. In the name of protection, detain and capture magicians with rare talents or who violate taboos, and imprison them for a lifetime like a specimen soaked in formalin. This is more painful torture than death for a magician who regards the magic way as his destiny. At least, Shi Chen couldn't imagine how extreme the pain was. Therefore, Shishin did not want his daughter to experience it. Regardless of whether it is Tozaka Rin whose magic attribute is the 5 elements, or Tozaka Sakura whose magic attribute is the imaginary attribute, they will all be targeted. But remote, the magic brand of Tozaka's family can only protect one of them. Shishin has equal love for his 2 daughters, but he is about to go to the battlefield and may die on the battlefield. Therefore, considering the family successor, Rin who is outgoing and strong is the best choice. Therefore, he chose Rin and abandoned Sakura. No. It can't be said to be abandoning, he has already paved the way to the magic gate for Sakura. The initial choice was the Edfeld family of Finland, who had fears but were related, but that family already has an heir, and the relationship has not been harmonious because of the 3 world wars. Although it can protect Sakura in the past, it can protect Sakura. Sakura's life might not be too good. At this time, the Matsuya family took the initiative to ask for the adoption of Sakura, and promised to cultivate Sakura as a successor, and cooperated in 4 battles. Shishin could not refuse this temptation, and considering that since she was nurtured as an inheritor, Sakura's life was better than that of her relatives who had feuds. The most important thing is that the heir of the Matong family inherits the magic of the Matong family. This is really good for Sakura's future, so he readily agrees. You are no longer a child of the Tozaka family. Go ahead, Makari Sakura. Shishin said that being a father is absolutely cruel to the child. Kozakura's tears kept streaming down, and she turned her head back and forth step by step towards the dirty ink's tone. He he he, good boy, grandpa will love you well. He he he. Jian Tongzanjian let out a penetrating laugh. Shi Chen didn't feel wrong, and after sending Sakura away, he and Aoi drove away. Dad, Mom. The words he tried hard to shout came to an abrupt end, and tears came from his eyes like a flood bursting a bank. She knew that from this moment on, there were no more fathers and mothers in her world. Come in. Jiantong Dirty Ink's tone first walked into Jiantong compound, and Jiantong Tsuruno also took Sakura's little hand and led her to the mansion. Sakura turned around one step at a time and was taken into the gloomy Makari mansion. This gloomy environment made Sakura shiver subconsciously, feeling scared in her heart. At this moment, she remembered everything she had in Tosaka's house, her little bungalow, the doll on the bed, and her sister who loved her, her gentle mother, and her stern but kind father. Everything is gone. Follow the closed big iron gate. Say goodbye to her in that warm world. Take her into the house first. He 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 he. Jiantong Dirty Ink's tone let out a happy laugh, matching the gloomy atmosphere of Jiantong's family, which looked a little frightening. And Matong Tsuruno, who obeyed the orders, was even tougher, inconsiderate and gentle. Compared to the relatives she admitted, Sakura couldn't help but think of the place where she had lived for half a month. The aunts there are very nice and enthusiastic. Although different from her gentle and quiet mother, her frizzy and expressive love, when it reaches her hands, it becomes like harshness. However, she worked very hard to express her love, tried her best to maintain the family, and carefully took care of herself who had run away from home and was at a loss. The uncles there are also very nice. Although he was not the same as his elegant and stable father, he was a busy man. At home, he obeyed the aunt's words and carefully pleased him. He looked very impersonal. However, he is full of love for his family, and he is very reliable at the critical moment, supporting the family like a pillar, and caring for himself who suddenly joined the family and has no experience. The elder brother there is also very good. Although he is not the same as her strong outgoing sister, she looks very cheerful, but is actually very melancholy, as if she is worrying about something or contradicting something. But even so, he accepted himself for the first time and gave himself a different kind of care than his sister. It's just that when I'm half asleep every night, it's a little troublesome to hug myself, but it's not annoying. Just all that. At the moment when her father told her that she was called Jian Tongjiang. Both with her. Nothing more to do. In this gloomy family named Matsuya, what is her future? P.S. Congratulations, the book has finally broken through 300 collections. Chapter 16 projection begins. Bang dang! Seeing that the big iron gate of Matsumoto's house closed, Shiro did not immediately start the action, but waited for a while before starting the action. After fusing the spirit foundation, the Shiro of Akongha became sensitive to the breath of the servant. Fortunately, he did not smell the breath of the servant from the Matong family. Chapter 20. I don't know where to move to as a foreshadowing, or because Yanya didn't go home to accept the transformation, so he didn't call it out? Shiro didn't know, but it was always good to be alert. Using the information obtained from the hint from the J-level hint, it can be seen that the wall of Jiantong's house is not completely enclosed, but a large part of it, and many magic methods for protection are arranged in other places. This small forest is connected to the back garden of Jiantong's family, but as there is no wall, many magic means of protection are naturally set up in it. If an ordinary magician came, it would be difficult to pass through this forest, but it is a pity that I learned the location of the spell from Yan Yat, plus the servant level skill gained from the fusion of spiritual foundation, it can be easily passed. Dib. Okay. It seems that it's not so easy to sneak in. Some techniques have been changed. Shiro thought helplessly as he stared at the leaves that his forehead had touched, and the magic technique was activated. The technique burned, and the next moment, a winged blade insect flew up into the sky and attacked Shiro. Projection begins. The 27 magic circuits in the body operate quickly, supporting the power brought by the spirit foundation. Shi Lang waved his hand. Projection. The magic instantly projected a sword, and a shoe shot through the brain of this winged blade insect. It's just... wow, wow, wow. The leaves rustled like a strong wind, and the next moment, like a shady bug, it rose into the sky. Buzzing. Exposed. Attack directly. Shi Lang gritted his teeth, projected 2 long swords, and hacked in front of him. With the help of the E-level servant's muscle strength, the sword net formed by the double swords hacked, but instead slashed and killed the insects that were approaching. Rushing like a bull, he rushed into the house of Ma Tong. Ha ha ha, who is it, who broke into the old mansion in broad daylight without observing the rules of the magic way? Jian Tongjiang walked out with a cane. Shilang looked at the old man, and when he saw the old man up close, Shilang realized what an extraordinary weird this old man looked like. He was bald, with thin limbs like mummies, and his deep-set eye sockets showed awkwardness. The short, hump-backed man was dressed in an ultramarine and dark grey kimono, and he held a wooden walking stick in his hand. From the looks of it, it looks like an extraordinary weird. Moreover, it was clearly more than 10 meters away, but he could clearly smell the unpleasant smell of corruption. Tell the old man, who are you? Jian Tong's dirty ink's tone had a penetrating smile on his face, and behind him was a sea of worms like the Kuroshio tide. Perhaps it was because of the subservient who was pregnant with flesh and blood, Jian Tongzang Yan did not notice the undead servant breath in Shilang. However, Shiro ignored Jian Tongzang's question. This old man, at first glance, looks like a person not far from the past, but he is a real magician. It is said that the heyday of the young period can be a battle with the followers. So as a half-hearted Shiro with no combat experience, what reason is there to despise this old man who has lived for several centuries? And facing the question of the old man, isn't this the best chance for a sneak attack? The enemy's indulgence is our own opportunity. Shi Lang waved his hand. Projection. The magic instantly projected 3 long swords, and then attacked the dirty ink's tone with a ha ha ha. Projection magic is the basic magic in the foundation, but it is useless for the old. Jian Tongzanjian snorted, and did not even move. The sea of insects around him swallowed what Shilang had projected like a tide. Ordinary sword. But Shiro seemed to have not heard or saw, and continued to project the sword. Useless action. Jian Tongzanjian chuckled lightly, but his voice sounded extremely weird. Buzzing. The sea of insects around him was like an army of wool, swallowing the swords shot by Shiro one by one. If you only rely on this method to invade the old mansion, then you can bury it here. Jian Tongzanjian's eyes flashed with killing intent, and the surrounding sea of insects was like his left and right arms, churning. Moving, surging towards Shilang. Shilang still didn't respond, and Jian Tong's dirty inkstone's trash talk was an opportunity for him. The weakest level of the power of the servant, who has no experience in combat, or even the concept of fighting, is a young bird from a civilized and ruled society. The only way to win the victory is definitely not anger and guns, but calmness. The mind, and grasp the opportunity of the enemy to make mistakes. I opened my mouth with the enemy during the battle. I don't know why Jian Tong's dirty ink's tone made such a low-level mistake. In addition to ability, there is a mouthpiece. However, Shiro would not make such a low-level mistake. Because he is qualified to make such extravagant mistakes. Attentive, engrossed in a battle. This is a necessary prerequisite for victory as a rookie. Buzzing. The tide of insects is like the sea, and the waves are tumbling like to engulf Shiro. At this moment, Shiro's eyes lit up. He shot a total of 17 ordinary swords that were projected from him, and the Konghai that protected the dirty ink's tone from Jiantong also received all of them. Yes, even if the spirit base is integrated, it inherits all the abilities called the heroic guardian from the spirit base. However, Shiro's young body couldn't bear the knowledge gained. Especially the existence of those famous swords and holy swords. Even with the use of tough projection, the ultimate end is just that the magic circuit reaches its limit, causing him to lose combat effectiveness early. The young bird who doesn't know the concept of combat, the weakest attribute, can only project ordinary swords. Facing the great magician who has lived for centuries, it seems that nothing constitutes the condition of victory. However, mature minds and advanced preparations arrange everything to form the door to victory. And now, the key to open this door is in Shiro's hand. Its name is P.S. The title in the previous chapter was wrong, and it has been changed. Take advantage of the early morning to post a chapter to see if you can top the list once and let more people see QAQ. Chapter 17 Reach Out, You Stupid Sister. Second More. Fantasy Collapsed. Chapter 21. As he read the name in his heart, Shi Lang ignited the magic power contained in those swords. Ka ka ka. The projected sword gradually collapsed in the vast ocean of insects. Then, boom! It exploded like thunder. The sparks of the explosion are as bright and charming as fireworks blooming in summer. Stupidity, ignorance, ignorance. Jiantong Dirty Ink's tone yelled 3 times, and the surrounding insect sea like a fortress protected him in the center from explosion and fire. How can this kind of magic hurt him? However, the magical explosion created by 17 ordinary swords projected from being ignited was like the blooming center of 17 summer fireworks. The sea of fire and explosion are not worth mentioning to Jiantong's Dirty Ink's tone, but the violent flash of that moment of explosion makes it difficult to open your eyes. Especially for people like him who have lived for hundreds of years, whose body has reached the limit, and are extremely sensitive to light, it is even more dazzling. When the light fades, the old man will kill you. Jiantong Zanjian thought so, and swore so. However, when the bright light dissipated, the person who supposedly attacked him under the bright light did not exist, and the field was empty. Ran away? So what is the point of releasing this glare? Jiantong's Dirty Ink's tone felt puzzled, but the entire Jiantong family was under his rule. As long as that person was still in Jiantong family, the engraving bugs all over the Jiantong family would tell him his location. How could he escape? What's going on? Slightly perceiving the magic point of Jiantong's family, Jiantong's Dirty Ink's tone was a little stunned. In his perception, Jiantong's family actually has dozens of magic points. Shiro knew very well that the only basis for judging victory was not to fight hard, but whether he could achieve his goals. Did not fight with Jiantong Zhang Yan, because it is indeed a question whether he can use the power of the servant to defeat him. So, he resorted to one of the most shameless tactics in modern warfare. Flash fight. The strong light and roar formed by the explosion of 17 projected swords temporarily made Jiantong's Dirty Ink's tone blind, deaf, and lose his sense of balance and direction. In this way, Jiantong's Dirty Ink's tone, whose vision and hearing are blocked by fantasy collapse, can only use magic exploration to retrieve his position. Therefore, Shiro used his own magical power to create dozens of swords with the most magical power that he could currently produce, scattered around, and at the same time released the fusion spiritual foundation. Using those dozens of magical swords as a net to confuse Jiantong's dirty ink's tone, he rushed into Jiantong's mansion like an arrow from the string. If Imiya Kiritagu is a magician killer who uses modern weapons, Shiro's work is a servant who applies modern warfare concepts to combat. However, the only concern is whether Jiantong's dirty ink's tone has the means to directly retrieve himself without relying on vision and ignoring magic. Shi Lang didn't know that the mystery of the magician was beyond his understanding. The only thing he can do is to do his best. After rushing into the house of Matsumoto, Shiro rushed and opened the doors to look for Sakura's whereabouts, but found nothing. However, he did find the young Matong Shinji in a room. "Tell me, where is the girl who was adopted?" Shiro projected a sharp sword and placed it on Shinji Ma's neck, threatening in a dangerous tone. "Don't kill me, don't kill me, ooh! Dad, Dad!" The 6-year-old Matong Shinji was terribly scared, tears bursting into his eyes. He was still wondering what gift he wanted to give to the girl who was adopted today and became his sister to show his majesty as an older brother, but the next moment he was broken into the room with a knife on his neck. "Tell me!" Shiro urged impatiently, and the sword in his hand approached some of Shinji Ma's skin. He has no extra time to spend with Shen Er, the old bug is likely to appear and kill him in the next moment. Feeling the coldness of the sharp sword on his neck, Shen Er was terrified and cried and said, I don't know, wow, Daddy! Dad!" Shi Lang was a little impatient, but at this moment, a high-pitched cry resounded. "Don't come over! Don't come over!" Sakura's voice. Shiro dropped Shinji and ran towards the place where the sound was sounding. There was a chaotic sound of footsteps on the face, and the next moment he looked panic, and hurriedly rushed to the room of Shinji. Makuritsuruno appeared in front of Shiro. Although he was a jerk, he naturally came forward as a father when he heard the cry of young children. However, at the moment he saw Shiro, Matong Tsuruno's expression flashed with a touch of astonishment. "What are you?" Human. Before the word was spoken, Shiro hit Matong Hai's abdomen with a punch. Even if there is no fusion of the spiritual foundation, the increase in power brought by the spiritual foundation makes a 6-year-old child's power comparable to a boxer. Makuritsuruno, an adult whose body has been hollowed out by wine, naturally can't stand it. He fell to the side, looking grim with pain. Shiro didn't go to see him, but rushed towards the place where Sakura was crying. It was the entrance of a staircase extending downwards, and a damp smell of corruption came oncoming, and the strange crawling sound of Salala sounded in my ears. Shilang's brows were frowned, and a flash of anger flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that this had just passed, and Tozaka Tokimi hadn't gone far before Matsumoto's dirty ink's tone had already started. After gritting his teeth, Shi Lang merged with the spirit base, his speed surged, and he hurried away faster. "Pain! It hurts!" Feeling the black, wriggling weird thing, the sharp mouth parts pierced my skin, trying my best to get in. Kozakura was terribly scared, tears burst into her eyes, crying, and she reached out her hand to pull out the bug that wanted to get into her skin and threw it away. However, this is useless. There are too many such weird things wherever they are. After experiencing the betrayal of the biological parents, the girl whose heart is traumatized is a worm nest like an abyssal hell. The man who was regarded as her father was following the orders of the old man who was regarded as her grandfather, and as soon as he entered the door, she was locked into this hell. Chapter 22. Listening to my crying, smiling at my struggle. The harder he cried, the happier he laughed. Weeping, tears. I wanted to say Mom and Dad, and then I remembered you are no longer a child of the Tozaka family. I have been abandoned. The strict and loving father no longer exists, the gentle mother no longer exists, and even the sister who has always loved him is parted from his own world. So, Anyone? Who can come and save me? Weeping and crying in despair, looking forward to the arrival of the hero. But there's nothing else you can get except your own cries. The world is real, and all hopes and expectations are placed on illusory fantasy, and the final result is only betrayed by my own fantasy. Anyone who doesn't pay attention to reality will eventually be crushed by reality. So, give me your hand. In the dark, damp, and fearful underground bug chamber, an impatient but familiar voice sounded. Wow, wow! The nest is like a sea, tumbling, surging, trying to swallow everything. However, a sharp sword dashed out, and in the ability called Fantasy Collapse, bright fireworks broke out in the air, lighting up this indescribable dark abyss. Light, here comes! A man covered in a black cloak stretched out a helping hand to her on the steps, using a familiar voice, yelling at her impatiently, "What are you in a daze? Give me your hand! You stupid, sister!" Chapter 18 The First Great Achievement. Third more. She cried and prayed that the hero who would never appear in reality finally appeared. It's just that unlike the gentle invincible heroes seen in fairy tales, his voice is very impatient and his attitude is very bad. But there is nothing wrong. This voice is that brother. The hero who came to relieve her. Kozakura stretched out her hand. Shi Lang grabbed her over. Buzzing. The sea of insects was tumbling and surging, like a wave of extinction set off by Poseidon, to devour the Shi Lang who had robbed them of their food. Shiro projected a sword, shot it directly, and then collapsed in the air. The strong light at the moment of the explosion made these weird creatures, who lived in the dark and humid all year round, retreat instinctively. Taking advantage of such a good opportunity, Shi Lang carried Sakura and ran wildly. Kozakura was still sobbing, and she needed gentle comfort at this time, but Shiro didn't have this time. In a dangerous scene, wasting a little bit of time is irresponsible for each other's lives. After rushing out of Jiantong's residence, before leaving the garden, the familiar smell of corruption entered his nostrils. The next moment, the gloomy and murderous voice of Jiantong's dirty ink's tone rang out from behind. That's it, that's how it is. Your goal is the old granddaughter. Keep the old granddaughter. Boom! A jet of water soaring into the sky from the path of travel, wrapped in endless black engraved insects, rushing towards Shi Lang like a sharp blade. Shi Lang twisted his heels, he was like a cheetah, and he stepped aside to avoid him, but because of this he had to stop his running and face the dirty ink's tone of Jiantong, who became angry. You dare to hold your aging granddaughter and go to death? Endless black bugs crawled out of the neighborhood, in the woods, in the pool, in the flowers, and more, crawled out of the Jiatong mansion, and gathered into a 10-meter huge existence like a black giant. Go! The black giant formed by the bug stretched out his hand towards Shiro. The hands made of insects are dense enough to scare to death patients with intensive phobia, even those without intensive phobia will be deeply afraid of it. Shi Lang is a normal person, so naturally he felt terrified. But even if he was afraid, even if it was just an ordinary soul, he couldn't be afraid and couldn't retreat. The end of fear is death. Raising his finger, Shiro began to project towards the black giant. Projected a sword capable of killing this giant insect giant. That is not an ordinary sword. The only sword that can achieve such a great cause is worthy of a hero. Or holy sword, or magic sword. But it is definitely not a sword worthy of mortals. Regardless of whether it is Shiro or the heroic guardian, the most familiar sword is naturally that sword. 27 magic circuits in the body are running fast, and a burning sensation like a fire is produced in the body. Click! In the young body, the immature magic circuit made a crashing sound. Chapter 23. A series of cyan lines appeared on Shiro's right arm, and stretched all the way to half of his face. Come out! Come out! The sword of gold will win! Shi Lang yelled in his heart. The most familiar holy sword could not be copied with the spirit base of the Palace of Valor, and instead copied another king's sword belonging to the same person. Its name is the Sword in the Stone, and it is also the Sword of Winning Gold. The immature magic circuit was overloaded, and the right arm was shocked by the magic power tumbling in the body. This is the price for mortals to achieve a heroic cause. And so, the king's sword, which symbolized the great cause of the Night King, finally appeared. With a shoo, it flew out like a starlight arrow. Boom! The surging magic power directly destroyed all the upper body of the giant insect, and left the energy to shoot at the dirty ink's tone. This is a treasure. You are a servant? But, why? Why don't you have the aura of a servant? Things that were too unbelievable made the dirty ink's tone of Miantong look incredulous. However, before he could fully explain the word breath, he was blasted halfway by the victory golden sword projected by Shiro. The tide of insects scattered all over the place as if they had lost their owner. There was severe pain in his right arm, and his right body was scorching like flames. Shi Lang half kneeled on the ground, supporting his body with his left hand. In Ultraman's leather case, sweat was on his forehead. Fortunately, the right arm still hurts, and I still feel it, and I haven't lost it. It seems that the great cause forcibly achieved was only to overload the magic circuit of his right arm, but it did not directly abolish his right hand. Brother? Sakura asked with tears like pear blossoms, with a worried expression on her face. It's okay, let's go. Shi Lang gritted his teeth, resisting the hot pain, stood up, took Sakura's hand, and hurried out of the house. Don't think that it's over. My old granddaughter, my old eternal life, my old man will never give up. The voice full of maliciousness, even more malicious than before, resounded. The sea of worms churned, and a uniquely shaped worm came out. That is the main body of Jiantong Dirty Ink's tone. To deal with the servant, you can only use the servant. Tsuruno, bring that rabid dog here. Ma Tong Zhang Yan ordered. Ma Tong Tsuruno, who came out of Ma Tong's mansion, clutched his stomach, his face twisted. He raised his right arm, and there was a red mark on the right arm similar to that on the back of Shilang's right hand Ling Zhou. Commanded with a spell, Berserker came to me quickly. As Ling Shu came into play, the next moment, a big blonde man with muscles and blue and white skin appeared in the house of Matsumoto. The oppressed, the abused, your loyal partner, Spartacus, is already standing in front of you. Don't be afraid, because I'm here. Berserker's bad axe's face is full of love. Hearing this disgusting line, Ma Tong Tsuruno's mouth couldn't help but twitched, and his face was dark. And if you say your real name directly, should you say that you really deserve to be a rabid dog? Oppressor, persecutor. I will crusade against you. Spartacus picked up the small iron sword, pointed the tip of the sword at the dirty ink's tone, and launched an impact. Damn it, rabid dog! Jiantong Zhang Yan cursed inwardly, wrapped the Spartacus's legs with the sea of insects, and then told Jiantong Hai, Yi, hurry up and use Ling Shu. Ma Tong Hai nodded, order it with Ling Shu, Berserker, go kill that person. Maki Tsuruno pointed to Shiro. The Ling Shu on his right arm missed a stroke again, and the Ling Shu played its due effect. No. No, 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 no. That's the oppressed, that's the victim. That's the person I should protect. No, 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 no. I will never oppress the victim, I will never oppress the victim. Don't attack the oppressed. No, no, no. Don't be like this, don't be like this. No matter how much resistance, the powerful power of Ling Shu forced Spartacus to do something absolutely against his will. The huge blonde man with bulging muscles dazzled with tears, and the hand holding the sword trembled and launched an attack. That was the weak one he was supposed to guard and the meaning of his existence, but because of Ling Shu, he launched an attack on the meaning of his existence. No. With tears streaming down, Spartacus rushed towards Shallang. The completely normal servant-level berserker easily caught up with Shallang. The sharp sword in his hand was like a mountain, slashing from top to bottom towards Shallang. Chop away! Shiro pushed aside Kozakura, and then projected a strong sword with a horizontal sword on his left arm. Ka ka ka! The sound of broken bones resounded from Shiro's mouth along with a scream of pain. The power of Spartacus was too great. As soon as he touched, the sword in Shallang's hand was cut off, and the left arm that took the sharp sword to block the blow seemed to be broken. The severe pain spread from both arms to the brain, causing Shallang to suffer unbearable pain, and tears flowed instinctively. No! No, 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 no! Why is this? Why is this? This is not what I should do. I should be the sword of the weak and the shield of the weak. Why would I attack the weak like an oppressor? No, 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 no! Spartacus cried out in pain. There was no harm in his body, but such behavior was more painful to him than wearing a sharp sword. Stop moving! Stop moving, my body! My soul is commanding you to stop moving. Don't you feel it? The weak you are protecting are accepting your oppression. Spartacus cried and yelled. However, the beliefs he implemented were not worth mentioning in the face of Lingshu's powerful effects. He raised the long sword. It's over. Shiro's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Even if he merged with Lingji, he was only a 6-year-old child. Compared with these mythical murderers, whether it was hard attributes, combat skills, or even murder experience, he was far inferior. It's dead. Shiro determined his own result. However, the next moment, there was a commanding and arrogant voice in his ears. Hold your head down. Shiro lowered his head subconsciously. The next moment, with a shu, a brilliant sword cut through the night sky, passed directly through Spartacus's body, and nailed him to a stone pillar not far away. Shiro didn't have the mind to explore where this sudden help came from, but instead leaned his body on Sakura and said in a low voice, "Hurry up." Kozakura ignored the fear in her heart. Her brother, for her, suffered such a serious injury, how can she continue to be immersed in her sad world? Chapter 24. Kozakura half drags Shiro's body and flees into the distance. Jiantong's dirty ink's tone was very annoyed when he saw it. Who is it? Who is destroying the old good deeds? What responded to him was a huge sword capable of splitting the mountains. Boom! Jiantong's family was shattered, and Spartacus was crushed by this huge sword that could smash the mountain and couldn't get up. But there was no anger in his eyes, but joy and relief. Great! I can finally stop putting pressure on the weak. P.S. The bug that projected the X Oath of Victory sword in this chapter has been fixed. Thank you for catching bugs, thank you. Chapter 19. Mr. Jin loves to do things the most. Shiro took Sakura along the escape route planned in advance. Brother, your hand. Sakura's eyes were dazzling with tears, and she was worried. Don't say so much, let's go home. Shi Lang shook his head. He hasn't run out of the Matsuya family's sphere of influence yet, but he has no spare energy to worry about other things. And the sharp sword that just flew suddenly, should be the enthusiastic citizen Mr. Jin shot it. But this is too weird, right? The king who pursues pleasure and is extremely self-centered, unexpectedly lends a hand to him. Is there any reason for this? Shaking his head, Shi Lang didn't think about it. That Mr. Jin has his own unique values. Anyone who uses normal logic and normal people's values to judge his behavior is really sick. As long as the ending is good, that's enough. Although speaking, he was scrapped with 2 arms. No. It cannot be said to be a waste. The right hand was overloaded by the magic circuit, which caused nerve palsy and burst. The left hand caught a blow from Spartacus, causing the tiger's mouth to crack and muscle cramps. The pain in both arms is severe, which means that there is still perception and has not been abolished. However, after this battle, Shiro also knew very well. Even if the spirit base is integrated and becomes the existence of the subordinate, there is still a battle against the magician, but facing the true follower, it is really looking for death. Without the help of Mr. Jin, even if the attack that Spartacus was very resistant to weakened, it still crushed him. The only way to pass the Fourth Holy Grail War is to leave it alone. Shiro decided that when the family left Fuyuki City, he would use hint to let the family play outside for a year, avoiding the disaster of 1994. As for Mr. Fujimaru Narita's job, for the sake of his life, I should sacrifice this job. Even in the context of the Great Depression, there are still job opportunities, but there is only one small life. There was a small forest outside the house of Jian Tong. Shiro and Sakura hadn't walked out of this forest. The next moment, a sea-like flame cut off their path. Sure enough, there is a problem with the Matsumoto family, that magician, can you please let go of the little girl? Tozaka Tokimi, who looked like a gentleman, walked out of the fire. When Shishin had already driven far away, he heard the blasting sound of Matsumoto's house and the warning that Gilgamesh, a servant nearby, told him to turn back, so Shishin immediately drove back, and then encountered Shiro and others. Tozaka looked at Sakura worrisomely beside the car opposite the sea of fire. This can't work. Shiro stopped Sakura behind him, and deliberately lowered his voice to speak. The whole body was disguised, but the voice alone was not disguised. Because of the voice changer, it is not available in the department store or supermarket. You hide your head and show your tail to kidnap the little girl, this is not a noble's gift. Shishin felt very strange, he was not dead yet, and Sakura had not grown up yet, so he should still be protected by the Tozaka family, so the clock tower would not designated seal. In other words, this person is a wild cat from nowhere? That's better than a father who abandons his children. Shi Lang said, deliberately guiding Shi Chen to misinterpret his true identity. It doesn't have to be yours. Shi Chen said without saltiness, carrying out the elegance of the nobles to the end, if you don't want to have trouble with the Tozaka family, return my daughter to me. Liar. Before Shiro spoke, Kozakura lowered her head and muttered. Sakura. Shi Chen was taken aback for a moment. You are all liars. As if plucking up the courage, Sakura raised her head and said with tears, you are not my father, and she is not my mother. You are all liars. My father and mother, my father-mom, it's gone. Shi Chen was completely shocked, and then restored an elegant face that was neither salty nor indifferent, and said, Sakura. It is normal for you to not understand now, but all this is the love of your parents. In the future, you will be happy because of our choice. Happiness? Love? Thinking of the fear, hesitation, and despair in the basement, Kozakura's body trembled. The man and woman who sent themselves into the are no longer the amiable parents in memory. Tears are welling up. I don't have a father. There is no mother. I am not a child from the Tozaka family. Shishin and Kwai were astonished as if there was a lightning strike. The weak, well-behaved, obedient, and sensible child finally returned this sentence to her parents. Parents who abandon their children are eventually abandoned by their children. The betrayer will eventually be betrayed. Tormenting each other, suffering each other. It's a doubly pleasurable scene. Standing on the top of a tree in the distance, overlooking everything, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, his eyes gleaming with joy. It's a pity, Patriarch Tozaka. There is no your daughter here. Either leave or let me send you away. Shi Lang projected the long sword, and his still movable left arm picked up the long sword, pointing to the time. The cultivation of the nobility has long been deep into the bones of the hour. He quickly recovered, looking at Shiro with a calm expression, and said, the child is still young and ignorant, but since you dare to kidnap my Tozaka's child, it is you Yuan. The Saka family is an enemy. With a wave of the crutches, the surging magic power turned into flames like ocean tides. However, before he started the technique, Shiro had already launched an offensive. The long sword in his hand was thrown out by Xilang, and fantasy collapse directly detonated the sharp sword. The strong glare of the dazzling light instantly exceeded the brightness range that human eyes can bear, and the time could not help but close his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, what he saw was no longer Shiro and Sakura in the distance, but shoes that had been gradually enlarged. Pop! Chapter 25. Xilang stepped on Shishan's face, took advantage of his strength, and jumped out of the fire. Damn it! Shi Chen became angry from embarrassment. Such a humiliating behavior is unbearable even with the cultivation of aristocrats. No. Perhaps it is precisely because he is a nobleman, so the nobility in his bones can hardly bear such humiliation. It's just that Xilang has already run away, and there is Sakura next to him. He didn't have the guts to make a heavy hand, but set off a heat wave, using the wind to lift Xilang's true face, and then settle accounts after the fall. Wow! Xilang's cloak was lifted, and it should reveal Xilang's true face. However, what Shi Chen saw was the leather case of the legendary Giant of Light 7 Ultraman. At the time, I was dumbfounded. Shiro's omnidirectional concealment was effective. He ignored the awkwardness of the hour, but ran away while pulling Sakura. Passing by Tozaka Aoi, Shiro didn't even look at it. Only Sakura looked at her, at the woman named Mother, tears dazzling. Kwai was stunned. Completely stunned. My mother's heart, which was already aching, felt even more painful at this moment. Most importantly, she saw the blood and wounds on Sakura's body. It was definitely not a scar from a sharp blade. What happened? What happened to her daughter in a short period of time? Aoi doesn't know. The heart is more broken. Shi Chen wanted to pursue it, but at this moment, Ma Tonghai's anger was turned into anger from a distance. Damn it! Tozaka Toshimi, if you don't want to adopt it, what do you mean by letting your servants attack our Ma Tong family? Ma Tong Tsurano asked, followed by the insects driven by Ma Tong's dirty ink's tone behind him. See. However, the moment Jian Tong Dirty Ink's tone saw the hour, his heart jumped, and he hurriedly drove the engraving insect to hide under the ground. But it was too late, Shi Chen had already seen all this. As a magician, he clearly realized. Got it. I also understand why Sakura is so stunned. The magic of Jian Tong's family has actually fallen to insect magic. At the time of anger, the shoe print on his face has not disappeared, but his eyes are full of anger. The grace of gestures collapsed for the first time. Give me an explanation, Tozaka Toshimi. Makiri Tsurano asked angrily. You only need to give me an explanation. Knowing that the magic of the Tong family between you has become such an ugly and inferior engraving that exudes a foul, I have already sent Sakura to Finland. Shi Chen said angrily. You. Jian Tonghai was extremely angry. It is true that he is the puppet patriarch of the Jian Tong family, and he is also willing to be the puppet patriarch, because he can enjoy the property of the Jian Tong family unscrupulously. This is a double benefit transaction. But Gilgamesh's attack just now made him almost die. How can this be tolerated? Spartacus, kill him! Jian Tonghai shouted. Oh, it's the oppressor. Even if he was still dominated by the powerful effects of Ling Shu, Spartacus was much happier this time. With joy and laughter, even a smile like a chrysanthemum bloomed on his face, and he moved towards the hour. However, before he rushed halfway, the big shields from the sky, like a cage, directly trapped him in it. Mongrel, look like a mongrel. The arrogant voice resounded, and everyone looked up and saw Gilgamesh standing on the top of the tree, arrogant eyes overlooking all beings. Wang, impose royal punishment on them. Shi Chen shouted. Knowing the time of being deceived, my heart was full of guilt for the children and the anger of being deceived, but he still maintained the etiquette of the nobility. The style of this nobleman has penetrated his bones and entered his soul. However, in the face of Shishan's request, Gilgamesh just smiled arrogantly and turned away. He didn't care about the time at all. Shishankai's hands trembled, and for a moment he wanted to spend all Ling Shu to kill Matsumoto's family, and then let the arrogant king commit suicide and exit. However, for the long-cherished wish of the Tozaka family and the long-cherished wish of his own magic way, he endured it. The king as a follower had already left. Shishan could not face Berserker Spartacus alone, so he pulled Kuei into the car and fled away. Only the two of the Tong family who became angry, and Spartacus, who were still trapped in the shield, remained. Must find it back. That's old my eternal life. Jian Tong's dirty ink's tone was furious. Gilgamesh stands on the tallest tower in Fuiuki city, overlooking the earth. The cold moonlight shone on his godlike face. Enthusiasm, thinking. This emotion that shouldn't have appeared in the almighty king, but it appeared in those blood-red eyes. That soul. That mottled soul that burned with cow dung, garbage, plastic, weeds, and waste exudes such a sickening stench. There is no doubt that it is just a soul. However, the fire is burning. The hybrid fire is burning. It burned out of a scene that had never been seen before. And behind that scene, there seemed to be such a slight possibility, something he had worked hard for. From virtuous king to tyrant. From being willing to share everything with the people to arbitrarily monopolizing everything. There is what I was looking for at first. It's only a slight possibility, the tiny possibility is smaller than the gravel, but it's enough. As long as there is a slight possibility, that is enough. The entertainment of punishing thieves is going to come to an end for the time being. It's just that the mottled soul and the young body are too weak. How can you withstand the evil of this king? With his eyes narrowed slightly, Gilgamesh gave a cheerful smile. Chapter 26. P.S. After thinking about it carefully, Shiro's situation is really not a prospective follower, it should still belong to the concept of subordinate, so I made a mistake in the previous paragraph, bow and apologize. Go and change the previous article. Chapter 20 Shilang Dream Butterfly. Second more. Wearing Ultraman's leather case, Shiro took Sakura's hand and hurried towards Zindu. This is the Fuiuki bridge that connects the Shinto and Fukuyama town. When the pedestrians on the road saw Shiro's outfit of Ultra 7, they couldn't help but turn their heads slightly, looking at them with novelty on their faces. In this era, otaku culture has not yet risen, and cosplay is also a novelty. Shiro ignored these gazes. After the battle, the 6-year-old body was overwhelmed and his spirit was very exhausted. He had no extra energy to care about the sights of these people. At this time, Sakura stopped leaving. What's the matter, Sakura? Shiro turned his head to look at her. Kozakura squatted down, covering her pretty face with her hands, tears streaming down her palms. What should I do, what should I do? Must be scared, and very painful, right? Shiro couldn't sit idly by. A 5-year-old girl who was supposed to enjoy the joy of childhood and the love of her parents was finally abandoned by her parents and indirectly pushed into the hell-like insect nest. Sure, very scared, right? Shilang paused, hugged her, softly caring, don't be afraid, I am here. Brother is here. Kozakura also stretched out her hand to hug him, and tears rolled down her face to Shiro's shoulder. What should I do? What should I do, brother? Father and mother, they don't want me anymore. Everyone doesn't want me anymore. No one would want you. After all, Sakura is so cute and well-behaved. Moreover, even if everyone doesn't want Sakura, my brother will always protect Sakura. Shiro said softly. Really? Kozakura stopped crying, looking at Shiro with teary eyes. Make a promise. Shilang stretched out his little thumb in his right hand. Yet. Sakura hooked her left little finger up. Hanging on the hook will not change for 100 years, and those who have changed will have to swallow 1,000 needles. While talking, the last two thumbs pressed. The agreement was established. Seeing Kozakura no longer crying, looking somewhat relieved, Shiro stood up and smiled, "Let's go home." "But, do I still have a home?" "Of course there is, Aunt Xiaoqing, Uncle Mingtian, but they are all waiting for you." "Don't they hate Sakura?" "Of course not. They like Sakura." Shiro took Sakura home. "Of course, you can't go home directly like this, but jump to the second floor, enter from the window, change the Ultraman leather cover on your body, tuck it under the bed, and then wear a long shirt to cover your injured arm. Then jump back to the first floor and enter through the door. You kid, don't say a word when you go out. You came back so late. Where did you go?" Mrs. Fujimaru scolded Shiro's ear with a scorched face. "I went to see Sakura," Shiro said aggrievedly. "My own hint only spent one night, and it's useless now. I knew I had adjusted the time a little longer." "Sakura? Yet. Sakura will continue to live in our house." Tozaka's side agreed. "Is that so? That's great." Mrs. Fujimaru's gaze looked at Sakura behind Shiro in surprise. That. Aunt Young-ching. Next, excuse me, I'll disturb Auntie." Sakura shyly twisted, but still politely said hello. "I can't talk about interruption." Mrs. Fujimaru hugged Sakura and smiled, "You can stay as long as you want to stay at Aunt's house. This attitude, this one is your own, right?" Shiro thought a little aggrieved. Mrs. Fujimaru accepted Sakura normally. Although Mr. Fujimaru had some worries about the Tozaka family, he didn't care much when he heard Shiro say that the Tozaka family agreed. "You two, come in and eat." "Today, I made tempura," said Mrs. Fujimaru. "Yet, the craftsmanship is not as good as ever." Shiro tasted it and gave a true evaluation. Mrs. Fujimaru's forehead appeared with a well, and then with a boom, Shiro was punched out of the head by Mrs. Fujimaru. "Is it delicious?" Mrs. Fujimaru smiled kindly. Shiro smiled contemptuously. "Is he like the kind of person who can be coerced by force?" "Just kidding. He is not like, he is." "Okay, delicious. As expected of my mother, the Sailor Moon known as the master of the cook." Shiro smiled flatteringly. Mrs. Fujimaru turned her head to look at Sakura, and asked, "Sakura, is it delicious?" "It's delicious. Auntie has time, so please ask me." Sakura put down her chopsticks and said seriously. "Of course." Mrs. Fujimaru smiled. "The night is charming. It's fun." After dinner, Mr. Fujimaru announced that his work has come to an end, and the day after tomorrow he can sign a contract and then travel with his family. Shiro was the first to applaud this. "Not only can you go out and play, but you can also escape the Fourth Holy Grail War. And after going out, there is no need to worry about the Jiantong family and the Tozaka family coming to ask for a child, it is simply killing 4 birds with 1 stone." After the meal, Shiro, who experienced a life and death adventure, was tired and ready to go to sleep. But just after taking a shower, putting on Doraemon's pajamas, and getting under the covers, Sakura stood by the door. Chapter 27. What's wrong, Sakura? Shiro had to get out of the bed again and looked up at her. The third room on the second floor has been vacated, and that room is also very girlish, and it is the room allocated to Sakura. But now, Sakura was standing at the door of Shiro's room. I'm afraid." Kozakura's legs trembled, and her face hesitantly asked, "Brother, can I sleep with you?" This kid must have been terrified by what happened today, right? Shiro nodded and said, "Of course." He opened the bed and welcomed Sakura. Kozakura smiled, and then got into Shiro's bed. Kozakura was lying on her side, looking at Shiro with her aquamarine eyes similar to Rin Tozaka. "Brother. What's the matter?" Shi Lang asked. Kozakura did not answer, but opened her arms around Shiro's waist, and then pressed her small face to Shiro's chest. "Okay. It's the reincarnation of the laws of heaven, and the retribution is unhappy. It used to be Sakura as a pillow, but now it is Sakura who uses him as a pillow." Shaking his head, Shi Lang didn't say anything, but pressed the lamp beside the bed. "Good night. Good night, brother. The pillow is back." Even if he pushed the pot to ideal existence, he still saved Sakura back and completed his adventure. The problem of escaping has been solved, and Mr. Fujimura's work is coming to an end, and he is about to leave Fuyuki City to escape the Fourth Holy Grail War. In this way, the life crisis is also lifted, and tonight will be a good dream. However, a dark dreamland, a coquettish blood moon hanging high in the sky, surrounded by a substantive black fog, looming cry of the undead, a sea of strange flowers on the ground, and appeared in front of Shi Lang, holding two guns. Like neighbors, the purple-haired girl who looked like a big sister smiled at him. "So that's it, it's such a special body. No wonder. When I first met, I was the master of this country. My name is Skaha. You can also call me Teacher Skaha. P.S. Ask for counting votes, ask for counting votes." Chapter 21. So, please be my thigh. This is a country of shadows. It is dark and lifeless, and if there are substantial shadows in the surroundings, it makes people feel a kind of dullness that is not breathable, but also has a mystery that makes people explore. It's just that Shi Lang is not interested in exploring this mystery at the moment. He was beaten to a bruised face and killed 21 times. Now he is lying on the ground like a salted fish and doesn't want to get up at all. But the woman who broke into her dreamland inexplicably and said to herself killed herself 21 times, is now squatting next to her, teasing her nose with a dog's tail. He really couldn't help it, Shiro still sneezed. "It seems to have recovered, so get up and continue." The woman threw the dog's tail grass, stood up, and said softly. However, this gentle tone sounded like a demon in Shiro's ears. "What a joke! I haven't recovered yet, I don't want to get up." Shi Lang firmly grasped the grass on the ground with both hands and said nothing to get up. Together, they must be tortured by this woman again. "It's the first time for me to educate a disciple as bad as you." The woman chuckled, showing no irritation at all, her tone softly like a big sister next door. "I never said to be your disciple." Shi Lang raised his head, looked at the woman's beautiful face, and couldn't help but smile. The woman has purple hair that falls straight down her waist, and a bold and revealing purple-black leather armor on her rugged and proud body. She holds two scarlet shotguns in her hands. A pair of beautiful red eyes were looking at Shiro. Shi Lang smiled bitterly. This woman was the lord of the kingdom of shadow in Celtic mythology, the woman who Xing Yuefan called the master craftsman, Skaha. A woman who has lived from God to the present. However, shouldn't this woman not be able to live in the world? Why did you suddenly appear in your dream? Moreover, he said inconsistently that he wanted to educate himself or something, and then beat himself up and killed a full 21 times. Fortunately, it was a dream, otherwise it would really die. "Master, how did you get into my dreamland?" Shi Lang asked. He was really crazy about this. "You can leave Fuyuki City the day after tomorrow at the latest, escape the Fourth Holy Grail War, and change Sakura's destiny while holding your own life. How can you get a good night's sleep?" The result? As a result, the woman got into his dream and beat him violently. "Master? Is this what people in your age call a teacher?" Skaha blinked, then smiled softly. "However, I don't hate it anymore. No. This is just a simple neon term. Entering your dream is very simple, it's a kind of magic that you don't know." Skaha smiled sweetly, his voice soft, like a breeze, like a big sister. However, Shiro knew that this was absolutely wrong. This woman is definitely a violent man in the coat of a beautiful girl, otherwise how could she easily kill a cute 6-year-old boy like him 21 times? If you have a good rest, get up and continue fighting with me. Skaha said urgingly. Shilang was full of bitter melon. I'm just a child, please let me go. Fight, it has nothing to do with age. Skaha smiled. But I'm just a catfish, so the master should find another master. Shilang said bitterly. To experience the feeling of being killed again and again, this is definitely a great punishment for the dedicated Shiro. That won't work, after all, I have promised to others. It is not my habit to miss an appointment. The most important thing is that I still want to educate myself on this kind of peculiar body that I have never seen before. Skaha chuckled lightly. He said something weird. Especially when talking about education, there was a touch of Ling Shilang's fearful excitement flashed in those gentle red eyes. However, Shiro noticed a little. Promise someone? Someone let you break into my dream? Shilang stared at Skaha and asked. Chapter 28. Yes. Skaha nodded. Who? Shilang asked. He wanted to know which called Skarha to disturb his dreams. And, it's weird. Those who can ask Toscana must also be mythical murderers. And the mythical murderers of this era were either taken by Gaia and Aliella as gangsters, or hiding in the inner world. Those who can appear in the world are the 7 servants summoned through the Holy Grail ceremony. Who can ask the immortal Skaha to do such a thing? The most important thing is that I don't know anyone who can do this kind of thing. Who? A completely self-centered, quite stinky guy. As long as he can please himself, he will probably do terrible things like destroying humans. Skaha thought about it. After reading her own evaluation of that person, at the end, she added, however, I don't hate it. Why is this description so familiar? Shiro asked cautiously, Master, do you know about the 4th Holy Grail War that took place in Fuyuki City? Is this completely self-centered and stinky guy a participant this time? Yes. Skaha smiled lightly. Shilang bitterly face, is that Mr. Jin really? But how did that Mr. Jin become an enthusiastic citizen? I helped myself with Sakura's things before, but now I have taken Skaha into my sleep, and tune/teach myself? Is it because I play FGO and treat him as a warehouse? Your origin is a sword. Originally, he wanted to find someone who uses a sword. But his popularity is very poor. There are not many people he knows, and of course no one wants to care about him. Okay, get up quickly, otherwise I can. That's how it was attacked. Skaha raised the short spear in his hand. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. The last question, what do you mean when you say I am a special body? Is there any special power hidden in my body? Shiro was very concerned about this. Special power. Skaha hesitated for a moment, showing a rare troubled expression. What should I say? It's the first time I have seen your special body, so there is no way to describe it specifically. How do you say? Shilang concentrated. The traversers have golden thumbs, right? Could it be that I actually have a golden thumb, but I didn't notice it? There is really no way to describe this kind of abrupt and contradictory thing. How to describe it? It's like reading a hero's biography into a hero's story. It is obvious that it only highlights the hero's general public, even supporting roles and names. Unworthy of the people, but suddenly there is a feeling of competing for the hero protagonist. Skaha said. Hey! Shilang was taken aback, and Skaha's explanation was a bit fascinating. Simply speaking, it's like the kind of audience watching other people's stories and tears of their own, suddenly breaking into the story stage. Skaha thought about it, and finally gave a better understanding. Definition. Shilang was shocked. The deep meaning of this sentence was not revealing the facts of the person who passed through him. A spectator who should have been sitting under the stage suddenly broke into the hero's stage. What kind of drama will he perform? This may be one of the reasons that Guy is so interested in you. But my words, at first it was just that Guy suddenly asked me to ask me, and it was a bit difficult to refuse, so he came. But now, I just want to know what kind of road you can go. Skaha smiled and said, this is an explanation, are you satisfied? Satisfaction is satisfaction, but, even as you said, I'm just a spectator who broke into the hero stage play, but I don't intend to play this hero drama, Before Shi Lang finished speaking, Skaha bent down, put his index finger against Shi Lang's mouth, smiled and said, it's not that easy to get down on stage. Also, you have been caught by that. The very troublesome Guy is watching, and if he escapes from the stage before performing a satisfactory ending for that Guy, he will probably be chased and killed by that Guy all over the world. Leaving a city or leaving a country is not the end. It's the beginning of the hunt. You have to think clearly, that Guy is super willful. Shi Lang opened his mouth, he knew what Skaha was talking about. She also said that she wanted to escape the Fourth Holy Grail War by leaving Fuiuki City. Probably the greatest possibility is that you were caught up by that Guy on the way to leave and killed, right? Killed along with those vehicles. Skaha smiled and said the cruel reality. Howda and how can I be targeted by that king? Shi Lang smiled bitterly. He is such a completely self-centered person. So, do you understand your current situation? Skaha asked with a smile. I fully understand. Shi Lang nodded. Skaha smiled slightly, and squeezed the two shotguns in his hands, so. Shiro hugged Skaha's thigh, raised his head and looked at Skaha, dear sister Skaha, please be my servant. Hey! Chapter 22 I will take good care of your son second more. With a slightly painful cry, Shi Lang was kicked out of his dream. When making that kind of rude request, Skaha, who was like a big sister, was not angry, but just smiled and refused his request. In her words, it was, what a pitiful child. But although I want to help you too, it's a pity that I can't live in the world. Then he beat himself into Taihanin with the title of exercise, killing 41 times, and when the last time was approaching dawn, he directly kicked himself out of the door. Violence. It's too violent. Shi Lang burst into tears. Different from the gentle appearance, the inside of that woman is a trembling S+ super Tyrannosaurus. But this is nothing, what really makes Shi Lang's headache distraught is. He was actually spotted by that tax-evading madman. No wonder that Guy would give himself news, no wonder that Guy would help when Spartacus was about to kill himself. It turned out that I became the object of pleasure for the other party. Is this the result of lucky comparable to Lancer? Shi Lang couldn't help laughing wryly. Brother, did Sakura make your brother sleep well? Sakura, who was awakened by Shiro, asked guiltily. She hugged Shi Lang all night last night, thinking that this made Shi Lang not sleep well. No. Kozakura thinks too much, let's get out of bed and wash our faces and brush our teeth for dinner. Shiro opened the futon and said. Yeah. Sakura nodded. After washing, Shiro and Sakura went to the first floor, and Mrs. Fujimaru, who was very competent, had already prepared breakfast. A poached egg and milk. Hey? Don't you make sandwiches today? Shiro asked curiously. I watched a health program yesterday. Experts said that it is not good to eat greasy things in the morning. Mrs. Fujimaru said with a smile, obviously happy that she had acquired a piece of health knowledge. Shiro knows that Mrs. Fujimaru likes to watch those family care programs every day. In order to be a competent housewife, Mrs. Fujimaru, who has a sturdy personality and does not pay attention to details, also worked very hard. By the way, Shiro. Your father said, the day after tomorrow is over, Do you want to go to play? Mrs. Fujimaru asked. No. Shi Lang shook his head. Does Sakura want to go? Mrs. Fujimaru looked at Sakura. No, Aunt Young Ching. Sakura replied very politely. Oh. I'm distressed. Where should our family travel? Go abroad? It's too expensive. If you go to nearby cities, there is no freshness. Mrs. Fujimaru was a little troubled. She seems to be lively and active, but in fact she also wants to go out to play. Really, he is obviously an adult. Just. Shi Lang smiled bitterly. Originally, the family trip and escaped the Fourth Holy Grail War were planned by him. As a result, things are impermanent, because that pleasure criminal must be stranded. Chapter 29. At least, he can't accompany the Fujimaru family out, otherwise, as the teacher said, the extremely self-centered secondary disease will definitely bomb their home transportation. As for personal matters, find someone? That secondary disease that cannot be cured by ordinary people's thinking, I am afraid that he can't think about it at all, right? The reality is so ridiculous. He wanted to be an ordinary rich man, but he was eventually involved in the War of Magicians. Obviously wanting to avoid the Fourth Holy Grail War, but the result is getting deeper and deeper, and now it is inevitable to avoid it. However, there are two sides to the matter. If the second disease did not regard Shiro as a pleasant object, Shiro might have already died in Spartacus's hands. And now, Shiro had to consider how he should face this Holy Grail War. Asuka Commercial Real Estate Company. Fujimaru Narita hung up Mr. Mizuto's phone and leaned on the seat with a tired face. Turning his head slightly, he saw the picture frame on the table, which was a photo of the three Fujimaru family. Fujimaru Narita picked it up and looked at it for a while, then smiled and put down the photo frame. Go on. Stretching his waist, Fujimaru Narita took out the real estate information he had searched from the drawer. At this moment, a colleague greeted him. Narita, someone is looking for you. Looking for me? Who? Fujimaru Narita felt strange, but he still responded, and then walked out with his colleague, and immediately saw the person looking for him. A red suit with an unsmiling look on his face, and an atmosphere of social elites exuded all over his body. Holding a cane studded with gems in his hand, he has a feeling of Western classical aristocracy. Especially the neatly trimmed beard on the face makes people feel that the other party is an elegant gentleman. What would such a character ask me for? Fujimaru Narita felt strange, but he asked cautiously, Excuse me, are you? Fujimaru Narita is just a small person, but the small person has the wisdom of a small person, and the other party's temperament of a social elite. Let him know that this is a big person that he can't afford to offend. Hello, Mr. Fujimaru. My name is Tozaka Tokimi, Sakura's biological father. Shishin said with a smile. A pair of eyes glanced at Fujimaru Narita's hands without a trace, but no lingsha was found. Fujimaru Narita's heart jumped, and he asked quickly, May I ask Mr. Tozaka, what is it for me? My daughter, Sakura stayed at Mr. Fujimaru's house yesterday, right? This is really causing trouble for Mr. Fujimaru. Tozaka Tokimi smiled gracefully. Sakura's body has the magic props he gave, and it is easy to know the location. Sakura was taken home by Shiro last night, and she knew where Sakura was. No trouble, Mr. Tozaka joked. Fujimaru Narita waved his hand quickly, with a lower posture. The other party is a big man with a face in Fuyuki City, and he is just a small salaried clerk. It's incomparable. I heard that Mr. Fujimaru is going to travel with his family, right? Shishin asked. Mr. Tozaka is really well informed about this. But you can rest assured that we will not abduct Sakura. In fact, I wanted to bring Sakura back to Tozaka's house yesterday, but it was too late. Mr. Saka, you also know that Fuyuki City has not been very peaceful recently. Fujimaru Narita said. In his opinion, Shi-chen is here to get Sakura back. No. Mr. Fujimaru, you probably understood it wrong. My purpose here is to trouble you to take Sakura out for a trip. Shi-chen said. Hey! Fujimaru Narita was taken aback. Shi-chen smiled slightly. In the confrontation with the Ma Tong family last night, Shi-chen had already understood the magic of the Ma Tong family, and also understood why Sakura was so rebellious and frustrated. The Holy Grail War has already begun. At this time, it is difficult for him to send Sakura to Finland. It would be better to let this family take Sakura out for travel and avoid the Holy Grail War. This is a bit of sincerity from me, I hope Mr. Fujimaru will accept it. Shi-chen took out a stack of banknotes and handed them to Fujimaru Narita's hand. This is too much, Mr. Tozaka. I don't need it at all. Fujimaru Narita said in a panic. Please don't be polite with me, I just hope my daughter can spend a happy trip. Shi-chen smiled gracefully. In addition, there is one more thing, I want to ask, Mr. Fujimaru. Shi-chen's expression became a little serious. What's the matter, Mr. Tozaka? Fujimaru Narita asked. At this time, Shi-chen's eyes lit up slightly, and a magic-named hint was cast on Fujimaru Narita in an instant. He raised his arm, revealed Ling Zhou, and asked, Is there anyone in your family who has such a mark? Yes. Fujimaru Narita replied with a dull gaze. Who? Shi-chen asked. My 6-year-old son. Fujimaru Narita replied stiffly. Is that so? Shi-chen nodded and said silently in his heart, Is there really something wrong with the Holy Grail ceremony? Actually let a child become the master? That's good, Yuki can be eliminated early. It's just that the black robe man yesterday was this child's servant? But the breath is a little different from the normal servant. Thinking about this, Shi-chen lifted the hint and said to the normal Fujimaru Narita, Then, my daughter will leave it to you, Mr. Fujimaru. In exchange, I will also treat your son well. Ah, is that so? Thank you Mr. Tozaka, then. One more thing, please don't tell my daughter about it. Is that so? Okay, Mr. Tozaka. Fujimaru Narita didn't feel that it was wrong, and his face was full of joy. Deduced by normal ordinary people's thinking, this is regarded as Shiro and the Tozaka family got on the relationship, which must be conducive to the future. It's just a pity that this is normal ordinary people's thinking. The thinking of normal ordinary people is abnormal for normal magicians, and the thinking of normal magicians is abnormal for normal ordinary people. Fujimaru Narita would never have thought that the so-called care Shi-chen said was not his care, but... Chapter 23 is shameless. Night. Fujimaru Narita returned home and announced the good news that the contract had been signed, and he could start preparations for a family trip. Fujimaru Narita is happy and can finally spend time with his family. Fujimaru Hina is also happy, and can finally relax without having to do housework. Sakura was also happy, because she couldn't help being exaggerated by the emotions of the Fujimaru couple. But Shiro, who heard the news, couldn't be happy. If it was one day earlier, maybe he would have been happily dancing to the old disco. However, the news was one day late after all. What's the matter with you? Isn't it arguing that you are going out of Fuiuki City every day? Why are you planning to go out now, Shiro? Mrs. Fujimaru asked puzzledly. No, I'm very happy, my dear Sailor Moon mother. Shiro smiled and concealed his inner anxiety and panic. Chapter 30. That's right. Mrs. Fujimaru didn't pay attention to details, she patted Shiro's shoulder boldly, without a mother's appearance. Wait a minute. Withdrawing the forward, there is no appearance of a woman. The whole family was happily discussing the place of travel. Shiro didn't want to ruin everyone's mood, and he forced himself to start a discussion with a smile. But he knew that he could not go. For good luck, he must go to the war that he has been unable to dodge, otherwise, that completely self-centered second disease is enough to kill the entire family. The night is completely dark, it is time to fall asleep. Today, Sakura finally had the courage to take the first step in a new life, and went to sleep in her room for the first time. Although it was a pity that the soft and fragrant pillow had left, it reminded me that I was fighting with the old lady with purple hair with double guns in my dream, and the appearance of the real body sweating profusely. This is bound to make Sakura soak the clothes, so it can be regarded as accepting this. The world in 1993 was extremely poor with entertainment projects, so Shiro fell asleep quickly. As soon as he fell asleep, Skaha arrived as expected. She was holding a double gun, and she didn't even say a word in the opening remark. "Wait a minute! Wait a minute! My dear master, wait a moment!" Shi Lang hurriedly called to a halt. "What's the matter?" Skarha stopped and looked at Shiro curiously. "Well, can you still contact that Mr. Jin?" Shi Lang asked cautiously. "Mr. King?" Skaha was stunned for a moment, then reacted, and smiled softly. "You mean the guy with the smelly mouth?" Shi Lang nodded hurriedly. "Yes, yes. What's the matter?" Skarha asked. "I won't run away, and I won't run away again. It's just that I want to send my family out of Winterwood City first. Can you help me ask, is this okay? Why don't you ask yourself? Obviously he is near you." Skarha asked. "Fuyuki City is too big, I can't meet him. Also, I don't want to face that guy." Shi Lang Xin said. "Well, I'll ask him for you, poor boy." Skaha said softly. Shi Lang's eyes lit up and his face was aggrieved. "My beautiful and beautiful sister Skaha, you also know how poor the child is. Why don't you just be my servant? Save the poor child." What Shiro responded to was a spear that directly pierced his head, and a gentle voice, "I want to, but I can't do it. The world today does not have the foundation of my present world. Also, the teacher teaches you, never let your guard down. Especially for a big sister who is as beautiful as me." After taking a break, he was killed by Skaha 56 times. Shiro fell overwhelmed in the dream world, his face full of exhaustion. "Well, the spirit is almost at its limit. If you continue to kill, your spirit may not be able to hold it, and there will be a hidden injury." Skaha found a place and sat down. "Then, is there any improvement?" Shiro asked tiredly. "How do you say it?" "Not at all." Skaha shook his head, and for the first time the exquisite face like a fairy showed a somewhat distressed look, and said, "It's the first time I've seen such a difficult disciple. Under the premise that I have released so much water, the previous disciples, no matter how bad they are, can fight with me for a while around the 10th time. Although it is cruel to say that, but like you, the fight will be close to 100 times, I was killed by a single shot. This is the first time I have seen you. Can't you put in more water? My reaction nerves can't keep up with your speed." I can't put it, I have already put it to the lowest level. If you go down one level, it is equivalent to standing and letting you kill." Skaha shook his head and smiled softly. "This is really an unacceptable reality." Shi Lang smiled bitterly. "But don't be so depressed, my big sister, I am an old man who has lived for a long time. I have seen many late bloomers. It's not that your eyes and reaction nerves can't keep up, but you have not adapted. So, come on, my weakest disciple." Skaha smiled. "But the war that is about to kill me is coming soon." Shi Lang sat up, thought of a crooked idea, and quickly asked, "By the way, you are old." The crooked idea hadn't been said yet. With a swish, Skaha threw the short gun in his hand, probably exceeding the limit in an instant. A short spear cut across Shilang's hair, and behind his indescribable, a roar like a muffled thunder burst out. Boom and boom. The flames of the explosion illuminated Shi Lang's dull face. Skaha pointed the gun at Shiro, with a gentle tone. "Oh, sorry, my hand slipped." "You deliberately. You definitely did it on purpose." Shi Lang was almost scared to pee by the blow just now, feeling in a dream, even after eating that blow. Moreover, even with such a gentle tone, it can't change the series of tack characters on your forehead, and the look like you are holding a gun and want to kill me. Terrible. It's terrible. Skaha, who is like a big sister, is so horrible to be angry. My young and beautiful, cute and flowery Miss Skaha, you must be very tired to teach the child? Come. I will beat your shoulders and squeeze your legs. After swallowing, Shiro quickly got up, showing a pleasing smile, and came to Skaha's back, like a dog leg, thumped Skaha on his shoulder and pressed his leg. Obviously it was such a grumpy female Tyrannosaurus, but her body was so soft. Knocking on Skaha's back lightly, his eyes fell involuntarily to the hearts of Skaha's chest. Shiro quickly averted his eyes. A beauty is only worthy of the strong, and she is just a cat, so fate is important, and fate is important. Besides, after I have survived the Fourth Holy Grail War, climbed the internet dividend, and become a rich man, I can also support the beautiful girls of this era or something. Shilang, what do you mean by Miss Sister? Is it what you call young women in your time? It sounds embarrassing, but I don't hate it. Skaha said with a smile. Bah. Chapter 24. You are embarrassed when you act like a baby, but I don't hate it. Skaha, who was coaxed into a good mood, released his dream. Shi Lang woke up and found that he was really wet again. He was killed by Skaha 56 times in his dreams. The intense and exciting life and death staggered, causing the adrenaline secretion in the body to accelerate, and sweat wet the entire bed. Chapter 31. Fortunately, I didn't sleep with Sakura last night, otherwise I would be mistaken for bedwetting, which would be a shame. On this day, Fujimaru Narita, who had completed the contract, had to hand over work with his colleagues before he could take a complete vacation, so he went to the company first. Fujimaru Hina wanted to refer to Shiro and Sakura's opinions, where to go to play, and to purchase food for travel. After all, if you buy it at a scenic spot midway, it will be several times more expensive. To make travel more economical, this is the direction housewives need to work hard for. But Shiro couldn't afford it. Facing the looming Fourth Holy Grail War, he must make some efforts for his life. Yes, he had already learned from Skaha that the Fourth Holy Grail War had started, and only the last 2 horses were still on their way. 2 days or 3 days? Shiro didn't know, but this was indeed the last time he could prepare for it. Yu Sanjia has been preparing for the Holy Grail War for 60 years, and the other participants have been preparing for at least half a year. Only him, the hapless ghost, has less than 3 days of preparation time. No. If you plan to participate from the beginning, you still have at least half a month to prepare. However, he wanted to avoid it, and only 3 days of preparation time were left in the end. This can be regarded as a kind of punishment in the dark, right? The clown who wanted to jump out of the script woven by the Goddess of Fate was finally sanctioned by the Goddess of Fate. Sakura and Fujimaru Hina went to the department store to purchase snacks for the trip, while Shiro refused to go out of the house, took out paper and pen, and carried out his own war plan. Shiro's previous life was one of the 450 million urban youths in the Celestial Dynasty. The biggest feature of urban youth is career planning. Shi Lang is no exception. Therefore, Shi Lang always likes to list plans in advance. However, he did not list the plan quickly, but first recalled the general events of the Fourth Holy Grail War, and then listed them one by one for analysis. It's just that there is a doubt. I don't know when there was a problem on the timeline, which led to a series of butterfly effects. At first it was Sakura who ran away from home, and then she replaced Bluebeard as caster. And because Sakura was not adopted to the Ma Tong family, Ma Tong Yanya was not transformed, resulting in the Ma Tong family's contestant as Ma Tong Tsuruno. And Berserker is not Lancelot, but Spartacus. Is there any change in other followers? Shiro didn't know this, and he could only consider it from the worst case. And if it's the worst case? If even the characters and plot have changed, I really don't have any chance of victory. Shi Lang sighed with a headache. The only person who can still be confirmed is Archer Gilgamesh, who has met. I really don't know if the others have changed. The butterfly effect that somehow appeared, if the servant of other people, even the master, were changed, it would be completely finished. The hard power is not as good as humans, and the only way to win is to be familiar with the plot and character settings, and this is the light that can be triumphed like a grain of rice. If even this point is taken away, it's still delicious, and delicious, then wash your neck and wait for it to be slaughtered. Shi Lang sighed worriedly. Night. Take the lead by Mrs. Fujimaru, and finally discuss going out to Hokkaido. Everyone was very happy. Shi Lang didn't want to be disappointed, and forced himself to show a happy smile. As Fujimaru Narita said, boys are different from men, and men have things that must be protected. Shiro is also a man. As night fell, Shiro once again entered the kingdom of shadows in his dream. While Skaha killed him 57 times, he also brought him news that the Zhong Er Bing agreed to his request, and he could let Shi Lang send his family out first, and then come back to fight. Regarding this, Shiro finally breathed a sigh of relief, and praised that the guy was still human. But when he came back to his senses, it was only then sadly discovered that he had been oppressed by the second disease, showing a trace of normal behavior, and praised humanity. This is really oppression to the extreme. Will reducing some oppression make the oppressed feel happy? Sure enough, it is not unreasonable for Spartacus to classify him as an oppressed. However, Shiro did breathe a sigh of relief. Do you harm your family? There is no such rule in the magician's battle, especially if a messenger who claims to be righteous, as long as he can achieve what he calls justice, he can do anything. But before it was dawn, before being thrown out by Skaha, Shiro once again hugged Skaha's thigh, crying in mourning, "Teacher, my good teacher, you just come to the world, be me follower of it." This is the third time Shiro has asked Skaha for help. Isn't he just looking around the cottage? Sister Skaha should agree too, right? Can't live? What a joke! Can't be in the realm. How did she get out of FGO? Did you run out with your head? However, in the face of Shiro's 3 visits to the cottage, Skaha still smiled and shook his head. There is no way. I also want to fight against the heroes of those times, but there is no way. If ordinary heroes are annoyed by Shi Lang 3 times, I guess they will be a little annoying even if they don't hate it, right? However, Skaha's tone was still so gentle. However, the gentle tone was still full of rejection. And, I didn't help you, am I not helping you train now? Skaha smiled. Is this useful? Shi Lang looked up and asked. Of course. Skaha nodded, it can make you from deadly ugly to deadly ugly. It's a little bit lighter, of course it's useful. Shi Lang burst into tears, and the young lady has changed, no longer the considerate and gentle young lady, she has become venomous. But Skaha was right. Shiro was only one of the most common people in the 21st century. Let alone murder, he had only a handful of quarrels with others since he was a child. In the face of those mythical murderers who have been stabbing people since they were young, what can be done with the short training time of a few days? Furthermore, those mythical murderers, which one is not in the background? How many of the so-called heroes, especially those in the West, are not being given powers and artifacts by gods, dragons, elves, and incredible fantasy creatures? And those heroes who don't have these things, how long do they train and how long do they fight on the battlefield? So, what is the use of an ordinary modern person who exercises for a few days, and his body is a child who has not even reached puberty? Furthermore, what is the definition of ordinary people? Readers who shed their tears when watching other people's stories, pretending to force the shocked people in Xiao Bai's article, the salaried workers kidnapped by life. Let people like themselves train for a few days to face the murderers who have killed since they were young. Guilty, but also a Superman with all kinds of superpowers? A dead end. Xi Lang smiled bitterly. Chapter 32. Don't be so pessimistic, haven't you found out? You have a stronger and more advantageous advantage than anyone, than that stinky guy, and even stronger and more advantageous than me. Skaha smiled and stretched out slender point to Shiro's forehead. Xi Lang was at a loss. Is there? Do I have that kind of thing? Yes, I wanted you to discover it yourself. But you are too stupid, my weakest disciple. If you don't mention it again, I guess you will die with this kind of self-defeating thoughts. The corner of Kaha's mouth was slightly pursed, revealing a smile like winter sun. Teacher, what is it? Xi Lang stared at Skaha's pretty face and asked quickly. You have to remember. No matter how detailed modern knowledge is given to servants by the Holy Grail, it cannot change the fact that they are ancients. Knowledge storage and cognition cannot achieve harmonious unity. And those masters are mostly conservative. Magician, but the Holy Grail war happened in your city, in your age. Skaha said with a smile. In my age. Xi Lang repeated these words, his eyes brightened. He finally found his greatest advantage. Teacher, thank you. Xi Lang thanked very seriously. No need. As a teacher, it is a matter of course to give some advice to the disciples who are hesitating. Skaha smiled. But, I still want you to be my servant in the real world. Xi Lang smashed his mouth and said. What can't be done, can't be done. Well, the door to the dream has been opened, you can go out by yourself. Skaha still smiled softly. Xi Lang nodded, turned, and walked towards the opened dream gate. Oh, yes. Skaha's voice came from behind. Could it be that the young lady changed her mind? Shiro quickly turned back to look at Skaha. Skaha said with a gentle smile on his face, although you are embarrassed when you act like a baby to me, I don't hate it. Act like a baby? It's not acting like a baby. Xi Lang walked out of the dreamland gate in embarrassment, and Skaha's chuckle came from behind him. P.S. Seeking support for counting votes. Degree. Chapter 25, regardless of his bad tricks, useful tricks, that's a good trick. Third more. Is it really worthy of being the Zifa Bba who lived from God day to the present? A small suggestion allowed Shiro to seize his core advantage in an instant. It should be said that this is indeed the wisdom of the demon realm. Indeed, Skaha is very correct. Those followers are the undead from the past. Even though they were given modern knowledge by the Holy Grail because of the Holy Grail ritual, the ancient people's life cognition prevented them from truly integrating with modern society. There is an inharmonious identity between knowledge reserve and cognitive level. This is true even for those masters who are modern people, because they are all mysticist magicians. The only person with modern knowledge is the justice emissary, Iomi Akiriji. However, compared with his proficiency in modern weapons, the level of modern knowledge, especially the level of knowledge of life, is estimated to be not very high. Therefore, Shiro from 2019 has modern knowledge than any of these participants, and this is his biggest and core advantage. Starting from this, Xi Lang had already thought of plans one by one, and after calculating them one by one, he seemed to think there was a real play. By the way, if you can get Gatling machine guns, RPGs, or something, it would be even better. It's better to have a few more tanks, fighters. However, this seems to touch the magician's bottom line of mysticism, and this kind of thing seems to be impossible. But there is no way, anyway, think in this direction. For the sake of life, no matter what tricks. Use whatever trick you can think of. However, before that, he had to determine how much the candidates for the Holy Grail War had changed. October 4, 1993, 9:24 am. The Fujimaru family boarded the underground train in Shinto, and it took 3 hours to get to Hokkaido. Nihon's land area is very small, even smaller than some provinces in the Celestial Dynasty, and the total area is only close to 380,000 square kilometers. Basically, a day's train can go anywhere. In the afternoon, Fujimaru Narita took the lead and booked a homestay. After moving everything in, Shiro gave the hint to the Fujimaru couple and Sakura, making them ignore their existence. "You must have fun." He lowered his head and said. Shiro took some money and house keys from Fujimaru Narita's bag, and then rushed to his death battlefield. Fuyuki City. When I set foot on this land again, it was already 9:23 in the evening. Different from the mood when his family left, Shi Lang who set foot on this land again is full of tension, hesitation, and fear. In the next half-month, or even shorter time. Here, it is most likely his burial ground. Taking a deep breath, Shiro wrapped his blue jacket tightly. Winter is coming, and the city of Winterwood tonight is a bit colder than before. Shi Lang walked towards the home of Zindu, and several complaints came from him. "Stupid, idiot, idiot. What do you want to do? Do you want to kill me? I am your master. You are only my follower, you have to listen to my command. Don't talk to yourself. Understand, no? Do you understand?" Shi Lang looked at the crisp voice of the young man, his face suddenly stiff. In the garden not far away, a red-haired man in a military uniform and a black-haired young man were arguing. The red-haired man in a uniform was very strong, and his height was a full 1.9 meters. His raised arms were terrifyingly thick, while the young man's figure was very slender, as if he would fall down when the wind blows. It stands to reason that with such a significant body difference, the young man would not dare to provoke the strong man, but now it seems that the young man pointed at the red-haired man unscrupulously and cursed at him, not afraid of the red-haired man attacking him at all. Of course, because they are a group of participants in the Holy Grail War. The young man is the Lord, called Weber Wilvet, a typical young man with a high heart and low practical ability, but he will become one of the monarchs of the clock tower in the future. And that big red man is the famous conqueror Iskandar in history. Shi Lang confirmed that he had gloves on, and he did not have spiritual foundations. He lowered his head and wanted to turn around and take another route with a face full of misfortune. Chapter 33. I never thought that just after turning around, a wide palm pressed his shoulder. At the same time, a heroic voice sounded behind his back, "Wait a minute, child." Unlucky. Shiro's body shook subconsciously, and once again confirmed that his spiritual foundation was not fused, and his gloves were not taken off. He turned around, looked at Iskandar who was holding his shoulders with a timid look, and asked, That. Uncle, what's the matter?" Afterwards, he showed a kind smile to Shiro. "Don't be afraid, kid. We are not bad guys." "Well, I'm not afraid. Sorry. I am panicking a lot now. Don't recognize me as the master, don't recognize me as the master," Shi Lang said inwardly. Iskandar stretched out his hand and gave Weber a snap of his forehead, causing Weber to scream while clutching his forehead. Afterwards, he bowed his head slightly, smiled at Shiro that he thought he was kind, and asked, "Children, do you know where to get knowledge easily? Call me a kid? It seems that I didn't recognize it." Shi Lang felt calm. It seemed that not everyone had the vision of Gilgamesh, which was really good news. "If you get knowledge, it's school of course. Is uncle going to study?" Shiro answered in the tone of a 6-year-old child without hesitation. "Apart from school, where is the place where you can get the most knowledge?" Iskandar asked. Of course it is the library. There are so many books there, Shi Lang replied. Where is the library? Over there, after crossing that street, the biggest building is. Shi Lang pointed to the street not far away. What a good boy. Iskandar smiled, then turned to look at Weber. What do you want? Weber looked wary. Naturally, I want to give a reward. Iskandar smiled, reached out his hand and took out the money from Weber's pocket and handed it to Shiro. Weber also smiled, but his forehead was covered with tic-tac-toe. This guy didn't even ask him, so he paid directly from his pocket. Take it to buy sugar and eat it, Iskandar said. Oh. Thank you, uncle. Shiro stuffed the money into his trouser pocket and turned to leave. Not far away, he immediately heard Weber Wilvert's high-pitched yell, That's my money. That's my money. You actually take my money as a reward. You foolish servant, pass by me. Did you agree? I am the master. I am the master. You have to listen to me. Stupid follower. Love and kill each other. However, one group can already be confirmed. Rider group, unchanged. Shiro's eyes lit up slightly and he touched his pocket. Increase in activity funds. Shi Lang returned home. That night, he did not go to the private meeting with Miss Skaha in his dream, but was sorting out the information he had. The Holy Grail War is approaching, and he has to turn his biological clock down. Moreover, he also needs. P.S. Thank you for catching insects. The bug of the X projected in Chapter 18 has been fixed. When collecting the manpower data, the red A was not clearly seen. I'm sorry. Hedgehog Cat's 4th anniversary, if you have any props, remember to vote here. I wish you all come out and hold your pillow, even though I know most of them are non-chiefs like me. Oh, asterisk. Chapter 26 The Reincarnation of Karma. A ghost for the dead. No matter how you look at it, and use his mortal wisdom, Shiro feels that he needs a substitute for the dead. Become the master of Castor instead of yourself, to hide yourself as the master of the shield. In fact, Shiro still wanted to have a shield to replace himself as a servant, but there was no way. Servant's unique undead aura is so easy to distinguish. Without this unique aura from the spiritual foundation to disguise, it will be seen in an instant. As a matter of fact, even the Shiro who was fused with the spirit base, his servant aura was very abnormal because of his flesh and blood relationship. However, choosing someone to be his substitute for the dead, with a mortal conscience, Shiro would certainly not be able to sacrifice innocent people. Therefore, if you think about it, you can only take the kind of people who are guilty of crimes, and your conscience will not condemn yourself. Therefore, Mr. Yusheng Ryunashuk, the murderer who forced himself to become a master and a servant, who has been at large until now, is the best choice. Pulling yourself into the vortex of death disputes in the Holy Grail War, and finally you want to run away after clearing the relationship? Haha, no way. It's just that this guy is very difficult to catch. He's supernatural, and the only certainty is that the other person must still be in Winterwood City. But it doesn't matter, this doesn't bother Shiro. In fact, guys like Yusheng Ryunashuk can get away with it in the 1990s when the technology is backward. If you change it to 2019, the cameras all over the country, the internet that spreads all over the world in 1 second, and DNA tracking technology will be enough for him. Know what is called the righteous combination boxing of a harmonious society. And now, Shiro can reach the technical level of 2019 in disguise by magic means. In traditional magic, there is a basic magic of search. This kind of magic engraving uses a hair of the search target to trace the other party's location. Naturally, this kind of magic sergeant wouldn't be able to, but the Ling Yuri of the Palace of Heroes automatically carried it. Of course, the scope of retrieval is related to the amount of magic. Shiro's magical attributes are the highest, with a level of C, enough to retrieve Yuesheng Ryunashuk in Fuiuki City. However, search this kind of basic enemy finding magic is also useful to ordinary people. There are 100 ways for real magicians to crack search magic. Fortunately, Yuesheng Ryunashuk, who had not summoned the blue beard, was just an ordinary person, so he was not afraid of not being able to search. After making a good plan, Shiro went to the police station at dawn and used hint to obtain a hair from the police station that Yuesheng Ryunashuk kidnapped and left the scene. Afterwards, using this hair, Shiro spent 3 hours to find Yuesheng Ryunashuk, who was hiding in a small black room in Zindu to eliminate hunger. When he saw Shiro, Yuesheng Ryunashuk was dumbfounded. Using the severe hint, Shiro hypnotized him subconsciously, causing him to think that he was the master, and at the same time took him to a more remote tattoo shop in Zindu. Hint: the hypnotized shop owner followed his own spell. In the rain, Iko Ryunashuk had tattoos on the back of his right hand. Speaking of it, he had thought about using tattoos to draw other tattoo patterns along Lingshu to cover up Lingshu. It's just a pity that Mrs. Fujimaru's presence is not easy to do. After all, hint: this kind of thing is easy to be relieved when there is no unity between brain cognition and reality. As a mother, looking at her son's tattoo, it is estimated that no mother would be willing to accept it. Later, I was all thinking about escaping from Fuiuki City, so I didn't have this idea at all. As for now, it's useless to make these bells and whistles, so it's better to create a master and die for yourself. Chapter 34. After all, it depends on craftsmanship to eat. The shopkeeper's tattoo craftsmanship is very good. From the physical eye, it looks like a real spell. After the tattoo shop owner finished the tattoo, Shi Lang used hint to hypnotize the boss to forget the matter. And, he hasn't paid yet. It's not that you want to go wrong with the account, but the account is not in line with the actual situation. It is easy for the boss to doubt himself and relieve the hypnosis of suggestion and increase the chance of this matter being exposed. Although it is only a small chance, Shiro is a battle of dancing on the tip of a knife after all, and he has to do it to the extreme. He will pay back the money owed after the war. And now, the brand new master, Yuesheng Ryunashuk, is freshly released. This has to be said to be an irony. Because of Yuesheng Ryunashuk, Shiro fell into the death whirlpool of the Holy Grail War, and now because of Shiro, Yuesheng Ryunashuk was dragged into the death whirlpool of the Holy Grail War. Perhaps this is the so-called karma reincarnation in Buddhism? Shi Lang did not go home. Since you want to participate in the Holy Grail War, you must not be your home as a base. Otherwise, when you are targeted by a messenger of justice, your home is very likely to be greeted by the messenger of justice C4 or RPG. It took a lot of effort from the Fujimaru family to purchase this house, and the mortgage that is still paying for the mortgage is still eating the blood of Mr. Fujimaru and Mrs. Fujimaru like a vampire. If this is destroyed in the Holy Grail War, then the Fujimaru and his wife may suffer the double blow of their son and the collapse of the economy, and eventually a complete mental breakdown. Taking this into consideration, Shiro set up his base during the war in a cheap rental house of Yuesheng Ryunashuk. It seems that for the purpose of killing people, the rental house rented by Yuesheng Ryunashuk is an independent house in the old house area. Some are tattered and the furniture is shabby, but there is no need to worry about the outbreak of fighting and spreading to others. Shiro used the E-level job placement skills position construction, to make a simple transformation of the rental house. I have to say that Lingji fusion is really amazing. Obviously there is no knowledge about magic, but after the fusion of the spirit base, knowledge about the construction of the magic position came from the mind of the spirit base and completed the transformation of the rental house. The construction of E-level positions is just a simple magic transformation. The magic protection ability is not strong, but it is better than nothing. He also used Caster's own job agency skills prop making E, and used some trivial materials to create a bracelet for Yuesheng Ryunashuk. This bracelet is sealed with a hint, and he can hint Yuesheng Ryunashuk 24 hours endlessly, thinking that he is a participant in the Holy Grail War, and also hinting that he is a good person. so as not to hurt people again in the war. Later, Shiro used projection magic to project some magic materials, and then used props to make creating a transparent film with no eggs but sufficient magic aura, and pasting it on the tattoo of Yusheng Ryunashuk. Put Ling Zhou on the back of his right hand. With this magical transparent film, it is like a source of magic power, which can conceal the facts of ordinary people of Yusheng Ryunashuk and act as a stunned blue magician who exudes magic power. You should be able to fool those magicians, right? It really doesn't work, there is no other way. He has exhausted his brain and wisdom based on his cognitive level. Do your best, but obey the fate. This is the only struggle that mortals can do. Sitting on the bench, Shi Lang observed his own attribute template again, and saw that his attributes were almost entirely and he couldn't help feeling a touch of sadness in his heart. With this attribute, he would bully the magician, and he couldn't even beat an assassin. However, the alienated servant aura brought by the fusion of spirit bases made him unable to pretend to be the master. Everything is forced by helplessness, I can only do my job and obey the fate. Hey! Shi Lang, who was observing his own attributes, suddenly seemed to have found something incredible, his eyes stunned. Why is there an extra skill in my inherent skills? Mortal Wisdom D. Seeing the skill he had suddenly possessed inexplicably, Shi Lang couldn't help but was taken aback. P.S. I, novelist. Not a brave. It's an old with not much ink, this time I will degree. The following is a brief introduction. The so-called brave exists to fulfill other people's requests. Since the arrival incident, with those outsiders who claim to be players broke into this world. While the churches and the unbelievers madmen are fighting fiercely between the two extremes, the forgotten aliens also unwillingly break into people's vision. However, all this has nothing to do with her. If possible, the brave who is no longer needed, just want to write something and complete a story. However, there is a problem. Girls are not good at creating and writing things that they haven't experienced. In order to complete that story, she decided to bid farewell to the ordinary retired life, choose to mess up, for everyone's boring daily life, and add all kinds of crisis, crossed out, fun. What, have an opinion? This is disloyal. Train King passionately attracts strangers online, get to know, your home is gone. That's it. Chapter 27 Skaha, I have deeply reflected on it. Second more. Mortal Wisdom D, none of us are chosen by nature, but we are the masters of our lives. The good ones sing it, the evil ones destroy it, that's it. What the hell? Why suddenly there is an inherent skill? Shiro couldn't help but stunned while observing his own attribute panel. The so-called attribute panel is the magic brought by the Holy Grail ritual, which analyzes the condition of the body and forms a kind of analysis data that can be recognized by the brain. However, Shiro remembered that when he first merged the spirit base, his inherent skills were all skills inherited from the Valiant Guard, but now he has one more skill for no apparent reason. Is it a golden finger? Shi Lang guessed in his heart. Spartacus almost abolished his left arm with a single blow, which had long told him the reality, the Traverser is nothing great, just a different place to survive. However, the appearance of this skill still made Shi Lang unconsciously give birth to illusions. I think of those traversing web posts I've seen on the internet before, and I gave it to the plugin at the beginning, and the younger brother's head worshipped, killing the beauty and the whole family. The beauty fell in love with the protagonist. When I first started to read the web text in the 2nd and 3rd grades, I felt it was very cool, and later I felt that it was a drama. Very poisonous, but if this is really changed to yourself, how refreshing would it be? It's just that this mortal wisdom is only a D-level skill, and it doesn't look like a compelling one. The most important thing is, what is the use of this skill? Chapter 35. Shi Lang was puzzled. He didn't have Gilgamesh's clairvoyance and all-knowing almighty star, nor Merlin's knowledge, so he didn't understand the use of this skill. But it doesn't matter, there is a reliable teacher beside him. So Shi Lang hurriedly lay on the bed, ready to at Lady Sister. Miss Skaha is indeed a good teacher, no matter day or night, as long as she sleeps, she will appear in her dream on time, just like a class teacher in the third year of high school. Looking at the sight of Skaha poking a hole on himself without saying hello again, Shiro hurriedly called to stop. Wait a minute, teacher. Wait, let me poke a few holes first. Even though he was saying such willful words, Skaha wanted to scare Shiro, so he put down the gun softly and looked like a good teacher listening to his disciples' problems. Shiro breathed a sigh of relief, and then told Skaha of his doubts. Isn't this already very clear? Skaha put a small face and looked at Shiro with a smile. What do you mean? Shi Lang looked blank. The Holy Grail ceremony will use magic to analyze the data of the followers, and present it to you in a cognitive way that your brain can accept and understand. The details of your skill should be understandable. But I can't understand it. It just said something about the wisdom of a mortal, how can I understand it? Is it just mocking me as a mortal? Shouldn't it? Good teacher, young lady, just tell it what's the use. It's an increased strength, or strengthening strategy. Or simply like your wisdom of demon realm, mastering almost all skills. Shiro asked expectantly. Skaha smiled, changed the subject and asked, Shiro, do you know who the most people in this world are? Of course it's an ordinary person. Shi Lang replied without thinking about it. So, what is the role of ordinary people on the hero's stage? This time Skaha did not wait for Shiro's answer, but asked himself, it is the hero who was helped, and the hero was killed. The character is a character guided by a hero. In history, unknown people who have left no traces in their biographies are most often referred to as village, soldier, and farmer as a general term referring to groups. The wisdom of mortals is the wisdom of mortals. Since it is immortal, what blessings do you say? In other words, there is actually no use for eggs? Just simply mocking me as a mortal who broke into the hero arena without authorization? I can feel the deep malice from the Holy Grail. Shiro said with a downcast head. Right. How did it come about? I remember I didn't have this inherent skill before. Can I still evolve? Shiro asked. This question. Skaha gave a small smile, who knows? Doesn't the teacher know? Shi Lang widened his eyes and asked in surprise. I'm not omniscient and omnipotent. Skaha smiled lightly. Okay. Anyway, I have been mentally prepared for this kind of thing. Then I will go back first. Shi Lang took a deep breath and calmed down. This is going away? Have you forgotten something, my weakest disciple? Skaha squinted and raised the spear in his hand. Please let me go, I still need to make some preparations for the upcoming Holy Grail War. Shi Lang waved his hand quickly. If it were other heroic spirits, he would definitely ignore Shi Lang, but Miss Skaha was still very gentle, nodded, and said, all right. But this time I skipped class, and next time, it will be doubled. I'll make it up. I know. Shi Lang ran out of the dreamland in a panic. What a frizzy disciple. After waiting a while, maybe I can't help but say it. Skaha laughed. The wisdom of mortals is the wisdom of mortals. It is true that the people who lead mortals are heroes, but those who make history are always mortals. It is mortals who can really make heroes shine, and the same can let history bury heroes. It will always be immortal. Skaha chuckled, she almost blurted out just now, but fortunately she held it back in time. She has already graduated from this world, so she should be silent about the students who are still studying in this world. Otherwise, if you give the answer directly, it would be too rude to these students who are still ignorant of learning, depriving them of the opportunity to think and grow for them. In fact, the last time Shiro was reminded, Skaha had already deeply reflected on himself, thinking that this was taking away Shiro's opportunity to think and grow for him. But sure enough, I still want to remind my stupid disciple. Skaha smiled, and then the delicate and pretty face showed a look of confusion and trouble. It's just that, why does Shiro manifest this kind of thing in his body? I want to support his spirit. The basic things are not this kind of things. Could it be that they have changed because of the singular body? Rarely, even Skaha, who possessed the wisdom of the demon realm, had a problem that he couldn't understand. But it's okay. It means that you are blazing your own way, my stupid disciple. The girl named Teacher gave a slightly relieved smile. When he woke up from his dream, Shi Lang stretched his waist, then looked at the time, 3:27 in the afternoon. Very good, before nightfall, Shiro can boldly make some preparations. Walking on the street, it is obviously autumn in October, but the weather has become very cold. However, the indifference between people is even colder than this weather, like a cold current from Siberia. However, even so, there are still many enthusiastic citizens. Not far from the big tree in the park, a man in a black coat climbed to the top of the tree, took off a red balloon, and then handed it to the little girl who was looking forward to it next to the tree. "Thank you, uncle." The little girl took the balloon and smiled brightly. "You're welcome." The man in the black coat didn't touch the little girl's head, and tried his best to avoid contact with innocent and kind children. "Perhaps, I was afraid that my two dirty hands would contaminate the purity of the child." Kind uncle, enthusiastic uncle. However, Shiro saw the man in the black coat, his body shook like an electric shock for an instant, his complexion froze. "It's that man." "That's right. The man who does evil in the name of good. Wei Gong Qi. A sad man who firmly believed in his own justice, but was eventually betrayed by his own justice." Shi Lang lowered his head and left with a bad face. However, since Kirishu had appeared in Fuiuki City, this meant that the Holy Grail War was approaching. The worst expectation is probably tonight. Speed up the pace. Shiro returned to his home and took out the set of Ultraman 7 from under the bed in his room. He bought this Ultraman leather case with a lot of money from Fujimaru Hineo's bag. Without the consent of the parents, using the money to buy leather cases is an act of a bad kid who steals money. Chapter 36. However, for the sake of his life, he can no longer take care of these. Besides, although his body is young, his soul is mature. Can an adult take money as stealing? At most, it's a loan. Shi Lang took the leather case, then put on the holy cyan color contact lenses, went to the hair dye shop, and used hint white prostitution with black hair. Then he returned to the base area and put on height-increasing shoes and the leather case of Ultraman 7. Shi Lang looked at himself in the mirror with a wry smile. If nothing happens, he will have to spend at least 7 days with this holster day and night, in order to avoid the exposure of their true identity. Of course, a Holy Grail war lasted for 7 nights. This clearly has been eaten by mushrooms in the setting of FSF. For details, it depends on the actual situation. Putting on his previous black cloak, completely concealing his figure. She smiled bitterly. His pre-war preparation time was really too little. At the same time, he was not a decent magician but also just a child. He had no contacts and no one to provide clues. All he could rely on was himself. Based on one's own cognitive level, there are only these things that one can do. Why don't I go to Liudong Temple to ask God to worship Buddha or something? I heard that Liudong Temple also hosts a person who is capable of flicking. Maybe he can say some beautiful things, so I feel more at ease. Shiro considered it for a while, but still vetoed it with a wry smile. Let's not say that I am an atheist, and I have never burned incense to worship Buddha before. Even if there is idealism such as gods and Buddhas in this world, I would probably not care about myself, a mortal who burns incense and does nothing but worship. In addition, there is a great holy grail below Liudong Temple, so it's better not to go. Then, what will happen to me in the future? It is life or death. Whether you can live or not depends on how you react to the situation in the future in the war. Although the probability of defeat was so suffocating, Skaha's guidance gave Shiro, a modern ordinary person, a chance to win. He wants to exhaust his mortal wisdom to seize the little chance to live. I really don't want to work hard, I want to lie down and win, Miss Skaha. Sighing, depressed. But what to say, Skaha just smiled and rejected him. Easiness and dislike of work are also one of the fundamental inferiorities of mortals. P.S. Pi, the god of creation, wants to survive in the wilderness. Come here with deep-fried oranges. Introduction, Birth of Species Slime. Ability Reward, Eating Soil. Birth of Species Goblin. Ability Reward, Taunt. Birth of Species Tree People. Ability Reward, Photosynthesis. I don't want these messy things. I want to go home. Guanyan let out a cry of grief. However, no one paid attention to him. God Lord, I'm crying, I'm with Nirvana. Guan Dazhuang patted Guanyan on the shoulder, and gave a thumbs up with a smile on his face. You go away, I don't want you, I want a beautiful fairy girl, you go cook for me. Guanyan wiped away his tears, rolled up his sleeves, grabbed the clay and the wooden stick and began to squeeze the clay figure. I don't believe it, I can't make a wizard yet. This is a hapless story of survival in the wilderness. But it is also the story of a lucky person who became a Nuwa in another world. In short, this is a happy story, I hope you like it. Chapter 28. You deserve to be elbow chopped, headshot. Third more. While there was still time, Shilang listed his known information in the base area. For 1, the master of the Jiantong family became Jiantong Hai, Berserker was Spartacus, and Ling Shu had already used 2 strokes. Spartacus classified himself as the weak under his protection. Second, the master of the Tozaka family is still Tozaka Tokaiman, and the follower is Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh knows his identity and does not know what attitude he takes towards him. It is unknown whether Yanfan Kyare is still the co-worker of Tozaka Toshimi, and whether the follower is Hassan, the other is still unknown. It is unknown whether Gilgamesh will kill Hassan and hide the peak of Yanfan Kilai. Third, Imiya Kiritagu has appeared in Fuyuki City. Uncertainty of its command spell, I do not know whether it is the master of Einsburn, whether the follower is Altria, it is unknown. Fourth, with the exception of Weber and Iskandar that have been observed and confirmed, the masters and followers of the other groups have not been determined, and everything is unknown. Fifth, Castor, who owns the blue beard, has a different aura from a subservient and a normal servant, and the combat power is far from the normal servant, so try to avoid frontal combat. The master has used the impersonation of Yusheng Ryunashuk, and he can use the death of Yusheng Ryunashuk to hide himself for the time being. Sixth, whether the Fourth Holy Grail War will move towards the plot of Fate/0 is still unknown. Seventh, the reason for the timeline change is temporarily unknown, and the cause of the butterfly effect is temporarily unknown. By enumerating his own current situation one by one, Shiro is much clearer about his situation. Sure enough, we still have to determine whether other groups have also changed, which is the most urgent matter. Slightly raised his head, looking through the window, looking at the setting sun from the horizon, Shiro sighed. Hey! At this time, Shilang's body shook suddenly, as if a mouse had touched a mouse. This breath! Shilang stood up abruptly and looked at the distant buildings. This breath that looked like an undead, not long ago, he had just touched it personally and almost died by the sword. There is no doubt that this breath belongs to servant. Only the servant can feel the aura of the servant, and Shiro, who is fused with the astral incarnation of the subordinate, can also smell this aura. Already, has it begun, my death war? Shilang smiled bitterly. No matter how much I prepared, sure enough, there was still no bottom in my heart. Don't fuse the spirit base, let's take a look. Check it out and confirm how much the team has changed. Shi Lang thought so, put on black gloves, and then put on the Ultraman leather case, wrapped in a large black cloak. Chapter 37. 3 Layers of Camouflage. He walked out of the room and sneaked in the dusk. Skaha's elder vision is indeed very strong. If she hadn't reminded Shilang of her greatest core advantage, the self-defeating Shilang would definitely be delicious, and then wait to die obediently. And now that he knew that he still had the possibility of victory, Shiro would naturally not give up struggling. If you can live, who would want to die? The source of the servant breath is the dock storage area extending from the seaside park in Zindu district, Dongmu City. From this point of view, it seems that there is no difference from the direction of Fate/0. But Shi Lang did not dare to relax his vigilance. Mortal arrogance is the beginning of ignorance. Searching for the breath, found the source of the breath. It was a man in cyan leather armor and armed with a red and a yellow gun. Without fusion spirit foundation, the distance is too far, Yi Shilang's normal naked eyes can't see this man's face clearly. However, with such an iconic attire, Shi Lang would not be a model moon cook if he could not recognize the other party. This man is undoubtedly Dalamudo, the chief warrior of the Irish Fiona Knights in the Celtic mythology, who is known as unparalleled in the world. Man with 2 brushes. Can't face it head on, this man has other attributes far surpassing him, except for E, who is fortunate enough to be the same tragedy as himself. Especially agility, has reached the level of A+. However, one thing that can be confirmed is that the person who introduced the current world with Lancer is still Dlu Muduo. So, is his master still Director Kenneth? Shi Lang didn't know, but he didn't dare to rise up, let alone merge with Spirit Foundation. Once the spirit base is merged, the subservient aura produced will reveal his position in an instant, thus being eliminated by Dalamudo. Use a row of E attributes to fight Dalamudo, whose average stat is around B grade. What is that if you are not looking for death? However, if Dalamudo is here, there is a high probability that the dock warehouse battle of Fate/0 can be reproduced, right? If it can be reproduced, it is an excellent place to observe and collect information. Because in Fate/0, the dock warehouse battle is the first group appearance of the Fourth Holy Grail War. After all, Bluebeard has been replaced by himself, and Berserker has already observed it. Time passed by, and the red sunset on the horizon gradually fell, and the dark night enveloped the vast land. Dlu Muduo's servant aura became stronger, and even a mortal like Shi Lang, who had never participated in a battle, could smell the provocation in it. Obviously, he was seduce other servant to show up. Shi Lang didn't know whether the Kenban girl had participated in the Holy Grail War that was a whole year ahead of schedule, and whether he would be seduced by Dalamudo. But he knows that he is absolute, and will not come out. No matter who is the servant of the Holy Grail War, he can't fight any of them, even assassin with the worst attributes can fight against him. This row of E is also going to bully the master, and it is a weaker master like Weber, otherwise there is a probability of being killed. This has to be said to be fucking. Gradually, time passed for another moment. In the distance, 2 female figures gradually appeared. One of the women wore a white autumn gown made of high-end fur, with long snow-white hair, like a snow elf. The other is a blonde girl in a blue dress with armor. There is nothing in her hand, but she seems to be holding a sharp sword. Seeing these 2 women, Shi Lang was relieved. The Saber team confirmed that it was not affected by the butterfly effect of the timeline. Without seeing the magic spell, it is impossible to determine whether the master is Kirishu Iomiya or Alice Fur, but the follower confirms that it is the Night King Altria. Looking at the fate signage girl Altria, Shiro did not have the excitement of being a moon cook, but was full of luck. Sure enough, life is the thing that mortals care most about compared to the cooking power for which they once fought. Are you the one who breathes out and provokes me? Yes. Depending on your posture, you should be Saber. Perhaps. But looking at your double guns, you are definitely a lancer. It's useless to disguise. The posture of your holding an invisible weapon has exposed the fact that you are Saber. As a knight, it is a pity that you cannot give your name and fight for glory. But come on, Saber. Time and space, for the sake of their respective glory and desires, let's decide the outcome. That's what I meant. Altria took the lead in launching an offensive against Delamudo. The two were fighting fiercely. Shi Lang ambushes the surroundings, silently thinking. He was not interested in watching the fierce battle between the two, because he did not have the spiritual foundation. His eyes were just the naked eyes of an ordinary 6-year-old boy, and he couldn't see such a quick offensive and defensive battle at all, so it was useless to look at it. So far, apart from whether Assassin's job agency is still Bamang Hassan, the rest of the followers have been in direct or indirect contact, and the confirmation has been completed. Judging from the current situation, the current butterfly effect due to the unknown origin of the timeline has only affected himself as caster and berserker. No. Wait a minute. The second disease was also scratched. This guy stared at him inexplicably, otherwise he would have ran out of Fuyuki City and played happily with his family in Hokkaido. Where do I need to worry about my own life and death? Shit. Bastard. You deserve to be chopped off your elbow and headshot. Convex. P.S. I recommended it, I'm so excited. The third one is on. Hope you guys vote for me. Thank you. Smiley face. Chapter 29. Weber is very homesick tonight. The Weiyuan River is within easy reach of the sea entrance, and the Fuyuki Bridge, which spans its two banks and connects Xindu and Shenshan town, is a majestic arched bridge with a total length of 665 meters. The arch is at least 50 meters high. If you stand on it, you will definitely be blown down into the river by the strong sea breeze. Even skilled workers dare not go empty-handed without a safety rope. Chapter 38. But Weber stayed there tremblingly at the moment. Naturally he didn't even bring his seat belt. Therefore, now he can no longer pretend the usual solemn and majestic expression. Beside him, his servant, Iskandar, sat there with a majestic expression. Hurry down, hurry up. Because of the cold and fear, Weber shivered and said, but the tall servant didn't care at all. It's perfect to stand on guard here. But now let me look at the scenery here to change my mood. He flipped through a book called Modern War Art in his hand from time to time, while from time to time he raised his head and stared at the West Bank indifferently. There is a large warehousing terminal there, which is the place where shipping containers are stocked in Fuyuki City. Although Weber couldn't see it, he knew from Iskandar's words that the servant they had spent nearly 4 hours tracking down should be there. In order to be able to reach the enemy, Iskandar has been wandering around the city in the morning. And just at noon today, he felt the breath of the servant. Weber wanted to go straight forward, but Iskandar just watched his opponent from a distance. Facing Weber's questioning, Iskandar only snorted from his nose. That's obviously to lure us out. The other party's aura is so obvious, how can no one notice it? Not just me, I'm afraid other servants are also watching them. If we watch the changes, maybe there is an impatient master. Action! This is the time I have to wait. For Iskandar's strategy, Weber felt quite reasonable, even surprised. This tall man who looks bold and upright still has such a meticulous mind. Indeed, as Iskandar said, first wait for the changes, and the people who are waiting to act rashly and the opponent's snipe. Although I don't know what kind of strength this provocative servant has, since he has the courage to provoke aura, his strength is bound to be not weak. And the servant that is drawn out will not be too weak. Then, as long as the losing side of the two sides retreats, Rider can attack and defeat the victorious side, and he can take advantage of it. The matter is so decided. The other party has been wandering around the city while Weber and Iskandar are keeping a certain distance to follow them. But Although you can understand the meaning of the phrase stand tall and see far, there is a limit no matter how tall you are. Let's not talk about servant, just take an ordinary person as an example. If you fall from here, you will definitely die. Iskandar must know this very well, but why does he even run up here regardless of Weber's safety? Fall. I fell. No, let me down. I can't take it anymore. Don't worry, can't you calm down? Waiting for an opportunity is also a kind of battle. Ryder said in an indifferent tone while reading the book, ignoring Weber's face that was about to cry. It seems that between the two people, there is no such a consensus that high places are dangerous. If you are really so free, just look at my books, good books. Hearing this, Weber remembered the resentful weight in his backpack. When it was clear that the luggage had to be streamlined, the bag was still filled with thick and heavy books. It was the book that Iskandar raided the library last night. War history written by many military strategists and historians, and a map of the world. Forget it, Iskandar, who was crowned the king of conquerors, would be interested in geography and war history. But why do you have to pack it all in a backpack? As the war is approaching, do you take these books against the enemy? Moreover, because servant will be spiritualized from time to time, it is impossible to carry luggage, so the heavy burden of carrying luggage is borne on Weber's delicate body. Ryder, why should you bring these books when you are fighting? Weber asked bitterly. Of course this is the necessary preparation for the battle. Iskandar answered Weber's question with a smile. Either the necessary preparations, everything is fine. Anyway, hurry down. Hurry up. I can't stand it. Weber shook his legs and yelled. His eyes didn't dare to look down at that height. Enough to make him faint. Iskandar smiled and said, Boy, you said before that you came to this battle to prove yourself, right? So what? Do you want to preach to me? Do you have to show courage if you want to prove yourself? I don't listen, you have to figure out your identity, I am the master. It's master. You have to listen to me. Ha ha ha, for leaders, it's useless to talk and lose your temper. The most important thing is that you have to learn how to use your own mind. Iskandar smiled and slapped Weber on the shoulder. With strength, he directly shot Weber down. Falling from a high altitude, the feeling of weightlessness, the feeling of cold wind, and the fear of death made Weber scream in fear. It's over. It's dead. The idiot servant has killed the master. Thinking like this in his heart, a thick arm picked him up and raised him in front of him. Iskandar watched the tears and snot flowed down, very embarrassed Weber. He didn't mind reaching out to touch the other party's tears, and he laughed loudly and said, You need to have enough courage. Okay, boy, it's time for us to appear. Stupid, idiot, 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 idiot. Iskandar didn't care about the scolding of the master, carrying Weber's back collar, driving a chariot named Shinwei Wheel, smiled and cut across the sky. I want to go home, I want to go back to England. Like a wayward little wildcat, Weber, who was carried by Iskandar's back collar, screamed, bursting with tears and snot, and took a mouthful of the cold air. Ha 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 ha! The conquering king gave out a hearty laugh. Chapter 30 Grass Mud Horse. Did you hear that? Grass Mud Horse. Second more. Altria and Dlu Muduo fought fiercely, so that the cold late autumn night was also full of fiery, exciting and tense air. Rumble. Suddenly, a thunderous roar came from the distant sky. A new servant is here. Altria and Dilumudo glanced at each other, the clanging of weapons for a moment, then suddenly retreated, and then looked at the sky in the southeast at the same time. The source of the sound is clear at a glance. Shilang also looked up, and saw a flying object drew a straight line in the sky, coming straight to this side, and it also sprinkled purple lightning sparks in the night sky. The sound must be undoubtedly from it. Alice Phil was stunned and opened her mouth in surprise. Chariot. Judging from the appearance, this is an ancient chariot with two fronts. It is not a warhorse that is tied to the cowl. It's a burly bull with its muscles tumbling like waves. The hooves stepped on the void, pulling a luxurious and magnificent chariot. No. The chariot is more than simply floating in the air. The wheels of the chariot were rumbling, and what was stepping on the bull's hoof was not the ground but lightning. Every time the hooves and the chariot drove against the empty sky, purple lightning flashed its spider web-shaped tentacles, rolling up the atmosphere with a deafening sound. The magical power emanating from the lightning might be comparable to the blows Lancer and Saber used all their abilities to launch. You can easily kill the Shiro, who are all E and have no combat experience. Conquest King Iskandar finally appeared as a servant. And in his hand, Weber's slender body was lifted by Iskandar like a small tabby cat, tears mixed with his nose streaming down his face, funny and embarrassing. Chapter 39. Finally stopped. Can be regarded as stopped. Weber's fear of high altitude finally stopped, but he was embarrassed, but he ignited the arrogance and anger in his young and energetic heart. Rider. Roaring, roaring, like a wild cat with its tail trampled on, Weber yelled at Iskandar, I absolutely I want you to know that the master cannot be bullied. Be careful, I will let you out now. Oh? You can try it now, boy. Iskandar smiled, completely ignoring the lord's anger, and then pointed his finger at Saber and Lancer who were staring here. Next, I will clean up you next time. Feeling the gazes of Saber and Lancer, Weber shrank his head, his anger instantly turned into fear of life. Ha ha ha! So generous, this is my master. Iskandar put Weber on the chariot, and then slapped Weber on the shoulder with a cool smile. After seeing Iskandar on stage, Shiro was ready to impress. However, before that, there was a message that he wanted to confirm no matter what. And after Weber appeared on the battlefield, an arrogant voice with a strong feeling of disgust resounded at the warehouse dock. That's it. That's it. It's really you, Mr. Weber Wilewit. Stole the dignity. The holy relic of my teacher went to this remote village to participate in the war of magicians. Ha ha ha. Mr. Weberville Wit, you are such a bold disciple. It seems that my daily discipline to you is not enough, let you I have forgotten what a stinky mouse you are. Okay, let me teach you the last lesson of being a magician. A magician's war at the cost of death. There is no doubt that this disgusting tone, and the voice that made Weber so afraid of trembling. Undoubtedly, it was Kenneth, one of the 12 monarchs, the first-level lecturer in the spirit division of the clock tower. It seems that there is no change in the Lancer group. Shi Lang said silently in his heart. Right now, in addition to assassin, he has already recognized the servant of this Holy Grail war. Although the master has not yet completed the confirmation, the purpose of this trip has basically met the requirements. Judging from the direction of the fourth Holy Grail war known to Shiro, if assassin is still Hakman Hassan, he should have been ambushing here at the highest angle of view the crane. Unfortunately, his position is too far away from the crane, and without the spiritual foundation, the naked eye cannot observe so far away. And a little fusion of spiritual foundation, he was exposed. In addition, if there is no change in the Saber group, then Imiya Kiritagu and his assistant Hisumya may be ambushing nearby, but they don't know where. In the unlikely event that he finds himself in ambush here, he will most likely be considered a participant. Imiya Kirisha belongs to the kind of person who uses all means to achieve his goals. Although he is a kind person, once he finds himself, he is very likely to take the attitude of killing his mistakes and not letting go, with the ridiculous reason that he may be the master. Sniper himself directly to death. Without the fusion of spiritual foundation and flesh and blood, once a sniper shoots a Shiro, it is self-evident how he will end up. So the goal has been basically achieved, let's withdraw quickly. Shiro was about to leave the scene quietly, and was not interested in watching the live version of Fate/Zero. Even less interested in listening to Iskandar's taunts of Kenneth for defending Weber, and blew up his family, greeted Altria and Dilumit, and caused anger on both sides, which caused Altria to blow himself up. Family door, telling yourself that it is the play of the Night King. In addition, the direction of this wharf war is different from what Shiro knows. Altria and Dilumudo did not take off their armor throughout the fierce battle, resulting in the failure of Dilumudo's release of the destroyed Yellow Rose. And did not cause incurable damage. Shiro had already had the heart to withdraw, however, things were not so easy. Altria's blew home, resulting in the appearance of two kings on the court, of course, Gilgamesh, who had written arrogance into his bones, aroused them. Faintly, a golden light appeared on the court. At the top of the street lamp bulb about 10 meters above the ground, a figure wearing a golden glitter armor appeared. If you don't put this king in your eyes, two people who are called king without knowing that the sky is high and the earth are thick, have rushed out overnight. As soon as he spoke, Gilgamesh curled his lips extremely unhappily, showing his contempt for the three servants facing each other arrogantly on his face. Although Gilgamesh's arrogant attitude and tone were the same as the arrogant self-esteem of Iskandar, who had previously reported that his family had invited Dilumit and Altria, it was fundamentally different. Iskandar's voice and eyes are not as cold and ruthless as Gilgamesh. Iskandar didn't seem to have expected that there would be someone with a tougher attitude than himself. He was quite flustered, scratching his chin with a confused look. Even if you speak badly, I, Iskandar, is still the most famous king of conquerors in the world. Heaven and earth dominate mankind, and the hero who can truly be called the king is the only one. The rest is just a bunch of who speak bad words. Gilgamesh simply made a declaration that was worse than an insult. At this moment, even Altria looked surprised, but Iskandar looked at it with tolerance, was a little surprised and sighed. For this reason, how about reporting your own name first? If you are also a king, you wouldn't even be afraid of being known about your reputation, right? As Iskandar was so gagging, Gilgamesh's blood-red eyes became more and more arrogant, staring at the giant man next to him. Are you asking me? Are you asking me? According to common sense, it is reasonable for Iskandar to ask Gilgamesh's real name, but to Gilgamesh it seems to be disrespectful to him. This is obviously different from Gilgamesh's plan to hide his real name, and it's just Gilgamesh's blind emotional mania. The King of Gold began to show his murderous aura. If this king told you to wear the glory of worshipping me, but you don't know my name, I can't help you because of your ignorance. After Gilgamesh made this assertion, a strange and flaming atmosphere slowly rose up on his left and right sides. In the next instant, the sword suddenly appeared in the empty sky with a dazzling light. Unsheathed swords and guns. They are all dazzlingly decorated, and they also emit magic power that cannot be hidden. Obviously it is not an ordinary weapon, it can only be a treasure. Weber was scared. The invisible Kenneth also held his breath. Alice Phil, who was on the battlefield, was also nervous. Everyone present with flesh and blood, whether it is a magician or an ordinary human, saw so many treasures in front of them, all of them showed nervous expressions. However, before this bastard, won't you come out? This king has already stood here, but you don't come to worship this king's glory. This is a crime of arrogance. The king must be punished. The Golden King said such arrogant and cold words. There seemed to be some servant who hadn't shown up around here. The Shiro who was about to withdraw from this area shook as he heard Gilgamesh's words. Gilgamesh was only standing and talking, as if speaking to the audience, but Shiro had a feeling. This is for him. This king, are there any other warriors hiding here? Iskandar looked at Gilgamesh and asked aloud. Hey! You pretend to be a king, but you can't see how many are hidden here. How can you glorify yourself and pretend to be king? Gilgamesh sneered coldly. Ha 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 ha! Iskandar smiled heartily in the face of Gilgamesh's sarcasm. The king, with lofty ambitions and striving for hegemony, why should we know and be omnipotent? Isn't this depriving subordinates of their power? Hat. If so, it's just a choreographer who is pulling a group of and daydreaming together. How come the glory of the king said? Gilgamesh smiled contemptuously. If you are omnipotent, take care of everything and yourself, work day and night, sleep at night, only for your subjects, not for the king. Iskandar smiled heartily. Confrontation. Gilgamesh stared at the smirking Iskandar for a moment, and his contemptuous face gave an arrogant hum from his nose. The king must not be insulted. Bastard, you have violated the king's law. Be the king. Ha 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 ha. You are the king, and I am also the king. Why did Wang Sun descend on me? You are the law, and I am also the law. Why do the laws prescribe me? Iskandar smiled heartily and didn't care. Gilgamesh's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a dangerous light. Hysteria. After spitting out 2 words with contempt, Gilgamesh stopped looking at him, and stared at Shiro's position altogether. Chapter 40. And then. Shoo! The 3 treasure-class weapons that exuded shining radiance, like meteors, shot towards the direction where Shi Lang was. Cao Nima. Did you hear that? Cao Nima. Watching the 3 treasures blast towards him like shooting stars, Shiro's heart collapsed. He felt that Gilgamesh was ill, and that it was still the kind of brain disease that had money but was not healed. Does he like to see a scene of throwing a mortal into a murderer's pit full of death? Then appreciate the struggles of mortals aloft, and embody the nobility and arrogance of being a king? There were 1,000 words in my heart, which eventually turned into a word. Cao. Shiro's heart was broken, but the sword that rushed over was real. As a last resort, Shi Lang had to fuse spirit foundations, gaining the skill of the servant class, and ducking aside. There is no way, his body is too young, and the magic circuit is not mature. Even if he masters the projection magic of the Palace of Valor, it is not enough to project a sword that matches Gilgamesh's weapon. Can only hide. Rumble. Like a bomb dropped by a bomber, the warehouse where Shiro was hiding was completely exploded, and the warehouse that was stacked in cubes collapsed like building blocks, bringing up a burst of dense smoke. And in this layer of smoke, Shiro, exposed. In other words, Shiro was exposed at the moment of fusion of spiritual foundation. Oh? Who is it? Iskandar folded his arms around his chest and said with interest. P.S. Recommend a book. Enter Xiaoxian. Introduction, Science Cultivation. Mana is boundless. In 1977, Huaxia resumed cultivation. In 2000, the scientific magic theory of replacing blood sacrifices with hematopoietic stem cells was born. In 2010, scientific cultivation of immortality has already entered thousands of households. At the end of 2013, Cosine was reborn and returned to this unfamiliar era, and then he found. Chapter 31 All Karma Third More. With Lingji integrated, Shiro knew that he couldn't hide. Gilgamesh drove the king's treasury and kept aiming at him. If he refused to come out, he would have to launch a new round of attacks. But what's the point of this? What's the point? Forcing myself as a mortal to participate in this life and death war, I specially invited Skaha to teach his skills. However, at this juncture, he did not hesitate to expose himself, and even temporarily gave up his relationship with Iraq. The dispute between the kings of Skandar and Altria. What does he want to do? Is there any internal logic? Shi Lang thought for a long time, but couldn't think of a single bit that could explain the logic of Gilgamesh's current behavior. If you really want to explain, only this guy's way of thinking is completely different from normal people. This poisonous explanation. And now, Shiro had to show up. Wearing Ultraman's leather case, and wrapped in a large black cloak that is heavy for him, with such a double layer of clothing, even this late autumn will feel hot and sweaty, but Shiro felt that the weather was so cold at this moment. His bones were shaking with the cold. It's coming out. Iskandar hugged his chest and looked at the smoke exposing Shalang's figure with interest. Getting closer. Getting closer. Suddenly, Iskandar's expression of interest was stunned for a moment, and his brow was even more raised. He ignored Weber's yelling and caught Weber directly behind him. Dlu Muduo clenched both spears subconsciously. With a stride, Altria flashed in front of Aliceville, faced Shiro, and clenched the invisible holy sword in her hand. Even Gilgamesh, who called out Shalang, subconsciously frowned when no one was watching, then stretched his brows, and a cheerful smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. "What's the matter, Saber?" Aliceville asked aloud. "That guy is weird and dangerous. Ellie, you stay behind me, don't come out, I will protect you," Altria said with a solemn expression. Shalang walked out of the fog, looking at the followers who aimed their weapons at him, and his face under the holster couldn't help showing a bitter smile. What to do? In the basement of the Winterwood Church, shrouded in the silence of the night, someone was sitting in the dark. The man closed his eyes, he was not resting, but listening to something with his nerves tense in the silence. He is Yanfen Kilai in black monk clothes. Looking at his profile, people might think that he is meditating. And who would have thought that he was listening to the murmur of the sea breeze, and what appeared in front of him was a battle scene full of sparks. What he saw and heard was an unknown servant battle near the warehouse of Zindul Wharf. The content was exactly the same as that of assassin who was the servant he was hiding near the battlefield. Chapter 41. What he uses now is a practice result he has learned from Shi Chen. The magic called CO sensing perception taught by Tozaka Tokyo. As long as he is connected by magic, he can share the sensory organ with the contractor. In the Holy Grail War, the use of servant for long-distance surveillance is a very important task. And if his servant is still known as assassin, it would be even more powerful. The only difficulty is that if the contractor disagrees, this convenient magic cannot be used. Gilgamesh refused to use this ability at the time when he taught this magic. If you put it on the arrogant king whose heart is higher than the sky, no matter how much the master asks, he will not allow anyone to use this ability on him. Therefore, only Kilai an assassin can do this kind of thing. Teacher, the servant you mentioned that you encountered near the mansion house has already appeared. Kilai said so, but there was no one in front of him, only an old gramophone on the table. The brass bell was slanted towards Kyrie. However, this seemingly antique phonograph responded to him in human language. Really, it seems that the child also has the consciousness to participate in the Holy Grail War. He is hiding nearby at this moment? Or is it the initiative of the servant himself? But the ending is the same, since he has already broken into the magician's fight, then there is no other ending choice. Whether it is for hiding the mystery or for the victory of the war. Although the sound quality of the sound coming from the phonograph is a bit distorted, just listening to the elegant tone of voice, it can be concluded that the speaker is Tozaka Toshimi. If you look closely at this antique, you will find that there is no disc or stylus used for recording records under its big speaker, but it is connected to a large gem by a metal wire. This device was lent to Kyrie by Tokaiman, a magical device passed down by the Tozaka family. There is a similar magic device in Tosaka's workshop, and it seems that Shishin is sitting in front of this speaker now. The gems of the two devices can transmit the vibration of the air in the horn to each other through resonance. It is equivalent to the Tozaka family using the communication device of gem magic. When Fuyaki Church began to be under the control of Father Yanmin Risho, the minister sent the gem communication machine into the church. Father Richhan was the secret assistant of Shishin, and his son Kyrie Yanbong had disguised as part of Shishin when he was selected as the master, and hid secretly in the saint who theoretically only the loser can receive protection. church. Shishan's purpose is naturally to be able to get in touch with these two people in secret. From the outside, everything is normal, and no one would have thought that Kilai could have a way to get in touch with the outside world. And Kilai felt that even if he didn't use this weird thing, it was the same with radio. However, the difference between Tozaka's gem communication machine and radio is that there is no need to worry about the conversation being hacked. Thinking about it carefully, Shishan's cautious style actually benefited him a lot. In any case, Assassin and Kairi are now replaced by Gilgamesh as the current minister's eyes and ears. Kilai used her eyes to see what Assassin saw, and used her perspective as a master. See all the details in your eyes and report to Shishan. Saber, Lancer has already fought and exposed the job description. The conqueror who came on a chariot again should be rider. From this point of view, the servant should be the caster that led to the Holy Grail War a year earlier. Shishan asked, Kilai, what's the situation on the scene? It's weird, sir. Before that caster appeared, the other servants seemed to be comfortable, especially Ryder was very comfortable. But after caster came out, Ryder became very vigilant, not only him, Saber, Lancer have become very vigilant. Is there an abnormal situation? Ask Assassin, what is it like on the scene? Shi Chen sat up straight, pondered for a moment, and gave his own advice. Yes, teacher. While responding to Shishan's request, Kilai used the magic of common perception to contact Assassin, who was observing on the spot one body, Hassan. That guy is weird. Standing on the crane and monitoring the scene, Bamung Hassan, facing the master's question, hesitated again and again, and came to the conclusion that he also felt very unreliable, that caster doesn't feel like a servant, but its servant's sense of contradiction. The most important thing is that since that guy appeared on the stage, I feel that my own strength has dropped by about half. Has a decline. Kilai conveyed Shishan's doubts. Yes. It's not the weakening of one's own attributes. How to say it? It's like the glory of oneself, the glory of being praised, or feared by mortals, and the feeling of being suddenly taken off by others. I can feel that there is no attribute of oneself under any influence, but the strength is really reduced by half. Assassin gave his own feelings. Kilai was at a loss. He has been in the world of Demon Deo for less than 3 years, so he is still puzzled about many Demon Deo matters, but he faithfully told Shi Chen what Assassin said. Crack! The sound of the cup being crushed came from the gramophone. Kiri, you must let Caster out first. He is too dangerous to Gilgamesh. From the phonograph came the sound of tempest and frustration. Chi Li was surprised, this was the first time he saw Shi Chen behaved. Teacher, what is going on? Be sure to let him exit early. Never let him live through the second night, otherwise, once he cooperates with other servants, it will be surprisingly disadvantageous to Gilgamesh as the king. Tozaka Toki-chen, who has always regarded himself as a nobleman, has lost his restraint and grace at this moment, and said angrily, the servant, he must have been a treacherous villain in the name of slander before his death. So, he must have that kind of treasure, or it is the ability, the kind of treasure or ability that is absolutely unfavorable to the king, to the hero, and to the person who has made great achievements. That is the treasure or ability that can remove or reduce the reputation and blessing of the followers. P.S. Let me declare that the settings in this book are only valid in this book. Although I don't think that my writing style and shaping can make you too into your mind. Ask for some votes. Oh, asterisk. Chapter 32 The Hero of the Week. Shilang came out of the collapsed warehouse group, and was different from the contempt in his imagination. These servants all looked at Shilang with a look of disgust and fear. Although I don't understand why. But I would rather you despise me. Shilang smiled bitterly. Among these people, only Gilgamesh's gaze was somewhat different, the joking gaze that seemed to be looking at something, like a cat staring at a mouse, made Shilang cold all over his body. Oh, that king, is this the servant that you want to force out without hesitating to use the treasure? If you hide around, it is really tricky. Iskandar looked at Gilgamesh, shook his head, and said. In response to Iskandar, only Gilgamesh let out a contemptuous humph. Tricky? I'm tricky? No. Faced with Iskandar's evaluation that his brain was kicked by a donkey, Shiro was full of panic. If I can make Iskandar, a top follower, feel tricky, I don't have to worry so much. It's a misnomer, it's terrible. Although you certainly won't say it, but the king still asks, who are you? Iskandar looked at Shiro and asked with a very serious expression, to be honest, my original idea was to wait for Lancer to after all the heroes gathered in this world are attracted, they will start to conquer in the form of non-elimination. But you, for the first time, this king has the idea of direct elimination. The Shalang under the holster looked stunned. What's the situation? Right? Maybe this is the king's natural aversion to traitors and thieves. Iskandar shook his head and said. Traitor? Good point, why did I become a traitor? And the most terrible one actually incurred the target of Iskandar as the top servant of this war? This what the is this? I think. Chapter 42. Before Shalang left instinctively, he wanted to explain. But what came into his throat, you got it wrong, this sentence has not been said yet, he only took one step forward, but made Altria clenched the invisible holy sword in her hand, her face was very serious, as if she was herself one step forward is the same as an offensive. Shalang had no choice but to stop, feeling a sorrow in his heart. In theory, in the Fifth Holy Grail War, he will still be her master, right? He made the vow to guard with the sword, but at the moment he aimed the sword at him. Although clearly knowing that using things in the future and that may no longer happen to define the current person is indeed a moral kidnapping, and he is not the true meaning of Shiro Waimiya. But Altria pointed the sword at him, and she felt sorrow besides fear. Want to go home? I want to run into my dream and find my big sister to comfort me. Shiro felt bitterness in his heart. Is this because the body is young, or is there someone who can share their own inner pains and cause them to become so weak? Although, it is not very strong in itself. At least compared to these heroes who have experienced life and death disasters, he, the mortal whose biggest suffering is how to make money to support his family, is indeed not a strong person. But now, Shiro must stop his pace. There is a head, and we can't go any further. He stopped, feeling a little nervous. These followers inexplicably called him a traitor and showed hostility towards him. Shalang was timid about these mythical murderers from his heart, but he was wearing a black cloak and an Ultraman leather case, no one could see it. The fear of the hero made him subconsciously look at Gilgamesh standing high on the street lamp. This guy once helped Shiro when he was at Ma Tong's house. Let's Gaha help him again, saying that he has become his object of pleasure, so at least he won't let himself be eliminated on the first night, right? As long as he can spend this first night first, he can begin to develop his own strategy and tactics. However, what Shiro saw was indeed the kind of joking gaze as if the king was looking at the clown, without any intention of helping him. That's right. Yet, I will be exposed. I will fall into this ugly state. The fundamental fault is him. Subconsciously treating him as a dependency is a mistake in itself. It verifies the weakness and fear of mortals. This man can only do things that make him happy, and the things that make him happy now are probably watching a mortal struggling to a dead end on the stage of heroes, right? Shiro felt very uncomfortable. This feeling of being unaccompanied and unreliable in the boundless world is really uncomfortable at all. It's like leaving home and going to the big city to work hard in those years. No friends, no relatives, at a loss. No. More uncomfortable than that. Because I failed to go out to work hard, there is still a home to go back to, and a shelter from the wind. And here, if it fails, there is only death. Fortunately, it seemed that it was because of mutual jealousy that no followers attacked him. While this made Shi Lang fearful, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, since neither the King of Conqueror nor the King of Knights have the intention to make a move, then I will do it. With that said, Lancer de Lomuto stepped out, held the demon broken red rose and pointed at Shi Lang, and said, I don't know if this is assassin or caster's servant. If you slander the hero's glory, I, Lancer, will fight against you. Shi Lang's heart trembled. You come to crusade me? Your master, will you agree? Don't forget, there are still so many followers here. Shiro resisted the fear in his heart, and forced his tone not to appear so unassuming. But it's a pity that the sentences are a bit incoherent, and anyone can hear the lack of it. The monarch. Dlu Mutuo looked at Shi Lang directly and asked Kenneth who was hiding around him. Yes. Lancer, crusade this ride. Kenneth said. Shi Lang was terrified in his heart, looked towards the place where Kenneth made the sound, and said, Master of Lancer, you have to think carefully. Lancer may not be able to attack me, and there are 3 riders around here. No. It's 4 riders, and there's an assassin staring at you nearby. If Lancer can't attack me for a long time, how will you end up? Can't you elaborate more than me? Is assassin nearby? Altria was more vigilant, protecting Alice Phil. Iskandar put his arms around his chest and smiled happily, no problem. This king is happy to see heroes fighting. In the name of this king, if someone intervenes, it is like an enemy to this king. You. Shi Lang's hands under his sleeves tightened, and his heart was full of resentment. The heroic man named the King of Conquer, who was once subdued, has now become a sharp knife to kill him. It's ironic. It turns out your excellency is caster. Lancer, crusade him and bring me glory. Kenneth issued an order. Yes, my monarch. Lancer's face became serious, and he stared at Shiro earnestly, exuding a terrifying murderous aura. Sick. Sick and sick. Shi Lang scolded Kenneth secretly, he had already said so clearly, why did he still attack him like this? Shiro didn't understand Kenneth, and he couldn't understand it. Because his name is Fujimaru Shiro, and Kenneth is called Kenneth. Even if they are all people, but they are not the same brain, how can they understand each other? But the followers around can understand, because Shiro just said. The trace of fear of Lancer's hands, could not be hidden. No. He reluctantly worked hard. Hidden. However, as a mortal, an ordinary social youth, and an ordinary squeezed social animal, they are always social workers who watch leaders or social elites take the stage and give speeches. They don't even have the opportunity to preach before others. How to overcome their mentality, how to conceal the fear in front of a group of murderers. Not to mention that these mythical murderers are all people who walked out of the sea of blood in the Corpse Mountain, and they are more sensitive to the capture of fear than the hyena. What to do? What to do? Do you want to fight? Can you fight? Chapter 43. Shiro recalled what Skaha said to him. My training allows you to face the followers, from making you deadly ugly to deadly ugly. At that time, gentle but with a hint of playful words sounded in his mind. Yes. The 6-year-old boy named Fujimaru Shiro has no ability to resist in the face of authentic followers. What to do? What to do? Things have exceeded expectations. The mortal who should have retreated, at this moment, because of the oppression of the superior, had to face death. What to do? What to do? It's like the call of a drowning man. People, no matter how arrogant in reality, no matter how arrogant they are, and no matter how powerful they are, they also call like this in the face of the threat of death. Who's coming? Help me? This is just a beautiful fantasy, no one responds, no one responds. The world in the dream has everything, but in reality, who is a hero? Who wants to take their lives to save others? However, this is a world where heroes exist. Someone. There is such a hero who responded to Shiro. I am the sword of the weak, and I am the shield of the weak. My sword breaks the chains of the oppressor. My eyes are on the light of freedom, and my feet are walking along the broad road of freedom. Have you seen it, the weak? That's it. The road to freedom. The burly and huge body dashed like a chariot, and the berserker with a girlish smile of love, like the tallest giant, carried the collapsed blue sky for the weak. He turned his head and looked at Shiro. You don't need to be afraid anymore, the weak. Because, I've already come. The perpetrator who had nearly killed Shiro, now became a shield in front of Shiro. Chapter 33. Can you know this person? Second more. Shiro looked complicated as he stared at Spartacus in front of him. The world is really unpredictable. Spartacus, who had nearly killed himself, now stands in front of him like a shield. Rabid dog. Gilgamesh sneered at the appearance of Spartacus and showed contempt. Are you a hero in the world as berserker? Iskandar smiled heartily. It looks sensible. So, are you willing to join this king? However, in the face of the followers, Spartacus, who stood in front of Shiro, showed a very ambiguous smile of love, and his gaze swept Gilgamesh and others one by one. The pressurer, the abuser, oh, I will never let you deprive the weak of their freedom. However, when his gaze fell on Altria, he couldn't help but pause, and the expression on his face became more excited. My ally. Altria's expression remained unchanged. This big guy knew at a glance that it was a delirious berserker, who plunged into the battlefield abruptly, and provoked all the followers, and finally said he was an ally? Is this madness, or is it a conspiracy behind the master? Altria didn't know, but she was already preparing to leave the battlefield. If only she was alone, Altria would have to fight to the death, but the person behind her was the one she swore to protect her. Once as the king, she was wayward once and buried Camelot. Taking a ditch and gaining a wisdom, now naturally she can't let her be willful. Altria doesn't care about Spartacus's nonsense, but some people care about it. Bastard! Who allows you to look at this king's dignity with such filthy eyes? Gilgamem was like an angry god, rushing into the crown, blasting several treasures in an instant, and bombarding Spartacus. For the arrogant Gilgamesh, Spartacus's ambiguous gaze, perhaps really like mud, is a tarnish. Boom 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 boom. Gilgamesh's treasure pierced Spartacus's body directly. Blood spattered, the earth cracked, and the explosions roared again and again. Great opportunity. Shi Lang's heart was bright, and he wanted to escape from the chaos, but Dlu Muduo, who had already been staring at him, held two guns and stared at him like an eagle. Shiro did not dare to move rashly, nor did he dare to leave Spartacus, who was using his body as a shield, too far. Ho! Continue to oppress me, continue to abuse me. In my own body, I will blaze a path of freedom. His body began to grow bigger and his breath became stronger. Tisk! Gilgamesh showed an expression of displeasure, then snapped his fingers, and the mountain giant sword that once suppressed Spartacus appeared again, suppressing him like Tarzan. You have enough treasures. Iskandar looked at Gilgamesh with interest and smiled heartily. I am more and more interested in you. Hey! In response, Gilgamesh returned a cold look, but Iskandar still smiled heartily. Not good. Spartacus was suppressed. Shi Lang's heart jumped. It seems that there are no obstacles preventing me from crusade against you. Dlumudo danced a spear and said with some serious eyes. Lancer, why do you have to attack me? Shiro's black cloak wrapped tightly around him. It's so cold. How do you say? For your servant who is famous for the glory of the polluting hero, he will naturally be punished in the name of a knight. And my monarch agrees to this. Dlumudo said indifferently. Why do you conclude that I am a servant in the name of tarnishing the glory of the hero? Shilang was furious. I am just a 6-year-old child, and the spiritual foundation of the fusion is also the palace of the heroic spirits. Where does the name of the traitor come from? Why is my innocence defiled? Your treasure, or your ability? It is enough to determine this. Delumudo said. Damn it! My treasure, my ability, where do I have? Could it be that? Shilang was taken aback for a moment. His treasures and ability panels were all inherited from the Hall of Heroes. The only difference was the skill associated with mortals. Mortal wisdom D, none of us are chosen by nature, but we are the masters of our lives. The good ones sing it, the evil ones destroy it, that's it. However, Skaha hadn't said it. This is just a record of the survival wisdom of mortals. Where is the reason for the hostility of Delumudo and the followers? Damn it! Seeing Delumudo approaching gradually, Shilang didn't have the energy to think about the messy things, and tried his best to think about how he should survive. Oh. The weak are suffering, the weak are being oppressed, how can I stand by? The hero of the weak, the sword of the weak, the shield of the weak, the hero who pioneered the freedom of the oppressed, Spartacus, like a giant, thrust a huge sword like a mountain with a surging momentum, and climbed out of the pit. Oh! Gilgamesh was also a little surprised. The huge sword is as big as a mountain, and its weight is by no means comparable to that of ordinary things, but it was moved away by Spartacus. The momentum is better than before. Weber pulled Iskandal's cloak, shivering. Chapter 44. It seemed that he felt Weber's fearful gaze, and he turned around, showing a petting smile at Weber, and he shrank his head in fright. Not only was the momentum strengthened, but the great achievement was also praised. However, this berserker was actually a hero of this nature, which surprised me a little. Iskandar admired, and then looked at Shiro, his gaze changed. Some apologize, it's just that I made a mistake. This person is not a traitor, but a traveler who sings praises. It's just that the courage seems to be a little bit smaller. Altria held the holy sword's hand, slightly loosened. Alice Phil noticed this and asked, "What's wrong, Saber? Are there any special circumstances?" "I misunderstood a person on the sidelines," Altria said apologetically, and then said with a serious face, "Alice, let's get ready to evacuate. Now it's too chaotic here, and I can't protect you from fighting." "I understand." Alice Phil nodded. Altria clenched the holy sword, watched all the servants present, preparing to evacuate. "Berserker, do you have to stand in my way to provide the monarch's glory?" Delumudo pointed at Spartacus. Oh, the oppressor." Spartacus smiled ambiguously. "Unfortunately, the two radio waves are not on the same channel at all." At this time, there was a boom, but Iskandar's chariot thundered and opened the battlefield. The thunder of his tank had a blow that was comparable to the full strength of Altria and Delumit. Spartacus smiled and took it physically, but Shiro had to dodge quickly. The king said, "This king will never allow anyone to intervene in the fighting between the heroes, even you, the hero of the world, as a berserker." Iskandar smiled heartily. The battlefield was divided by Iskandar, and Spartacus was watched by Iskandar. Shilang, on the other hand, was targeted by Delumudo. "Damn it!" Shilang cursed inwardly. Scolding. For the first time, I was disgusted by Iskandar's heroism, because this heroism forced him to face death. There is one thing, as a knight, I have to apologize to you. Delumudo pointed his gun at Shilang, and said, "I thought you were a traitor with a stigma, but now it doesn't seem to be the case. So, how do you determine my attributes?" Shilang was annoyed. "For my reckless judgment, I will offer my sincere apologies to the knight, and I will go all out, an unsung hero." Delumudo put on a posture and launched an impact towards Shilang. Spartacus roared, trying to pull away to stop him, but was directly hit by Iskandal's chariot and flew out. Gilgamesh smiled arrogantly, his eyes gleaming with joy. Altria guarded all the followers around him. An assassin, who was not sure whether he was here, guarding Alice fell step by step, preparing to retreat. The heroes of the week have been repulsed, and what remains are the mobs who bear the name of heroes. The vast world is huge, but the gods and Buddhas are all retreating, and there is nothing to rely on. The explanation of mortal wisdom is not wrong. Mortals are not chosen by nature, but they are the masters of their own lives. There has never been a fairy emperor, and the only thing mortals can rely on is themselves. Scared. Frightened. Witnessed. Approaching. The body is shaking, the mind is shaking. Unable to avoid, unable to resist, the body felt the fear of the soul, and the fear was unable to move. However, only the brain is still struggling. Move it! Move it! Yelled. Implied. Approaching infinitely, Shiro gritted his teeth, and under the pressure of life and death, he said a little bold words for the first time, and the name in that sentence made Night King Altria stop the retreat. The body also made the unparalleled warrior named Delumudo unavoidably shocked. Delumdo, do you still remember your monarch, Fin McCool? Shi Lang asked inwardly. P.S. Book. The Chosen One. Are you in trouble? Introduction. Chi Yi wakes up and finds himself floating on the boundless sea with two beautiful two-dimensional girls. He who has become the chosen of heaven, actually doesn't know how to swim. After finally surviving on a deserted island, he was rescued by the search team and returned to the warm and comfortable campus, but after that he slowly realized that he and his classmates were being drawn into a huge whirlpool. And the shipwreck experienced before is just a small beginning. Chapter 34, Those who play with fire will definitely become addicted to fire. Third more. The astonishment and ashamed of his real name is incomparable even if his real name is revealed, and that is the sanction of that name on Delumudo. How do you know this name? Delumudo stopped his attack, his eyes shook, and his heart trembled at Shi Lang. Why? Because I'm a witness. The brain is running at high speed, and under the pressure of life and death, mortals show the courage to break the jar. You eloped with Princess Granny, you took you away the wife of the monarch who worked for. Do you remember the fate of the Fiona Knights? Do you end up in the end because of you? The most evasive memory of the soul resurfaced in his mind once again, and Delumit's heart was covered with a feeling of shame and self-pity. No. Stop talking. Dlu Muduo hugged his head, looking at Shi Lang with annoyance. Why? Don't you admit it? Are you running away, unparalleled knight? No. Are you worthy to be called a knight? Abducted the wife of the monarch who had pledged to serve to the death, causing the Fiona Knights and the kingdom of Aelin the differences could not be reconciled, and eventually forced the knights to collapse. And you? At the moment of death, you are still shamelessly calling for help from the past monarch. Tell me, Delumit, do you deserve to be called a knight? Shiro questioned. Layer by layer. Time and time again. No mercy. Cruelly exposed the memories that Delumudo didn't want to remember. Breathing slightly quickly, as if facing the most terrifying attack in the world, Delumudo's forehead was covered with sweat, his eyes trembled, and his hands trembled. No. Your ugliness is still fresh in my memory. I still remember how you won the trust of Finn. It is also like today, showing your bravery, saying the vows of giving glory to the monarch. But, the result? Shi Lang cruelly attacked Delumit's psychological defense step by step. Even Kenneth, who was hiding nearby, made a slight noise. He was also heartbroken. There is no other way to attack the mind. No, I. Delumudo didn't know how to reply, his mind was already full of guilt for the past monarch Finn, as well as the guilt of the comrades in the knights. If it weren't for him, the knights would not fall apart, and his comrades would not die one by one. Looking at Dlu Muduo, who had already given up his attack after being attacked, and fell into the devil of self-doubt, Shiro's heart was pounding, and his adrenaline was secreted desperately. If it wasn't for the brain to move, if it wasn't for the brain to give up the struggle. Chapter 45 has been tragically killed by Delumudo's gun. Shiro licked his lips, ready to continue to speak. You. Just now I said the word you. The next moment, the wind was like a sword, and it slashed directly to Shilang's side, interrupting Shilang. Raising his head slightly, Shilang saw Altria, who was retreating step by step, staring at him solemnly, raising his hand, and the sharp invisible holy sword pointed at him without any doubt. It is against my reason to intervene in the knight's duel. But, let's stop here. The insult to the knight, let's stop here. Lancer fought against me, he is a real knight, I don't allow you to insult him. Altalia said very seriously. Shilang smiled bitterly. The person who has longed for it is the enemy who will take his life after all. Mercilessly. Sharp. Shiro put away the childishness in his heart, and asked, Knight? Don't insult? Knight King, I ask you. Isn't it true that your so-called knight can only be praised for its fairness and integrity? Even if it is true? Not so. But you are insulting the knight. Altria stared at Shiro. I'm telling the truth. Isn't what I'm talking about is something that really happened? Shiro asked, Knight King, while you praised the knight, did you deny the name Dailumu? What about the reality created by many? Just like you do, you want to deny the destruction of Camelot. Camelot. Altria squeezed the holy sword in her hand. Failed to deal with the problem of Lancelot and Princess Guinevere, the Knights of the Round Table were no longer united, and even the knight Gawain was killed by Lancelot. Failing to deal with Camelot's internal problems, he expedition to France failed to handle the problem with Mordred, resulting in the Battle of Cameron, which completely destroyed your kingdom. The husband failed to coordinate with the wife, the father failed to coordinate with the children, the monarch failed to coordinate with the ministers, causing the family affairs, the state and the world to become a mixed bag. Tell me, do you want me? Sing your greatness and deny your truth? Or do you have to hold your holy sword on my neck and force me to sing your holiness? Your magnificence is right. I. The wound in the depths of his heart was cut open by Shiro mercilessly, and Altria's firm expression became very shaken in an instant, and he almost couldn't hold the invisible holy sword. Shiro looked at Altria, who was shaken. He didn't want this, he didn't want to open other people's wounds and sprinkle salt. But what can he do? This is the only way he can defeat these two followers who abide by the spirit of chivalry. This is his only way to survive. Still entangled with the fate of the means, that is death. Well, ha 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 ha. Gilgamesh laughed, his face filled with a cheerful smile. He is satisfied, he is really satisfied. Such a comical performance, such an ugly posture, it was, really doubly pleasing. A bastard, there should be a bastard's ugliness. The Lord was finally happy. Can he evacuate, right? This guy won't stop him anymore, will he? But how should I evacuate? Shiro felt that he had finally relieved some of the pressure of evacuation, and felt a little relaxed in his heart. However, he didn't realize it was a forced act of self-preservation, which angered a lioness. You are right. This is a mistake I cannot deny. It is my fault if Lancelot and Guinevere are not coordinated, it is also mine if Lancelot and the knights are not coordinated. It is my fault that Gawain died because of this, it was my fault that caused Mordred to rebel and Camelot died because of this. I failed for the king, failed for the husband, failed for the knight. These I don't deny any mistakes. Every mistake I admit positively. That's why I responded to the call of the Holy Grail and came to the present world. To correct my mistakes. To Camelot's tragic wish. Altria looked at Shiro with firm gazes, but you, tear my wounds with ulterior motives, and with ulterior motives in mine. Sprinkle salt on the wound. Since you are also a contender for the Holy Grail, since you have done this to me, I don't have to keep my hands. Swear with this sword that you will die on this sword in this war. That's right. Dilumutuo stood up, looking at Shiro with more firm eyes. It should be a tragic wish that cannot be changed. That's why I am here. I once insulted my monarch. Now, I will honor the glory of the monarch. You, with ulterior motives to tear open the wounds of other people's hearts, this is a despicable method. Swear that these two guns will be the last scenery you see. I. Shi Lang was stunned in astonishment. His attack on the mind actually had a counterproductive effect. Those who attack the mind are eventually destroyed by scheming. I have to say that this is a funny fact. At this moment, the two knights who have been uncovered by him are full of faith and anger to kill him. This. Wahahahahahahahahahahahahaha. Mr. Jin smiled extremely happily. P.S. Please count the votes. _ Chapter 35, Do your best, but obey the fate. Since you have done it, don't be afraid of others saying it. Shi Lang gritted his teeth and asked, Why? I become angry from embarrassment. Do you want to kill me? No. Since I have made a mistake, I face it, and I face it. No matter what others say or do, I will never escape. I will correct my mistakes honestly. If I make a mistake, I will admit it, and if I make a mistake, I will correct it. The reason why I am here. There is nothing to be ashamed of. If you don't admit any mistakes, and don't correct them, this is the real shame to shame the knight. Altria holds the holy sword and looks solemnly, I admit my fault, and I am punished by me. Therefore, you have ulterior motives to tear the wounds of other people's hearts. For this, you will also be punished by you. Completely offended this female lion. Playing with fire. Shi Lang smiled bitterly. The first moment he tried to save his life, the next moment became a life-threatening provocation. Altria, Dilumutuo, Saber, and Lancer serve as the two knights in the real world. At this moment, they are full of faith in Shiro. No matter which one it was, Shi Lang couldn't afford it. It only takes a short blow, and Shiro is probably buried here. The only treasure that can be spelled infinite sword system, the reading is too long to be able to finish reading. So, what to do? Altria stared at Shiro fiercely, her heart was full of the belief that she would kill. For this reason, the holy sword in her hand was sharpened a lot, shining with a chilling glow. Chapter 46. You want to kill me? Kill me on the first night of the Holy Grail? Of course it is possible, because it is your choice. However, I will never catch it with my hands. Don't forget here, but still there is assassin lying in ambush. Shiro raised his palm, projected 3 sharp swords, and shot towards the crane expectantly. Under such circumstances, only by exposing the surrounding facts of assassin's existence can they be worried and gain a glimmer of life. However, Shiro has not yet known whether assassin is still the 100-faced Hassan in his memory, and whether he is hiding on the crane. He doesn't know, he can only gamble. He has done his best, and now he can only resign himself to his fate. If you bet it is right, then Altria and Dilumuto, who already have certain kill beliefs, will worry about this, and there is a possibility of escape. If they are wrong, then the journey of Shiro Fujimaru is over. Boom! The sound of blasting was accompanied by the sound of crashing, and in the dim, everyone saw a figure leaping away. Under the situation where the 6 riders have gathered here, shielding the breath, monitoring this place, it is assassin who can easily avoid Shiro's bombardment. Assassin is really lying around. Altria and others became vigilant. Right bet. Right bet. Thank you. Assassin. Like a gambler overwhelming all his wealth, Shi Lang was in tears at this moment. However, the situation exposed by assassin only caused Altria and others to worry about it, and it was not enough to constitute a condition for survival. He still needs to work hard. Come on, my ordinary mind, come on, this clumsy mouth. This is something that has something to do with Xiaoming. Understand? Is it clear? Assassin is really ambushing here. And your lord is here. Do you want to attack me? Do you want to attack me? Are you afraid that your lord will be killed? Shiro questioned, or, do you think that Castor is just a messy servant with no self-defense ability? Can you kill me in an instant? Think clearly, your lord has no resistance in front of assassin. Ability. As long as you do not kill me in time and are dragged by me, your lord will be assassinated by assassin. Speaking so much, it's hard to conceal your inner timidity. Delumudo stared at Chilang. Yes. I'm very scared, and I can't hide my fear in my tone. I am Castor after all. If I fight in close quarters, I am definitely not your opponent. But do you think you can kill me in an instant? Don't you think I have the ability to delay you? I also a famous legendary hero in history. A glorious legend who relieves the people. Shi Lang resisted the fear in his heart and said loudly. My lord. Your monarch? Your magician from the clock tower, with no combat experience, facing assassin who has a history as an assassin? Do you want to say that you have the ability to resist? Okay, you can come and try. Don't blame me for not reminding you that the assassin in this realm is not an individual. Shi Lang stared at Delumudo and said. Delumudo hesitated. Shiro looked at Altria again. Well, do you want to come, King Knight? Try it, are you sure to kill me in an instant? The person behind you who swore to protect Einsburn even, is it exposed unsuspectingly? Are you attacking my heart? Altria stared at Shiro angrily. Regarding this, Shiro snorted and said, I am Castor. It is really stupid to fight you close. Then tell me, King Knight, do you want to break your vow once again? Or, because the puppet behind you is not your real master, so you don't care? Altria's hand suddenly stopped. Alice Phil behind Altria covered her mouth in surprise. And this scene, everyone who saw it understood it. What Shiro said is true. The Lord of Altria, someone else. The basement of the Templar Church. I'm sorry, sir. Because of Castor's sudden attack, assassin was exposed. Using common perception, Yanfan Kaire, who was hiding in the basement of the church, used a phonograph to report the situation to Tozakato Kaiman. Is that projection magic? Shishin asked. Yes. The sword was projected, and it shot at assassin without hesitation, as if he knew assassin's existence from the beginning. Facing Kilai's intelligence, Shishin gave his own evaluation. It seems that Castor still has the treasure or ability to break aura interruption. Yes, teacher. In addition, that Castor also broke the fact that assassin is a complex, and used this to threaten other servants not to attack him. Sure enough, it's dangerous enough. Shi Chen sighed. One more thing, teacher. The Castor said that Saber's master is not the doll of Einsburn. If Castor is right, then Saber's lord should be the old lover of the Einsburn family, and there is no such thing as a despicable magician who is reserved by magicians. Imiya Kirisu. Kaire's eyes lit up slightly, and immediately returned to calm. Yes. However, this Castor's intelligence-gathering ability is a bit terrifying. It is obvious that his master is just an ordinary boy. Maybe we are allied, he also knows, but he just didn't point it out. Let him never point it out, as soon as possible. Let him exit. The voice of time came from the phonograph. Kilai's gaze was as calm as water, but she answered slightly, yes. Dock warehouse. Shiro stared at Altria. That man is called Imiya Kirishu? That notorious magician killer. You, how do you? Because of excessive astonishment, Alice Phil, who was not deeply involved in the world, almost uttered her surprise, but fortunately, Altria stopped it in time. But even so, it made everyone present understand that Altria's lord was someone else. It's a person named Kirishu Iomiya. Everyone, this matter, as long as there is a servant of the master, it is inevitable. Dimludo, Iskandar, your master cannot be exempted. Shi Lang raised his hands, looked around at Kun Hao, forcing himself to suppress his inner cowardice, and said loudly and sternly, "Assassin is already watching this battlefield, and the Lord of the Night King is another despicable killer who is not reserved by a magician. I am afraid, he has already used the sniper rifle to aim at the master who exists here. Where is he aiming? Perhaps here." Shi Lang pointed to the place where Kenneth's voice was heard. Kenneth reacted a little, letting out a small, disdainful hum. Traditional magicians are very disdainful of modern weapons and believe that they violate the gift of magic. Or maybe it's here. Shiro pointed at Weber, who was hiding behind Iskandar, on the chariot that suppressed Spartacus. He paused, and he added, "Perhaps, he has already aimed his head." Weber shrank his head in horror. He didn't want to experience the fun of being headshot. Or is it me? Shiro pointed a pistol to his head, and then said, "Oh, I forgot. I am a slave. All he can aim at is the magician as the master. Because, he is a magician killer." Weber shrank his head and became even more frightened. But Alice Phil's complexion was very solemn. Shi Lang's gaze was once again placed on Altria and Dilumdo, and Senlin asked, "Would you like to take a gamble, two noble knights? You attack me and see if I can drag it. Stay with you until the surrounding assassin kills your lord. What about the one you pledged to protect?" Chapter 47. This is a bet. The bet is very simple. You win me to die, I win, and I will collect the corpses for your master. Come on, two knights with high spirits, do you want to come to this life and death bet? Shi Lang yelled and questioned. The secretion of adrenaline is desperate, and my heart is uneasy, and the eyes under the holster are full of fear and fear. But no one can see it. They could hear the fear in Shiro's words, and smell the fear of Shiro's body, but they could not see Shiro's reality through the black cloak and holster. They only think Shiro is crazy about betting. Bet your life. Bet that Altria and Dilumudo will back down because of assassin's assassination of the Lord, betting that Altria and Dilumudo have greater thoughts of relieving their own grief than their belief in killing. This, the knights hesitated. In this Holy Grail war, they naturally have their own reasons, and no matter what the reason is, the master must live. Altria only hesitated for a moment, and then his eyes became clear. She had made a decision long ago and concluded an agreement between the knight and the princess with the person behind her. The battlefield was changing rapidly. She had long wanted to retreat with the princess behind her, but Shiro's words made her stop. There is no need to mention what choice she will make when the person behind the vow still exists. Dlu Mutuo stared at Shi Lang with a serious face, and said, "You are really a despicable guy who can only attack others' hearts." "I'm despicable? Are you guys? Relying on the employment agency to bully me? I'm a caster. If you want to fight upright, then attack my magic workshop. Look at my magic way. Powerful, or your sword, your gun is powerful. Relying on the advantage of the job agency to bully me, what are you talking about, noble?" Shi Lang asked. "This is war. How can this encounter be called despicable? If it is considered despicable, how can the war start?" At this moment, Iskandar asked with interest. "Since it is said that it is a war, what means do I use, and what sordid words do I use to conquer the king?" Shi Lang asked Iskandar. "If you want to fight with a knife and a gun. The winner will rule the roost, and the loser will eat the dust," Dilumudo said after taking the conversation. "This is a war, not a battle. Your uprightness is exactly the shamelessness to me. War naturally is to avoid the weaknesses. Take your strengths and ask my weaknesses to fight with you upright? You are the real shamelessness. Shi Lang scolded. Shi Lang did not argue with Dlu Muduo and others too much. He was not a single person, and his personality and abilities were different from his growth environment. How could he have the same thoughts? Altria and Dlumudo were born on the battlefield of God, where personal force decides everything, so it is natural to advocate personal combat, and even being killed in combat is regarded as glory. But Chilang is an out-and-out modern man. He doesn't think that death is home, he just wants to live. Want to live in this world. Ancient and modern, hero and mortal, extraordinary and ordinary. These are two ordinary groups, how can they understand each other? Shiro said, since we all understand the situation, let's evacuate peacefully tonight. Otherwise. Shiro turned his head and looked at Iskandar, and asked, the Conquer King, now they are 2-1, fighting with heroes is inevitably unfair. If they insist on fighting, can they let Berserker let go and let him become my co-worker? Iskandar shook his head and said, no. Shi Lang shook his face, and sternly questioned, what do you mean? Do you want to violate the rules set by yourself? If so, you are nothing more than the conquering king. No. Iskandar shook his head, and said with a very serious expression, this king means that if the Night King intervenes, her opponent is this king. Iskandar's tiger eyes stared at Dlumudo and Altria, and said, the battle of the heroes is a battle recognized by the king face to face, and is protected by the king's law. If you want to destroy the king's fa, then the king's punishment will come as scheduled. Conquer the king, I am also the king. Your law cannot restrain the king. But my glory, my heart, will never allow me to do things that are contrary to the principles of Knight's Duel. Altria's pair of holy sigh in his eyes stared at Shiro like an angry lion. Caster, your war is not the same as mine. My hall is upright, using my holy sword to crush your strongest fortress from the front and tear your arrogance to pieces. The line of defense of the soul, then pierced your heart and spiritual foundation. Really? If you have the courage, come and try it. Shi Lang clenched his fists, but how could he resist the timidity in his heart? This king's law cannot control the Night King, but her glory and eyes are enough to prove her glory, she will choose to defeat Caster head-on. What about you, glorious appearance? This king wants to hear your enlightenment. Skandar's eyes were set on Dlumudo. The same is true for me. Dlumudo looked at Shiro very solemnly, Knight's Duel will not tolerate taint. Frontal attack, frontal breakthrough, and then, this shot will become the last sight in Caster's eyes. Oh! Iskandar asked, then, will the monarch you swore allegiance to allow your enlightenment? Nature. Dlumudo asserted, my lord is a noble man. Glory, glory. And all the virtues in the world are added to him. Really? May your eyes be correct. Iskandar touched his chin, put his solemn expression away, and smiled heartily, if this is the case, you all have scruples about assassin. It's better to just look at it. For the sake of the king's face, let's go away first. Altria took the sword and expressed her intention. Dlumudo asked Kenneth for his opinion, got an affirmative answer, and took the gun away. Shi Lang breathed a sigh of relief. Go has passed. Finally, it's finally over the first night. However. Wait. Gilgamesh's voice resounded, attracting everyone's attention. His blood-red eyes stared at Shiro, the king's courtiers are not here, and there is no need to worry about bastards. How can you persuade this king to give up imposing royal punishment on all of you thieves? P.S. Some people have some deviations in the front, and the lines and subtle reactions have been refined, which is more in line with the personality. Please forgive me, the lines have to be polished carefully to make them look good, but I have to ask for GKD every day, otherwise I can't make it. Send 3 shifts at a time, and go back to continue the code word. Chapter 36 The Blast of Justice. Second more. Shiro looked towards him, looked directly at Gilgamesh, and asked, "Then do you want to fall on the ground and compete with us?" Gilgamesh's eyes narrowed slightly, and finally the corners of his mouth lifted, and he smiled, "Wah ha 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 ha." Pleasant, happy. The ugliness of thee is undoubtedly revealed. Ha 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 ha. The nervous laughter lingered here, and Gilgamesh's posture slowly disappeared. He expressed his wishes with his actions. "Since there is no objection, then I will leave first," Shi Lang said as he prepared to evacuate. "Hold on, Castor." Altria stopped Shiro, and reiterated again with a serious face, "Get ready for your fortress, don't blame yourself after being defeated by me head-on." Shi Lang was full of sorrow, and said, "If you have this ability, come and see it. I will let you know how terrifying the construction of and ranks is." Big words, it's not something the weak can say. With that said, Shi Lang faced the followers and stepped back and left. Chivalry? They do have, but their master does not. Xiao Ming, Shiro should hold it in his own hands. After stepping back step by step, Shiro finally left this area where he was supposed to just collect information, but almost died. "Teacher, Castor has left." Kilai faithfully used common perception to report the situation to Shishin. "Tell assassin to quietly follow and kill the child of Fujimaru's. This Castor is very troublesome to Gilgamesh and cannot keep him." Shishin said very cruel things calmly. In response, Kilai nodded her head calmly, "I understand." His face was calm, his heart was calm, and his tone was calm. As a priest, he didn't seem to realize the cruelty of this matter at all. However, it seems that he also felt that he was so contrary to the doctrine of the priesthood, and it was really wrong, so he asked again, "Teacher, is this too cruel? You said that the child is only 6 years old." My heart was as peaceful as water, but I felt that my heart was really inconsistent with the priesthood, so I issued a question. Although it seems that there was a problem with the Holy Grail, since that kid has broken into the world of magic. Whether it is from the perspective of hiding the mystery or the perspective of winning, he can no longer tolerate him. Now that he has broken into this world, there must be a corresponding awareness, even if he is just a child, even if he passively enters this world. Time is as graceful as a nobleman. I understand. It's just that Castor seems to have said that his position construction is and level. According to Assassin, it may be difficult to enter his workshop. Kilai told. Chapter 48. The Lord of Castor is a 6-year-old child, and Shi Chen has already told him about this. Then there is no doubt that in order to win, Castor will inevitably hide that child in his magic workshop. For this, Shishin's explanation is, that Castor is good at scheming, who knows if what he said is true or false. Besides, the and level position building requires a lot of rare materials. Castor was called. After more than half a month, the master is a kid again. Where did he come to collect materials and build a position? So the position he constructed was mostly just an ordinary magic workshop. The most important thing was that there were a lot of assassins. Use one to test it, it's best to kill it, you can test the Castor without killing it. That means that assassin has become an abandoned child? The general strategy of the hour is not wrong, but at this critical time, it has neglected very detailed things, such as the mood of the abandoned assassin. But this, as Shi Chen's disciple, Qi Li will naturally help to improve it. So he nodded, I understand. Wailing. Screamed. Rolling. The man named Makari Tsuruno has no magic talent at all. But even so, as the superficial patriarch of the Jiantong family, he still learned some magic knowledge since childhood, awakening the barren magic circuit in his body. However, the magic power that his magic circuit can produce is not enough to provide the activities of Spartacus in the real world as berserker. The magic power was drawn and deprived, like a vampire, exhausting his magic power and squeezing his life, making him almost fainted. Several times he wanted to use the last spell directly to get that berserker out of the field. However, not usable. The real master of Jiantong family, whose body has been destroyed, only the dirty inkstone of Jiantong who hid the soul in the worm's body, commanded. Why? Jiantong Tsuruno howled bitterly. Berserker can leave the field, but the only thing that can't be our Ma Tong family let him leave the field. Ma Tong Zhang Yan said. The Ma Tong family is one of the 3 imperial families who constructed the Holy Grail War ceremonies, and participated in every Holy Grail War, and this one is no exception. However, the dirty inkstone of Ma Tong has already decided to abandon this Holy Grail War and join forces with the Tozaka family in exchange for Tozaka's outstanding son Tozaka Sakura. However, it failed miserably. In addition, Tozaka Tokimi saw his secret technique. The magic attribute of the Jiantong family is water, and its characteristic is absorption. The magic that it is good at is to make magic, and compulsion and restriction are the basis for operating the magic. The servant system in the Holy Grail War ceremonies, invented the restraint curse to bind the servants is the dirty inkstone of Matsumoto, who was also called Markiri Sorgan hundreds of years ago. At that time, Jiantong dirty inkstone was also a respected messenger. It doesn't matter if insects are used as envoys to reproduce the magic of Jiantong family. The most terrible thing is that Tozaka Tokimi saw the soul essence hidden in the body of the worm, and he was able to seek longevity, and the swarms of imprinted insects, immoral insects. That man has much higher reservations than any magician, and he regards himself as a great nobleman. Therefore, he denounced Jiantong's dirty inkstone as degenerate, and has abandoned the traditional magic engraving of Jiantong's family, and degeneration has become a deviant behavior of his personal magic. In addition, we can also see the clues of the Jiantong family's education model from the adulterous insects and the engraved insects. The education of the magic family is forbidden to be watched by outsiders, and once it is intentionally watched, it is an act of war. Therefore, Shi Chen originally had a slight conjecture about the education of the Ma Tong family, but did not know its true meaning. However, when Shi Chen saw his real body and the masturbation insects and imprint insects he possessed, Ma Tong Zhang Yan knew his plan. Bankrupt. As long as Tozaka Tokimi is still alive, he will not get the good air that he has coveted for a long time, and he will not be able to realize the great plan of immortality in his heart. It's not that I couldn't beat Tozaka Toshimi, but it was an extraordinary period at this moment. Tozaka who had summoned a high-ranking servant, Makari's dirty inkstone was definitely not an opponent. Because the follower does not know how much stronger than the magician, especially that follower is still a high-ranking follower with multiple treasures. Therefore, Berserker must not be allowed to exit. Once Tozaka Toshin wanted to use the power of a servant to destroy the Matsumoto family without a follower had no resistance. The second is Berserker's treasure, which is really a headache. The roar of the wounded beast. A sublimation treasure symbolizing the glory of abuse of the hero Spartacus, it can transform the damage it receives into magic power, up to the upper limit, and explode. The huge explosion caused by the self-detonation was enough to blow up an area of Fuyuki City, and then the mystery was exposed. At that time, whether it is the clock tower or the temple church, it will focus on the mysterious Matsuya family and his Matsuyama inkstone. Therefore, Berserker cannot withdraw. At the very least, it is absolutely not possible for Ling Zhou to commit suicide leading to a blue out of the game. As for using this Berserker, it is completely impossible. This man named Spartacus was unconscious, and from the day he was summoned, he yelled the oppressor and attacked the Tongzang inkstone, and he also had the A-level unyielding will gaining body and spirit. The ability to be patient. If you want to use him, you can only use the spell control, but with the A-level unyielding will, the General Master summons this tricky Berserker, and it is impossible to control it without using two spells to exert strong effects. Fortunately, the traditional magic of the Matsuya family, which is famous for manipulating magicians, is very good at controlling and coercive magic. At the same time, as the original spell system, Matsuyama's Dirty Inkstone also knows some control tricks. Therefore, before Jiantonghai summoned Spartacus, Jiantung's Dirty Inkstone did some tricks, and he could use one spell to achieve the force control of the weight of two spells. And because of Spartacus's own reasons, it couldn't be controlled at all without the spell, so it couldn't be placed in Jiatong's house at all, and could only be kept outside. The last spell is for self-protection, so it can only be allowed to act autonomously. So, hold it, my heir. He 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 he. Seeing the useless children who were suffering, Jiantong Zhangyan let out a laugh. Enduring the pain, listening to Jiantong's Dirty Inkstone's weird laughter, Jiantonghai really wanted to kill his nominal grandfather directly. But he knows that this won't work. Even if the old man has exposed the real body of the worm, but at the level of the old man's life, who knows what protection is there? Besides, is this really the real body of this old man? Ma Tonghai didn't know that his grandfather in name was too mysterious. It's so mysterious that he can't even think of resisting it. And even if it is a real body, even if there is no protection, the sea of insects used by the elderly is scary enough. No no. Tonghai wailed. Just bear it, useless son. He 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 he. Shi Lang returned to the base area, ran to the bathroom for the first time, closed the door, took off his black cloak and Ultraman leather case, supported the wall with both hands, and vomited toward the trash can. Dance on the wire. Using the information he mastered and the familiar plot trend, he survived the first night. However, whether it is Delumudo's murderous aura or Altria's murderous aura, the kind of breath that can be killed in the blood of the corpse mountain, makes him, a modern ordinary person, accelerate the secretion of adrenal glands, and his mind and body will tremble, and finally there was vomiting. Fortunately, he survived. Chapter 49. Even so embarrassed, he still survived. But in this way, hasn't everything returned to the original point? The timeline is 1 year ahead, the warehouse war, except for Berserker who became Spartacus, except for Castor who became himself, and except that Gilgamesh took himself as an object of pleasure, everything seems to have not changed. This is a good thing, but not happy. Because it means that there must be some big changes that I don't know. But what will it be? In fact, why the timeline is 1 year earlier is unknown. His own journey was only more than half a month ago, and his intervention in the world was very limited. It seemed that everything changed when Sakura ran away from home like a change of fate. But where is the change? Where is the big change? Where is the outrage? Where is the source of change? Shiro showed a confused look. But maybe this is good? Because of this, Sakura didn't adopt Makari's house, and didn't enter the tragic line of fate. Because of this, the appearance of Spartacus has added a hint of breakthrough opportunity to today's death adversity. However, the incidents are just similar. Perhaps this is good, at least the plot has not changed, at least the characters have not changed much. And this is Shiro's few remaining advantages. Go to sleep, go to the dream to ask the teacher for advice. Today I have survived. Thinking about this, Shi Lang lay on the bed and fell asleep. Shiro didn't take off the leather case and black cloak, these 2 layers of cover gave him a little sense of security. Even if this sense of security is so small, like a grain of rice. However, for people in the darkness of death, the light of this rice grain is enough for them to hold onto. The night was cold, and everything was silent. This may have become a peaceful night. However, get out! As soon as he entered the kingdom of shadows in the dream, before he had time to say hello to Skaha, Skaha hit Shiro's abdomen with a heavy blow. Pain. It hurts. Just like hitting the abdomen with a hammer, the mental and physical pain in the dream connects to the painful nerve center of the cerebral cortex of the physical body in an instant. The pain, for a moment, irritated Shi Lang to fall asleep, and the whole person sat up in shock. Shi Lang clutched his abdomen, twisting the flesh on a small face into one piece. He was puzzled. Why did Skaha kick him out tonight, and still in such a rough way? Is it the one that women come every month? Will that kind of thing also affect the immortal BBA? Shi Lang showed a dazed face, but the next moment, his face changed drastically. Angrily almost squeezed out 4 words from his teeth, "Imiya Kiritagu." The next moment, boom! The sound like muffled thunder and explosion accompanied the rented house turned into a sea of flames, immediately igniting the sparks of turmoil in this calm night. Burning! It was boiling. A sea of fire that seems to swallow all life. Looking at the caster workshop, which had been blasted to a pile of rubble by the C4 bomb, Kirisuo Iomiya took the cigarette from his mouth, threw it on the ground, and stomped it out with his foot. The people around him yelled in panic, but he looked like a person from another world, leaving calmly. Chapter 37. Why do you limit yourself to such a small world? You bastard! You bastard! You actually embarrassed me in front of so many people. You have to understand, I am the master. I am the master. Pulling Iskandar's cloak, Weber became angry. Roared. Iskandar scratched his ears with his little finger. This guy has been nagging since he left the field until now, and he kept repeating this sentence, and his ears were about to hear the cocoon. Iskandar grabbed Weber's sleeves and held him high, staring at Weber with a pair of tiger eyes. What are you doing? You want to kill the Lord? Weber hugged the book in his hands with some fear. Compared to his physique, Iskandar is indeed more bold. You don't forget, I have a curse. Weber said inwardly. Iskandar lifted the shinway wheel, stood on the ground with his feet, and threw Weber on the ground with a pop. You arrogant fellow has been nagging and nagging. Is your reason for participating in the war only to show your personal value? Iskandar asked. Weber lay on the ground, turned around, looked at Iskandar's face a little solemn, and suddenly felt unsure, but he forced himself to say, yes, yes. What do you want? You want to be right. Am I preaching? I am the Conquer King, not a teacher. I have no interest in preaching to you. But I am very strange. There are so many magnificent mountains and rivers waiting for you to explore and conquer. Why do you have to limit yourself to such a small world? Where's it? Don't you think it's so small that it makes people breathless? Iskandar asked with a puzzled face. You really want to preach to me? What do you understand? What small world? That is my entire world. I am a magician. To change the nonsense theory of aristocratic descent, the great magician who is destined to be celebrated and remembered by the world. Weber raised his hand in embarrassment, revealing his own curse. Do you still want to preach to me? Do you want to experience the small world you are talking about, how much restraint it is for you? If you have a wish, if you are afraid of leaving early, just listen to me, listen to your master. You must understand your own status. Iskandar didn't reply, but looked down at this awkward, arrogant, high-spirited young man who was not bad in nature but was constrained by a small world. It's like a frog thrown into a well. You can only see the narrow sky above your head, but you don't know the vastness of the sky. How arrogant! How sad! Boom! Chapter 50. There was a big explosion in the distance, and the flames illuminated the side faces of Iskandar and Weber. Iskandar moved, and he approached Weber. Weber was a little scared in his heart, but he was arrogant and forced himself to not allow himself to be captured by one of his ambassadors. Iskandar carried Weber's back collar, as if holding a small wild cat, and stared at Weber for a long time. Then he smiled heartily and showed his big white teeth, and said in a very serious tone, "This king is afraid of yes, only these legs failed to reach the end of the sea of stars. Do you understand? What a small world is in your heart. Do you just want to say this? Just want to mock me? Writer, I want to teach you with the magic spell, that the enchanter can't talk back to the master. Weber yelled, flaring his teeth and reaching out to grab Iskan. Doll's beard. Iskandar laughed unmovedly, it's up to you, but before that, the first night is not over yet. He resummoned the Shinwei wheel, driving the thunder across the sky. You bastard, you bastard. Listen to me more or less. Don't carry me like this. Don't carry me like this. So shameful. Did you hear that? So shameful. Ha 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 ha. Unmoved laughter and tearful crying sounded from the sky. And, kaka, the sound of the humble self-esteem being broken. Imiya Kirishu is a good person, but at the same time a dirty person. He is a man who is full of ideals than anyone but desperate because of it. His dream is very simple, and he sincerely hopes that everyone in this world will be happy, nothing more. What's wrong with this wish? Like a child who sincerely hopes for peace in the world, what is wrong with the wish for everyone to be happy? Every childish child once had good wishes in his heart, but gradually gave up the childish ideal after understanding the cruel reality. The original intention is easy to get, but it is always difficult to keep. However, he persisted. Persist in this naive original intention. He is a magician and a good man, but at the same time a killer without any bottom line, a wicked man. No matter how well-intentioned he set out in the first place, he still couldn't change the fact that he was unscrupulous to achieve his goal. Therefore, when the Einsborn family assisted him in summoning the famous Night King, he did not feel excited and honored. On the contrary, he felt extremely angry and helpless. Angry that the legendary king who carried the life and death of a country in the legend was just a girl. The group of people put the burden of the life and death of a country on the shoulders of a girl. This is something that his inner justice cannot tolerate. On the other hand, what he has no choice but to do is that the Night King, known for his honor and integrity, has a very poor affinity with him. He believes in realism and conducts tactical deductions on the premise of killing all delusions in his mind. Therefore, the methods used are realistic methods that are effective in the eyes of the world as evil spirits. However, the Night King is an out-and-out advocate of royalism, advocating a frontal attack, and dignifiedly overwhelmed by hard power. Although I didn't hate the integrity of the Night King, I hoped that there would be more such lovely and upright people in the world, but Kirishu Iyomiya still feels a headache at this time. Therefore, he decided to divide the troops into two groups, with Alice Phil leading the Night King to attack frontally, and he was in charge of secretly waiting for the opportunity to attack the Lord. However, not long ago, when he was lying in ambush in the warehouse area, waiting for an opportunity to kill Kenneth and Weber with a sniper rifle, Shiro directly pointed him out. Even though Imiya Kirishu, who had discovered assassin at the time, knew that he could not act rashly, he was pointed out by Castor. Although it was not annoying, it was somewhat a headache. But this does not make him blame others. He has long learned to look at reality with reality and accept the cruelty of reality with a peaceful mind. But the following series of actions by Castor made him extremely dignified. In the warehouse area, he broke Lancer's real name, and then step by step began to attack his mind, and finally retreated. To be honest, this is the servant that Kirishu Iyomiya likes the most and is also the best-natured servant. The most despicable follower. Unfortunately, Castor is the enemy, so he must leave the field early. Compared with the upright and dreamlike heroes, Kirishu believes that this kind of realistic servant like him is the most difficult opponent. If possible, it is best to let him leave the field as soon as possible. There was no chance, but Castor actually made a major mistake, that is, there was no spiritualization. Imiya Kiritagu thought that Castor had something to do, and it was most likely that he wanted to lure people like him into a trap, but he came anyway. Yes. The assassination-skilled Iyomiya Kirishu often acts secretly, but he is unexpectedly bold. He followed Castor to his workshop, and was shocked to find that the other party's workshop was completely rotten, and he was isolated outside the residential area. So he used the C4 bomb to directly blow up Castor's workshop. Let Castor, and his lord, be buried here together. Waimiya Kirisu thought so in his heart. However, the next moment, two figures jumped out of the sea of fire. Standing on the street, Imiya Kiritago quietly lit a cigarette for himself, and then asked through the sound-transmitting headset in his ear, "Did you see it?" "I saw it." "Can your eyes keep up?" "Yes." "Castor is not fast. Castor should be his master on his back. You don't need to aim at the head, just hit the body. The origin bomb will destroy him." "I see, Kishi." Hearing that there was no sound on the other side of the headset, Imiya Kiriso let out a puff of smoke. His face was as calm as the Dead Sea, as if he had lost his temper due to reality. But who is not like this? Who was born a unique stone with sharp edges and corners? Who is not in the lower hillside called reality, where the edges and corners are smoothed step by step and turned into a smooth and round pebble? Cough, cough, cough. A little girl next to her pinched her nose, and slapped her hand in front of her to fan the smell of smoke from Iomiya Kirito. Kiji Iomiya glanced at her, then squeezed out the cigarette butt, threw it on the ground and trampled it out, then picked it up and threw it to the trash can aside. He wrapped the coat tightly around him, and Imiya Kiriso turned and left. The vast autumn wind is bleak. P.S. 3 shifts are sent up, go to the code word. Chapter 38. You are much weaker than her. Damn it! Shi Lang cursed inwardly. He didn't expect that Kirisho Waimiya didn't blow up Kenneth, but instead exploded on his own head. Chapter 51. Had it not been for Skaha's reminder, he would have been buried in flames in his sleep at this moment. After all, unlike the normal servant, he does not have the ability to incarnate. If he is in the sea of flesh and blood, he will probably be burned into meat. Fortunately, Skaha reminded him that before the explosion, he quickly used Lingshu order it with Lingshu, so that Castor can escape from birth. Such a meaningless and ambiguous command made Lingshu's the magic crystals exchanged huge magical powers, projecting the 7 rings covering the blazing sky, blocking the explosion and the collapse of the house, and finally fleeing with the unconscious Yosheng Ryunashuk. Yosheng Ryunashuk was originally Shiro's death lamb, but according to Shiro's plan, Yosheng Ryunashuk must not die here, otherwise his plan would be meaningless. Carrying Yosheng Ryunashuk, he rushed swiftly, but Shiro's brows suddenly tightened. He felt that there were a lot of eyes watching him in the night. Either concealed, or upright, malicious, or unclear. Damn it! Is this all staring at me? Shi Lang cursed inwardly, he could only run fast. After collecting the basic information, he can start his own plan. But what is terrible is that many people stared at him before dawn. Take his life. I must not fall here. Shi Lang gritted his teeth and persisted. As long as he persists until dawn, he can carry out his own plan, and he does not need to be as passive as he is now. However, what Shiro didn't know was that one of his eyes came from a sniper rifle. This sniper rifle was mounted on the 7th floor of a manicured residential building and aimed at Yosheng Ryunashuk behind Shiro. With just such a press, with a bang, Yosheng Ryunashuk's head will blossom. However, swish 7 black keys across the night sky, with a cold glow, stabbed at Hisumiya, who was holding a sniper rifle. Hisumiya is the assistant of Kiji Yumiya. He has engaged in a lot of bounty work for hunting magicians. He has rich combat experience. A donkey rolls around and escapes these terrible black keys. Juomai looked up and looked at the person who fired the black key. He is a priest in a navy blue priesthood. Juomai remembered that this priest was called Yanfen Kyare. He used to be a disciple of Tozaka Tokimi, but because he was also selected by the Holy Grail War, he broke with Tozaka Tokimi. Tell me, where is Kyare Iomiya? Kaire's tone was filled with emotional fluctuations that could not be suppressed. He questioned. Seeking. Asked loudly, "Tell me, where is Imiya Kirisu?" Kuumai would naturally not reveal Kirishu's whereabouts, but she also felt danger from Kiri's body. Squinting, she took out a grenade from behind and threw it at Kilai. "This kind of thing is useless to me." Chi Li's mouth twitched, and she smiled. He stretched out his palm and threw the black key toward the grenade that came in the sky. Should it explode? Kilai thought. However, at the moment when the black key pierced the grenade, with a swish, the bright light almost blinded Kiri's eyes, forcing Kiri to close her eyes, and Juoyumi took the opportunity to escape. There. Shi Lang on the run saw the strong light from the tall buildings, and his eyes became cold. He has never been malicious to anyone, but some people want him to die. Then he naturally doesn't need to be merciful. Raising the palm of his hand, using the remaining magical power of Lingshu, he directly projected 18 sharp swords in one breath, shooting towards the building like bullets. Boom boom boom. The physical collision caused an explosion. Something came over. It is dangerous. Kilai, whose vision was blocked by the strong light, sensed the danger. Her body was like a martial arts master possessing her body, evading several swords thrown by Shi Lang. However, after all, he was still a body of flesh and blood, unable to dodge one of the swords, and was shot through his right arm with a chatter. The blood ran down with pain. Kilai didn't dare to stay too much, and followed the memory when she came and fled. On the way to escape, he used common perception and assassin, who was monitoring Shiro and others, to gain synesthesia. "What's the matter? Have you started on Castor's master?" "Not yet. This situation is not easy to start, it is too messy. And this Castor is still in a state of alert. Before knowing the opponent's whole cards, I think we need to wait. Wait until he feels safe and relax his vigilance." "Assassinate? Really? Then I'll leave the business to you. I will use common perception to connect with you until you kill the master of Castor." The teacher is still waiting for a reply. Kilai closed her eyes. Reminiscing about the road when he came, fled. "Wait, my lord. The master of Castor does not seem to match the information provided by Tozaka Tokimi. It is not a 6-year-old child, but a young man. Can you confirm that the other party is the master?" Kilai asked. "Yes. I have confirmed the spell on the back of the opponent's hand and the rich magical aura, but it feels a little strange. However, Castor's aura is also strange, I can still understand it. It is undoubtedly a master and a master." "Magician." Assassin replied confidently. "Then kill him, he should be the master of Castor." Kilai recalled the temperament of the time, and gave the order with a certain tone. He knows very well that Shishin's strategic preparation in the general direction is thoughtful, but at critical moments such small details will be inexplicably ignored as if they have been cursed, and this small information difference may be due to this. Shook her head, Chi Li rushed back to the church. On this trip, he originally came out with time on his back, and he suffered a lot of injuries and needed treatment. Shi Lang rushed for his life, but the feeling of being watched did not diminish in the slightest. On the contrary, it increased a lot, and even one of the strong fighting intentions was chasing him. Shi Lang's heart sank, thinking that he must get rid of this person who was chasing, otherwise he might not see the dawn. The night is too long. Shi Lang rushed violently, but the figure chasing him was even quicker. Like a dark green lightning, a red spear flashed across the night sky, piercing Shiro's next step like a meteor, forcing Shiro to stop and turn to face the person who was chasing up. "Castor, meet again, again." The chasing man, holding a yellow short gun, smiled reluctantly at Shiro. But Shiro couldn't laugh at all. This person blocking the road is the knight of the Gundi Lu Muduo. Taking a deep breath, Shiro tried his best to calm his tone, and asked, "You guys are uniting to attack me? Are you afraid that I have reached this level?" On the contrary, I didn't feel scared, my heart was full of determination to crusade you, for the revenge that I just had. Delumuda said seriously. Then why act with others? Shiro asked. Because this is the order of the monarch. Delumudo said with shame and firmness. Chapter 52. Hat. Just because it was the order of the monarch? Delumudo, how about your glory as a knight? Shi Lang questioned again. Caster, this is no longer useful to me. I am a knight who won victory for the monarch. My heart has been firm, even if the Lord Fin is face to face, my heart will not be shaken any more. Delumudo was ashamed, but he answered very seriously. Will not be shaken. Shilang snorted, and said, You are a person who has no respect and shame, what face do you call yourself a knight in front of me? If you have a little heart of courtesy, righteousness, and shame, you should ruin your face the moment you come. Put an end to your curse. Who can't even do this, what face do you bark in front of me, telling your own glory? Shi Lang Yizheng's words questioned. You are right. This is exactly what I didn't expect. Delumudo looked solemn, and then lifted his inevitable yellow rose, ruining his face with an irreparable wound, especially the cursed mole of tears was painted torn apart. However, even so, Delumudo still stared at Shi Lang with piercing eyes, but if Shi Lang had the slightest change, he would brazenly shoot. Seeing Delumudo practicing his resolution without hesitation, Shi Lang's eyes couldn't help but twitch. Such decisive self-mutilation is just to show their glory and determination. These heroes from mythology and ancient times are all lunatics. Shi Lang moved his mouth, but couldn't say anything. There is no way, this guy's will has become extremely firm, and words can no longer penetrate his soul. Let's decide the outcome, Caster. My lord's order is to take your head. The blood-stained Delumudo put on an attacking posture. Take the head of my item? Delumudo, do you know where this is? Shi Lang's tone was a little stiff. He raised his palm and projected a lot of sharp swords, but instead of pointing to Delumudo, he pointed to the building where the palm was facing. Your monarch is doing common perception with you in his workshop, right? Turn your head and let him take a closer look, what kind of building it is. Shi Lang said. You want to coax me and run away? I've seen too many such tricks, I won't be fooled. Delumudo said solemnly. Really? Is this really the case? You have agility far surpassing me, and I can't escape your pursuit. If you don't read it, you will never know that you are your monarch. You are the Clock Tower 10. Mr. Kenneth, one of the two monarchs, has caused such a huge trouble, just like you did to Finn, don't regret it. The administrative office of Fuiuki City is going to be attacked. Shiro said, You come to attack me, I am dead. But before I die, I must have smashed the administrative office of Fuiuki City to expose the mystery. Would you like to give it a try? Mysteriously killed the mayor of a city, causing a city's administrative office to be paralyzed, and it is still a developed country. Do you think it will lead to a mysterious leak? This lunatic. Kenneth's frustrated voice rang in Delumudo's ears. Delumudo absolutely can't let him attack the administrative hall. Yes. Delumudo nodded and said, subconsciously looking at the administrative office that Shi Lang was referring to. The next moment, Kenneth's frustrated voice rang again, Damn it! Where is the administrative office? It's just an ordinary commercial company building. Delumudo was taken aback, and then stared at Shi Lang angrily, You despicable fellow without heroic consciousness. I'm despicable? He kept saying that he would fight me heads up, but at this moment, he joined others to attack my workshop. What face do you bark and despicable in front of me? Shi Lang asked. Delumudo was ashamed and shameless, but even if the glory was distorted, he still had to fulfill the monarch's order. Besides, I'm despicable? You are too pedantic. Want to kill me? Too late. You shouldn't talk to me. Shi Lang bitterly satirized these pedantic ancients who broke into the modern age and ancient pedantic moderns. His preparations have been completed, and his hand is raised fiercely, so that the huge magical power brought by the magic crystal of the curse is squandered in an instant. Projection dozens of swords are pierced into the sky from the ground, like a rain curtain of swords. The path of Shilang and Dilumudo. Do you think these can block me? Can it block me, Dilumudo? Dilumudo yelled, boasting of his martial arts. The A-end level agility attribute made him rush into the rain of sword like a cyan lightning. A short spear danced like a snake out of a hole to block the Delhi sword one by one, and headed towards Shilang to hit Huang Long. Looking at the inevitable yellow rose that came straight to the Huang Long, Shi Lang panicked, but he was still calm. After all, he has been killed more than 400 times by a stronger gun. Shi Lang was just a mortal, without any savvy to speak of, but more than 400 deaths, after all, made him somewhat resistant to guns. Especially this move was led by him, killing him at least 200 times with a spear killer move. Skaha had never seen Shiro's stupidity. He had personally instructed how to use a sword to crack this attack. However, he used more than 200 deaths to practice, but in the end he still couldn't survive Skaha's hands. However, facing Dilumudo's move, he was confident. Because Dilumudo instinctively sensed the danger, and saw a sword that came first to entangle the inevitable yellow rose, and with force it snaked up along the gun body like a snake. With a chatter, the injury that was not coarse or shallow appeared on Dilumudo's right side. "You, why are you?" Dilumudo was a little surprised. It's okay for a caster to use a sword to fight melee, and he even cracked one of his gunshots. "Because you are much weaker than her," Shi Lang declared. "I was stabbed to death by this gun dozens of times by a spearman who is the best in the world." "Really? It seems as despicable as you, and there is a good friend. But, are you not afraid that I just attacked directly?" Dilumudo asked. "This is a gamble. You win me to death, I win you froze for a while. You are too crazy." He clutched his wound, even though he had repeatedly thought that Shi Lang was a despicable person with no bottom line, but Dilumudo still had to be admired by the courage to use his life as a bet. Crazy? This is compelling. The madness on the outside can be seen by anyone, but who knows the pain on the inside? While Dilumudo was blocked by Jianyu, Shi Lang got into a nearby residential area. Chasing Dilumudo. "Dare to tease me like this, what are you thinking about?" "Chasing. Tonight mixed with forces to attack together, and you can't eliminate this caster. That would be too shameful for my Elmero faction." "Now?" Kenneth said coldly. "Yes." Dilumudo pulled out the demon-breaking red rose from the ground and chased Shi Lang. P.S. Buy a book. My dear, I am back in transformation. Introduction: even if I become a girl, I must return to my wife and children. I have to go back and guard, never let other men live in my house, play with my wife, beat my baby, and finally force my daughter to change her surname. I must go back. So, my wife, I'm your husband, what the is a goddaughter? Stop it. I don't want this kind of love. We want this, and then. Good girl, is my education method wrong? What is the look in your eyes? No way, no way. I'm your father. Good girlfriends, I was bullied today, they are too much, hey? What do you mean by being more excessive than them? Realistic changes to the city, I hope you like it. Chapter 39 Explode your dog head. Second more. Kill. Robbery. Set fire. Transnational terrorists are going to kill door to door with a knife. All the men are killed and all the women are stripped. Shi Lang roared as he rushed into this dense residential area composed of 2 buildings. Originally, some residents in this area had been awakened by the blasting of Imiya Kirishu, but now with Shiro's soaring roar, almost all the residents have woken up. They turned on the lights and walked to the door to look at the source of the sound downstairs. Chapter 53. The lights were brightly lit, and in an instant, many residents saw Dlu Muduo, who had just broken into this area, dressed like an ancient warrior, aroused communication among the residents in an instant. Where did Dlumudo have seen such a battle? Without modern knowledge, he also knew that this was going to be a mysterious thing, so he hid in the trees aside, and disappeared temporarily. Really a despicable man without the glory of a soldier. Dlumudo thought inwardly. However, no matter what he thinks, it is undeniable that Shiro's actions did stop him. And the most important thing is, that kind of alienated servant breath has become non-existent. Has it been escaped by Castor? Dlumudo frowned, guessing in his heart. In fact, Shiro just entered the residential area first, waking up the surrounding houses, and then he went into the bushes on the side, activated the spiritual foundation that was equivalent to the normal servant spiritualization, and reduced his servant breath to freezing point. There is no way to eliminate the special breath brought by the spirit foundation. However, disabling the fusion can bring the existence of this breath to the freezing point. Without the strong eyesight and breath-sensitive skills of Gilgamesh, it is difficult to find Shiro's abnormality. However, Shiro did not dare to act rashly. In the previous confrontation, he was able to have the upper hand, entirely because that shot had killed Shiro too many times, and he had also simulated and practiced hundreds of cracking methods. Basically, the pigs had memorized the cracking method. But knowing is one thing, and whether it can be cracked is another. But thanks to Dlu Muduo's underestimation, and not knowing that Shi Lang knew the method of cracking the shot, Shi Lang's sneak attack succeeded. Of course, the most important thing is that Skaha is much stronger than Dlumuo when it comes to gun shooting. Even if it is a 10,000-year-old bronze, it is easily pierced by the king all day long, and sometimes it can show platinum twice. However, in this way, Dlumudo is bound to no longer despise Shi Lang, which also means that there will be no more opportunities for melee combat. While awakening the surrounding residents, forcing the other to reveal their concerns and mystery, the spiritization did not dare to act rashly, but when these residents felt that there was nothing to do and went back to rest, then Dlumudo would start a carpet-like search for him. At that time, he might be exposed. Therefore, before all these residents return to their rooms, Shi Lang must push back Dlumudo without revealing the mystery. But what should I do? Shiro's head was swiftly moving, and ordinary wisdom was stumbling to find a way. Suddenly, his inspiration flashed, frowning, his complexion tangled on the nail of his right thumb, and his firm gaze flickered. There is no way, facing these heroes face to face, it is definitely not something I can do. The only thing I can do is to gamble. Gamble with my life. But why? The fists under the black cloak were clenched tightly. Why does he who cherish life so much, in order to survive, he must take his life to gamble on a bit of life? Putting the cart before the horse, it's ridiculous, but I have to do it. Because not doing it is waiting for death. If you do it, you may die. It's only possible to change one's life. Taking a deep breath, the adrenaline in the body has not stopped secreting since it exploded. There is an illusion of very lightness in the body, but the mind is getting more and more fanatical. The calmness gradually disappeared. But you must never lose your calmness. The kind of anger that can explode and kill the world. It only exists in dreams. The less calm the reality, the closer to death. Fighting is an adventure that uses life as a bet, and the last thing an adventurer can do is to take risks. The voices of the surrounding residents gradually lowered, and they began to return to their rooms to rest. Without using spiritual fusion, but simply using 27 immature and undeveloped magic circuits activated by the body, Shiro projected an ordinary sword and threw it to the crossroad not far away. The long sword was smashed on the wall, bounced back, and fell to the ground with a kenkung sound. There? Dlumudo's gaze turned to the east, where the walls of the residential building could not see clearly. However, the sound does come from there. Go there to see. The spiritized Dlu Muduo walked towards the source of the sound, and at this moment, clang, the sound of sharp sword impact also sounded behind him. Not only that, clang clang, the sound of sharp sword hitting sounded in all directions. Dlu Muduo became vigilant. Dlu Muduo, who does not have a special ability to find enemies, cannot detect Shi Lang's spiritual base aura. This disguised breath blocking is Shi Lang's greatest advantage. The complex terrain of the residential area turned 7 and 8 turns, and the residents were still staring at the door, which gave Shiro the best cover. Dlu Muduo could not feel Shi Lang, but Shi Lang could feel the breath of Dlu Muduo. This creates a situation where the enemy is in the light and we are in the dark. Dlu Muduo was wary. He is a real soldier, because he didn't know that Shiro as caster was able to crack one of the shots and let Shiro run away, which was enough for him to pay attention. But now that he is not vigilant in this weird situation, his battles for several years before his death will be considered in vain. However, in the years before his death, he had never encountered such a cunning and inferior enemy. The battles of the knights are all frontal engagements. How can they avoid fighting like this? Suddenly, Shiro's special servant aura appeared. With a swish, a sharp sword flew towards Dlu Muduo across the air. Coming! Dlu Muduo's 2 spears united in front of him, putting them in an X posture, holding up the sword from the flight control. If you want to use your sneak attack to this extent, then it is meaningless to me. Dlu Muduo said. However, abnormal prominence. The sword that was being held up unexpectedly shoot and shot out a silver needle, and shot it towards Dlu Muduo's eyes. It turns out that this is not a sword at all, but a hidden weapon made by using projection and prop making combined with the principle of the hidden weapon of the Celestial Dynasty. The ultimate move is not the throwing of the sword, but the needle. Dlu Muduo didn't panic at all, and opened his mouth to bite, and he bit the silver needle that drove straight in. He was relieved and was about to vomit, insulting Shi Lang for being shameless. At this time, the pinhole of the silver needle that he was bitten by was opened, and another tiny silver needle was shot directly in his mouth, and it shot towards Dlu Muduo's tonsils. The reverberation of the voice caused Dlu Muduo's vigilance. The long sword, the first silver needle, these are all dazzling. This small silver needle is the real killer move. There is a sleeve in the sleeve and there is a sleeve in the sleeve. Who can stop it? Clang! The tiny silver needle was not enough to harm the servant's hard body, and even Dlu Muduo's tonsils were not pierced. It just made the opponent feel a touch. However, Shiro's goal has also been achieved. Fantasy collapse. In an instant, forming the long sword, the magic of the first silver needle and the small silver needle burst out. Boom! The powerful magic power of Lancer's job agency prevents the fantasy collapse of this ordinary long sword from causing damage to Lancer. However, the eruption of the silver needle in the mouth caused Dlu Muduo to feel burning pain, and black smoke appeared in his mouth. Dlu Muduo felt that he had been insulted, his heart was full of anger, and his eyes burned with scorching anger. But he did not yell. Even if he was so insulted, he was still a knight, faithfully holding on to the monarch's command not to reveal the mysterious. He was holding a pair of spears, angrily chasing him in the direction where Shiro had breathed. When he chased after him angrily, Shiro, who had already released the Spirit Foundation fusion, walked out of the bushes on the side and ran in the opposite direction. Chapter 54. Yes, just now Dlu Muduo was very close to Shi Lang, and there was a blind spot around the corner. It was originally a dangerous distance, but Dlu Muduo was tricked by Shi Lang and chased him further and further away. So, in the face of these pedantic ancient heroic knights full of benevolence, morality, and belief, the biggest advantage of modern people is probably that their brains are flexible enough and shameless enough. Shi Lang shook his head, emptied these undesirable thoughts, and ran away along the path, and found an abandoned factory in the suburbs as a resting place for the time being. Throwing Yu Sheng Ryuna aside, Shiro leaned against the stone pillar with a tired face, looking at the burning clouds in the sky. He gave a tired smile. The long night finally passed. He can finally rest for a while. He took off his black cloak and Ultraman leather case and hid them in an abandoned bucket. Taking off his gloves and taking a look at Ling Zhou, which had missed a stroke, Shi Lang's gaze passed a touch of luck. At first, when he got the magic spell, he thought about using the 3-stroke magic spell directly to see if he could directly withdraw from the Holy Grail War. However, it is really rare to participate in the Holy Grail War as an Asian follower, and Shiro doesn't know whether he will quit after using 3 spells. If there is no withdrawal, it means that it has poor attributes, poor physicality, little intelligence, and poor combat effectiveness. After a series of disadvantages, another huge disadvantage without Lingshu will be added. So after thinking about it, he left the Lingshu for the time being, planning to avoid the city of Winterwood, and when he went out, try again to see if he could withdraw from the war if he used up 3 Lingshus. In the end, Gilgamesh was forced to participate in the Holy Grail War, so he didn't make this idea. And now, the magic crystal that formed the curse saved his life. Lucky. Fortunately, he did not act recklessly at the time. With a tired smile, Shi Lang put on his gloves, then leaned on the stone pillar and fell asleep. Taking off the disguise on his body, without fusion spirit foundation, he is like an ordinary 6-year-old boy. Even if you are unlucky to encounter other participants here, I am afraid he will not think of the despicable caster who is committed to attacking people's hearts, right? Furthermore, the long night has passed, and the dawn has arrived. The red sun rises from the east, and now the world belongs to mortals. There shouldn't be any more waves, right? Except... Why? Assassin lay on the ground with swords all over his body, and his life disappeared little by little. After getting the command from the master, Assassin used aura interruption to follow Caster and Lancer step by step, who hadn't found him yet, and was shocked to find that Caster's real body was just an ordinary 6-year-old child. So Assassin understood. Knowing the source of the strange breath of Caster, the other party turned out to be a kind of existence similar to a follower, just an ordinary imp with a fusion of spiritual foundation. The information provided by Shishin is not wrong, the only thing wrong is the different form. Just as he was about to sneak in and kill this tired little ghost who had passed out, he was attacked first. Why? Questioned. Puzzled. Confused. He struggled to raise his head, looking at the Golden King who looked like a under the radiance of the sun and the moon. Aren't you an ally? What responded to him was the sharp sword that pierced his head, and a contemptuous sound. Hey! P.S. The chapter number is wrong, so embarrassing. It has been changed. Chapter 40. You are the number 1 in the world in my mind. Third more. The black mist is hazy, and the surrounding is deadly silent. Shi Lang was in the kingdom of shadows in this dream. He looked at the woman in front of him who looked at him with a smile and was as quiet as a big sister, and his expression was quite shocked. This time, Skaha didn't come over directly to poke a few holes in him, but just looked at himself with a smile like that. Could it be Dash? What is the conspiracy? Shiro became wary. It seems that Shiro wants to get a few holes in me. Skaha stood up while talking. No. I didn't say that. Shi Lang waved his hand quickly. The reality is already tiring enough, so don't toss about it in your dreams. Wait, do you have mind-reading skills? See through my mind. Shi Lang reacted. There is no mind-reading, just the wisdom of the elderly. Skaha smiled. Shiro showed a contemptuous expression. Eating a ditch and gaining a wisdom, this time he won't spit out the dead. Saint Seiya will not lose to the same trick twice. It's a good job today, as a mortal. Skaha walked over and rubbed Shiro's hair with his hands. So I will save the special training today for next time. Shi Lang was taken aback, and then smiled bitterly. This woman who invaded her dream realm can see things in the real world as expected. But please give me special training. Excuse me. Shi Lang pleaded very seriously. Oh? Aren't you afraid of the pain this time? Skaha asked. I used to think that the war is approaching, and training is just a waste of time and energy, meaningless. But thinking about it, I'm still too young. If it weren't for the teacher's training for me before, this time, I might have died in Lancer's hands. Inside. Shi Lang said sincerely. Skaha looked at Shiro, and then said with a smile on his face, I'm a little grown up. Shi Lang was full of black lines. Did I be naive before? Yet, after all, I will act like a baby to my big sister. Skaha said with a smile. If acting like a baby can make the teacher present, I will keep doing it, Shi Lang said. I can't do it. I have to write my own story. Skaha smiled, then raised his guns. Nashiro must be prepared to continue to be stabbed to death by me. Rather than being killed in reality, I would rather die in the arms of the teacher several times in my dreams. Shi Lang projected his double swords and said seriously. Then you have to say it first, big sister, me, it's not the best in the world in your mouth. Skaha chuckled and stabbed the guarded Shi Lang to death. Chapter 55. This time, Shiro was spiked 37 times, and Skaha stopped. Have I reached my limit, teacher? Shiro lay on the ground and breathed. Yes. Skaha put the gun away and replied with a chuckle. Sitting up struggling, Shiro looked at Skaha, and asked seriously, Teacher, since you can see the outside world, then you know why those followers called me treacherous villains for a while, and then they said it was a misunderstanding. Am I? Don't you already have the answer in your own heart? Skaha chuckled lightly, and broke Shi Lang's routine. Shi Lang was a little embarrassed, and it turned out that this kind of old monster who has lived for so many years is not something he can talk about as a young man. There are some things you shouldn't think about, it's best not to think about it, otherwise I will be angry. Skirhat paused and reiterated again, it will be super angry. She was smiling, but there was already a tic-tac-toe on her forehead. Shiro smiled awkwardly. Withdrawing the preface, in the face of this kind of young lady, it is better not to even think about it. People have eaten more rice than the sons you have produced in your life. Is it mortal wisdom? Shiro cautiously tapped on the side. Maybe. Skaha smiled gracefully, without any flaws. Shi Lang gave up. This kind of experienced young lady can't do things like her young, and suddenly complained with some annoyance, Teacher, can't you tell me directly? You acted like a baby again. Skaha smiled softly, shook his head, and said, even if you act like a baby, you can't. I have graduated from this world, but you are still studying. This is your own adventure, if I click on it at will, it would be too rude. But I don't mind at all. What adventures, what trials, I just want to live the life of an ordinary person, be a rich person, read some novels on weekdays, and complain about the weakness of the protagonists of those novels. I am not at all. I don't want to be a character in the story. No author behind me can guarantee that I won't be killed before the end of the story. No, even if the story is not over, there are protagonists who are arranged to die by the author during the story. Shiro was distressed. Before the finale, no one knows what the script is like. And I can't get off the stage after being on this stage. Skaha gently touched Mo Zhilang's head. Skaha's hands were very soft, not as rough as a warrior at all. But Zhilang didn't have the mind to experience the shame of touching the head to kill, he was full of sorrow. In reality, Dlu Muduo and Altria had already focused on his life. One master is a magician killer who does evil in the name of good, and the other is a decent magician from the noble camp. Even if it is revealed that they are just a child, Altria and Dilumo will stop there because of morality, but these two masters will probably force Altria and Dilumo to kill him. In fact, regardless of whether the man suffered pain and would be condemned by the soul, he would definitely shoot himself mercilessly. And the decent magician Kenneth, when he discovered that he was a child, was he happily knocking out a ride ahead of time, or was he ecstatic to take his corpse away? The physical body that can be integrated with the follower's spirit base is a rare research body no matter how you look at it. He is the first-level lecturer of the Spiritual Science Department, and the son-in-law of the Minister of Spiritual Science. His face has become a bitter again. Skaha lowered his head, and his blood-red eyes looked at Shi Lang tenderly. Okay. As a teacher, I will give another advice to the unsatisfied disciple. What advice? Shi Lang's eyes lit up. I really feel like I can't live anymore, so let's go to the Great Holy Grail. Shi Lang was at a loss. What are you going to do there? Skaha smiled gracefully. Bring you to my country earlier. In this way, as a teacher, can I protect you as a disciple? Shiro. Miss Sister is already dark, and if she continues to talk, she feels that she is about to have a heart infarction. With a crying face, Shi Lang wanted to run out of the dream, but when he was about to leave the door of the dream, Shi Lang looked back at the girl sitting on the other side of the sea of flowers, plucked up courage, and said seriously, Teacher, you are the number one in my mind. After speaking, Shiro escaped from the dreamland of Shadowland. Is the world number one in my mind? That's not okay, Shiro. Teacher, me, but a true bad woman. If I were number one in the world, then no one would kill me. Am I still looking forward to, you can kill me, Shiro. Skaha took a bit of sister-like gentleness, and a bit of sorrow like a grudge. Melancholy. Lamenting. Attempt to get the end of self. Will it be you who can end me? After running out of the dream, the sky gradually brightened. The first night has passed, but the Holy Grail 7 nights, which has long been eaten by mushrooms, still exists for at least 6 nights. Long night. Death is counting down. Something must be done. Shi Lang clenched his fists. He has to do something, otherwise, based on his basic set, he will not survive the Holy Grail War at all. This was confirmed by the battle last night. He fights the decent followers head-on, and can only use his life to gamble that the follower will believe his bad mouth. However, how long can I live like this? Even if he wins the bet and escapes all the battles, the other 6 riders are fighting. In the end, he still has to fight the strongest man who will decide the outcome. This won't work, it's definitely not possible. If you are really confused, you will definitely die. Something must be done. It is necessary to muddy this dish of water and then flow it in a direction that is beneficial to you. Shi Lang got off the bed and looked at the sun gradually rising from the horizon, holding a pair of small fists tightly. Night is your battlefield, and dawn is my home field. With this declaration, Shiro left Yusheng Ryunashuk and walked out of this abandoned factory in an open manner. Skaha has given him enough help, whether it is training himself or reminding himself to avoid explosions. No matter how greedily he asks for help from her, I'm afraid Skaha will abandon him in the end, right? Although Skaha did not act like this, anyone who knows a little bit of social communication knows that always asking for it is the fastest way to consume friendship. Moreover, he and Skaha hadn't communicated for a few days, and they were actually slightly familiar people with the name of mentor and apprentice, and the friendship itself was not strong. So in the final analysis, the person you can rely on is yourself. Shi Lang sighed. The reality is like this, the backing will fall, and everyone will run away. The character that can be relied on in the novel, the friendship that can be consumed all the time, does not exist in reality. All beings are equal, they will die when they deserve to die, and no one is favored by the world. The only thing I can rely on in the end is my own hands and mind. However, Skaha also mentioned his sentence before, this is your time, your city. It was this sentence that rekindled Shi Lang's hope and also thought about how he should deal with this opponent. It is a myth. A war of murderers. In this war, his advantage is not the frontal combat power, the knowledge of the magic way, and even the modern firearms held by Kirito Yumiya, but the brain of this normal modern man who is deeply influenced by modern knowledge. So, what would a normal modern person deal with when he encounters a threat that he cannot confront? Very simple way. Chapter 56. Call the police. He walked to the police headquarters in Fuiuki City, but before he walked into the police headquarters, he met two people he didn't want to meet at all. Guinevere. Are you Guinevere? The blonde girl wearing a black suit, like a knight, suddenly grabbed Shillang's shoulder, and Shillang's face was reflected in those holy cyan eyes. Shillang's heart tightened. This girl was not someone else, it was Altria who killed him with an oath with a sword last night. P.S. To explain, the settings in this book are only valid in this book, don't get into your head. Also, stop. Robbery ticket. Asterisk. Chapter 41. Shillang looked at the black question mark and couldn't help asking, Auntie, did you admit the wrong person? I'm sorry, I admitted wrong. Altria's eyes darkened and said apologetically. She remembered that this is not her Camelot, but a modern day after more than 1,500 years. The wise princess has long since disappeared. Shillang left inexplicably full of face. Just now I thought I was seen through my identity, so I looked at the sun specifically to confirm that it was daytime and I couldn't fight hard. What's the matter, Saber? Alice Phil came over and asked aloud. Nothing, I just thought I saw an acquaintance. Altria replied with a serious face. Acquaintance? Alice Phil glanced at Shiro's back and couldn't help but laughed. Could that acquaintance be the kid of Witch Night? No. It just looks a bit like that acquaintance's childhood. Altria replied, and then walked away with Alice Phil. Shiro went to the police headquarters in Fuiuki City according to his own set plan, but he felt inexplicable in his heart. He shook his head. Shillang didn't think about all these miscellaneous things. The top priority was the Holy Grail War, so he must go over it. The Neon police system is more interesting, and the system and title are also somewhat different from the Tian dynasty. For example, the police stations in various places are not called the police station but the police headquarters. As for the police station located in the capital Tokyo, it is called the Metropolitan Police Department. And the highest officer of each police headquarters is not called the police chief but the general director. Shiro came to the police headquarters in Fuiuki City and found that the headquarters he had visited before was very busy at the moment. This is also normal. Last night, a terrorist attack occurred in Dongmu City. A rental house in an urban area was directly blasted and bombed by a C4 bomb, forming a sea of flames. Although the urban area was not demolished and rebuilt due to the economic downturn, and the rental house was a lonely one, there were no major casualties, but the impact was very far-reaching. The first to bear the brunt is the Fuiuki City Police Headquarters. As an organization that protects the safety of the citizens of Fuiuki City, it failed to catch the murderers before and failed to prevent terrorist attacks in advance, and its prestige was greatly reduced. For this reason, the entire Fuiuki City Police Headquarters has been mobilized, and it is bound to arrest these terrorists. However, the modus operandi of these terrorists is very superb, and they have not found a clue to break through. When he was in a hurry, Shiro brought a clue. He first yelled and attracted all the attention of all the staff who were busy working on it, and then used hint to invade step by step, and finally invaded the office where the minister was located, and used hint to control him. The terrorist attack using the C4 bomb last night was a group of members of a multinational terrorist organization. Its leader is called Imiya Kirishu. He is a local neon man who is pursuing the hunt. But this person has firearms and bombs from the sea, which is extremely dangerous. He will be killed directly when he encounters it, and there is no need to specifically arrest him. Kaishu Iomiya almost bombed him last night, so Shiro also gave Kaishu Iomiya a great gift in the so-called exchange of courtesy, and step by step said the signs of Kaishu Iomiya. With the help of Hint, a professional image painter, step by step, he sketched an image that is very close to Kiji Iyomiya, and then the police chief who was Hint issued orders to implement the wanted order for reward. However, it is said that it is directly executed and killed. This order is probably useless. As an official institution, they must follow the process, otherwise they will act in violation of regulations and disrupt order. Contacted the customs and let this dangerous person bring firearms into the country. What did they do for food? Under the condition of Hint, the head of the police department learned about Imiya Kiritagu's information, and was very furious. Hint, it is equivalent to hypnosis. It can hypnotize the superficial consciousness, but it can't change the subconscious mind and personality. So this is completely a matter of the police chief's temperament. There is no Hint the entire police headquarters, because it will be seen as flaws, but the Hint is used to control the head of the head, and then give orders. No one would have imagined, especially these conservative-minded magicians, I am afraid that they would never have imagined in their dreams that a modern spy was mixed in their wars. And the first to be attacked by this modern spy was Imiya Kiritagu, known as the Magician Killer. Shiro also had his own consideration for choosing Iyomiya Kiritagu as the first target. First of all, the other party really attacked him last night and almost killed him. Anger is on the one hand, and reality and cognition are the same on the other. In this way, the hint given is not easy to be automatically deciphered by the brain and subconscious mind. Secondly, Kiji Iyomiya also has a modern mindset, which is the most dangerous for Shiro, and Altria has already sworn to kill him, so there is nothing wrong with letting him out first. As for whether the police can be successful, 99% is impossible, but the bounty warrant issued by the police station leaves him almost no place to hide. Of course, he could also use Hint like Shiro to hide himself, but it was enough to make him sick for a while. Furthermore, a bounty wanted order was issued. In the context of the Great Depression, money can urge a stronger force than magic. That is the power of mortals, called the power of the masses. Especially when this matter became a big issue, as the customs intervened to allow dangerous elements like him to pass the customs, then the real state machinery was functioning. In fact, Shiro's first thought after passing through the Skahadi Point was to go to the US military base in Okinawa for 2 laps to see if he could take a few missiles and throw them at Tozaka's house and let the Golden King give it to him. Be happy and happy. But think about it carefully, as a world full of mysteries, the world of the moon, how could the world of science not be guarded against this? Although the Fuyaki City Police Headquarters can use Hint unimpeded, how can the violent army, the core of the country, be unprepared? If any magician could use the Hint to use the army to do things, wouldn't the world be messed up long ago? Will there still be order? Furthermore, even if the missiles are actually delivered, the military will definitely check them. When the time comes, the entire state machinery will be operational. That's not just a joke. With this in mind, Shiro didn't take the time to send his family to Hokkaido and go to Okinawa first. Of course, this was also due to the fear that Gilgamesh was staring at him at the time. After all, this is reality, which is different from the world in the dream that has to get used to itself. Last night's tactics proved this point. Not only was it useless, but it was closely watched by the 2 knights. In addition to this, Shiro has to do a big thing. Yes, a real event. Reporting Imiya Kiritagu is nothing compared to this incident. It's just that Shiro, who has been mentally prepared for a long time, is silent whenever he mentions this matter. Finally, he raised his courage, and was scared out of courage amidst the consequences of brain replenishment. He stared at his right hand, his eyes hesitating. If this thing is really done, there will be no turning back. Even after this 4th Holy Grail War, the Magic Association, the Templar Church, and even the restraining force may end up killing him directly. Chapter 57. This incident has a great impact on the world, and may even become a turning point in the history of this world. He must expose the entire mystery. Use a bigger event to attack the Holy Grail War, so that this pool of water becomes extremely turbid, and then take the opportunity to survive. If he just keeps on going like this, he will definitely die. Only on this point, Shiro is extremely certain. But is it really necessary to do this? After doing this, there is really no turning back. Even if he can survive the Fourth Holy Grail War, the mysterious side will kill him in the future. Even the scientific world will kill him. What does it mean to expose the mystery to countless people? This means letting the inner world and the outer world go to war. The contradiction between mystery and science is intensified, idealism and materialism are fighting, agnosticism and cognizance are in the ultimate duel. After hesitating again and again, Shi Lang didn't have the courage to expose the unspoken rules established by these two worlds, so he could only retreat to second place. He just took off his gloves and showed the curse to the head of the police department. He said, "The murderer in Fuiuki City has this red mark on the back of his right hand. In addition, there are 6 in Fuiuki City with this red color. The imprinted people, they are all transnational criminals, draw it, and then notify the TV station to be wanted." The head of the police department followed suit one by one, and the painter who was given the order hint painted the pattern of the curse and notified the TV station. After finishing this, Shi Lang put on his gloves again, walked out the door quietly, and melted into the shadow of the alley. He has to go to the TV station. Orders from the police headquarters alone are not enough, because this is news that will cause the public in Fuiuki to panic. Therefore, he has to go to the TV station to hint. Are these useful? Of course it works. As long as it can muddy the stagnant water, it will work. However, after this incident, it is estimated that all the masters will regard him as a thorn in the flesh, right? But it doesn't matter, Yosheng Ryunashuk prepared for this. Even if it is traced back to the source, only Yosheng Ryunashuk who has been used as a substitute for the dead is traced to him. As long as Yosheng Ryunashuk retires as the master of Caster, Shiro will be able to hide in the dark and wait for an opportunity. Yosheng Ryunashuk was a crumb who took pleasure in killing people from the beginning to the end, but sold him so quietly and made him suffer his own death. To be honest, Shi Lang was somewhat uncomfortable the first time he sold someone to die. This is really an extremely precious emotion. But this is an extremely luxurious thing for the current Shiro. But no matter how uncomfortable you are, you have to continue, and the other party deserves it. The most important thing is, everything is just to survive. Suddenly, Shiro's footsteps paused, and the feeling of voyeurism that he felt at first resurfaced in his heart. He looked around, and finally found that not far from the street, Gilgamesh in casual clothes was looking at him playfully. Did he see it? Did he see through it? Shiro didn't know how to deal with the matter like this. Gilgamesh knew his identity from the beginning and regarded him as an object of pleasure. He still doesn't know what Gilgamesh is in his mind. With a sigh in his heart, Shi Lang could only leave without seeing anything. Hey! Gilgamesh let out an arrogant snort from his nose, growing up very fast. I thought I still need this king to descend the trial tonight, it seems that I don't need it. The courage has been opened, the wisdom has been opened, it is only a problem. It's brave. It's so evil, and it's about to come. Smiling arrogantly. Indifferent. He turned and left. Burn it. Burn it. Burn it to your heart's content. Let me see how your raging fire can finally be burned. Gilgamesh turned his head, and his blood-red eyes looked in the direction of Liudong Temple. He smiled. That smile is very complicated. Kindness. Brutal. Evil. Holy. Tolerance. Domineering. Delightful. Sorrow. Struggling. Give up, all kinds of meanings are mixed together, which can only make people feel a terrifying horror. Chapter 42 Get out of the way. You guys. Watch me bombard the world with nuclear bombs. Weber's relationship with Iskandar reached a freezing point. That's right. It's all the guy's fault. As Weber said in his heart, the guy didn't know respect at all, was rude, and most importantly, he was not obedient. Weber was very angry about this. Weber participated in this Holy Grail war, but he had to prove his true abilities and win the magician war with real swords and guns. In this way, those of the clock tower. Do you think you are talented? It's just that you think you have it. Those arrogant and insolent people who commented on him in this way will also know what a genius young magician Weber Wilvert is. His magic theories will also be valued for this, and will be dubbed the child prodigy like Kenneth. No. Should be one level higher than the prodigy, right? Weber believes that he has a talent in the world, but because he is a magician family for only 3 generations, his reputation is not obvious. But the future must be Weber's time. Weber believed so and believed so. However, this envoy didn't even listen to his scheduling, and it was a small and ridiculous thing that was also shocking his dreams and pursuits. This is something that Weber absolutely cannot tolerate. So, he was angry. Disgusted. The relationship with the follower has dropped to a freezing point. However, it is in the Far East after all, and Weber is really not used to eating inferior food here. How can a noble magician like him eat those high-end food? Although the funds borrowed from friends are insufficient, you can also buy food from London to decorate your nobility. This alone is the bottom line on which Weber must not shrink. Respectable to extremely strong self-esteem, but also with ridiculously extremely low self-esteem. Maybe this is Weber's karma, but he hasn't thought of changing it at all. Little master, buy a copy of this big journey game, and give me the same big red cloak. Iskandar wearing a white shirt took a copy of Big Journey TV from the game shelf in the department store. The game is placed in Weber's shopping box. What a joke, money is not good enough at all. I thought so in my heart, but Weber said, I have money, but why should I buy it for you? Iskandar grabbed Weber's head, picked him up, and then took out Weber's wallet, so he held the game in one hand and Weber in the other to pay. For this pair, the cashier at the checkout was also drunk, but looking at Iskandar's burly figure, he said nothing. He settled the check obediently and presented the same red cloak. Out of the department store, Weber looked at his emptied wallet, leaving painful tears. My money, my money! With anger rushing to his brain, Weber gritted his teeth and looked at Iskandar. Do you have any self-knowledge? It doesn't matter if I return all my food, I actually bought the game with my money. We are arguing. We are arguing. Somewhat self-aware. Chapter 58. Weber stomped angrily. Don't say that, I will let you play. Iskandar smiled heartily. You. Weber's fingers trembling angrily at Iskandar. He really did. Really. Indeed. I really hate this kind of muscular man who has no self-knowledge. Back to the home of an old couple who used to live in. Iskandar couldn't wait to tear open the box, but Weber was very disgusted to stay away from Iskandar, and then turned to look at his book. Little master, how do you play this game? There are manuals, so I don't know how to read them? I don't know. Come here, help me see how to do it. It's so noisy. You tell me to watch me, just watch it. Isn't I, Weber, very faceless? I don't know. Oh. Why are you so small and twisted? Come and help me take a look. Iskandar reached out and pulled Weber over. You, how can there be such a way of asking for help? Weber gritted his teeth. Help me see how to fix this. Iskandar handed the instructions to Weber. You beg me to see it. You beg me to see it. Don't be mistaken about this. Weber declared this again and again, then helped Iskandar read the manual, and then helped Iskandar install the game. Then you can read the book quietly, right? Weber thought so, then turned his head to continue reading. Hearing the sound of game buttons ticking in his ears, Weber felt noisy, and turned around to remind the Conquer King to make his voice softer, but he saw the picture that made him almost spit out blood. Is there anything wrong? You use cavalry to fight tanks? Archers to fight planes? What is your operation? Do you think all the heroes? My God! What kind of science and technology tree do you have? Bows and arrows, wood making, horse racing. Do you think the world will always stay in the Middle Ages? Is it a bit enterprising spirit? Some technology. Go technology. God! What are you playing here? I seriously doubt whether you have conquered the king. I can't stand it anymore. Get out of my way. Look good. If you want to play like this, you don't even have a nuclear bomb. What kind of world can you conquer? Look at my hand rubbing the nuclear bomb and bombing the world. As a result, at the end, the two of them played together like this. Ha ha ha. This king has already produced a nuclear bomb. This world, this king will conquer. Had. When you rubbed out the nuclear bomb, I had already rubbed out the space aircraft carrier. Why are you so fast? Ha 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 ha. Don't look at who I am. I am Weber Whilewit. I am Weber Whilewit. Accept the sanctions, Iskandar. Your king's conquest is mine. Break. Eat me, Star Destroyer. Game over. None of the 17 journeys of Conquer King broke the technological blockade and modern strategic layout of Weber the Great Demon King. Oh. Lost again. Iskandar patted his head and scratched the back of his head in anguish. You're still far away. Weber stood up and looked arrogantly at Iskandar sitting on the ground. Yes. Just look up. The opponent is too high, even when sitting is as high as Weber standing. But it doesn't matter, this long-lost pleasure that makes the follower admire him has already made him ignore everything. Hey? Wait a minute. Shouldn't I be arguing with him? Why are you playing games together suddenly? Damn! Weber dropped the book and stomped angrily. Damn it! Damn it! Damn! Own, this is too easy to forgive, right? This will never work. It seems that to conquer the world in the future, a few nuclear bombs are necessary. Iskandar scratched the back of his head, telling his great dream of conquering the world. Weber, who had restored the sage mode, relentlessly sneered, if you have the money, you might as well buy a country. Sure enough, the root cause is money. Iskandar touched his chin, if you can grab a country as rich as Persia, all problems will be solved. But you are indeed quite talented, little master. If you were also born in my time, if you are also a king, maybe we can fight a game. Iskandar looked at Weber and laughed. It's good if you know. Understand? Your master is a person with real talent and learning, you better listen to his command. Weber said with his head held up, patted his chest. Iskandar picked him up and smiled, however, he is still a little devil with a very small inner world. You guy! An angry voice squeezed from between his teeth, and Weber's eyes burst with anger. He really didn't like it very much. Hate it. Disgust, this kind of muscular man who doesn't know anything about himself. Annoyed. Bored. In the evening, when the night of death was approaching, I watched the TV boredly while listening to the rumors of the elderly boarding family. Bang dang! The sudden news broke Weber's chopsticks falling out of his hands, his face full of consternation and disbelief. Chapter 43 Each other, everyone is dirty. Third more. Isn't it successful? It doesn't matter, the opponent is a follower who transcends humanity, and failure is a matter of course. Is Yanfan Kilai? He is staring at me? I know, I will be careful. After hanging up the communication with Hisumiri, Imiya Kirito lowered his head to adjust his attire. No. This kind of thing can't be said to be a ceremonial outfit, right? If you insist on calling it ceremonial costumes, in the world of traditional magic, you will probably be pointed to the nose to reprimand you for rebelliousness, right? A pistol named Thompson Contender, produced by Thompson Center Arms Company of America, with a 15-inch, 381mm, stainless steel barrel, can deliver the power of a rifle. Iyomiya Kirito used the magic way to reassemble this pistol, and it became his favorite gun for killing magicians all year round. It's not so much the ceremonial costume of Kirishu Iyomiya, it's more the weapon of a magician killer. Dai-do-do-do. The sirens of a police car came outside, very quickly, almost without interval. Iyomiya Kiriso calmly continued to deploy firearms, ignoring it. However, the next moment, "Listen to me," the Iyomiya Kiriso inside. "You have been surrounded by us. Hurry up and surrender, or we will shoot." Kiji Iyomiya, who was deploying firearms, moved for a while, moved to the wall, used curtains to block his figure, and looked downstairs with slanting eyes. Chapter 59. There were rows of police cars parked downstairs. The police were divided into two groups. Some of them were holding guns and aimed at the windows, as if Kirito Iyomiya had shot them as soon as they appeared, and the others were aimed at the door of the apartment. What's the matter? Could it be that yesterday's action was caught by the police? Iyomiya Kiji frowned, looked through the front and back windows, and found that both the front door and the back door had been blocked by the police. "I am afraid that the police who are specifically responsible for breakthroughs have already implemented breakthroughs and arrests." Boom! The door was knocked open. "No. It's not that I'm afraid, but it's already implementing breakthroughs and arresting people. Don't move." Iyomiya Kiriji, a criminal of a transnational terrorist organization, blasted a house in our city last night and carried out a terrorist attack. According to the arrest order, you will be arrested. A group of policemen specifically responsible for the breakthrough broke in, held guns at Kirito Iyomiya, and began to follow the formal process. Iyomiya Kirishu turned around and raised his hands, and gave them hint, but the mental will of these policemen was not comparable to ordinary people. Hint it failed. Not only that, because of the contradiction between the superficial consciousness and the deep consciousness caused by the hint, a policeman with a slightly weak will failed to control the firearms and fired on Iyomiya Kirito with a bang. The bullet flies, and for humans with flesh and blood, the bullet is almost impossible to hide. However, a special magic called intrinsic time control held by Kirishu allows him to avoid the bullet. This is the magic of time manipulation that Iyomiya has explored from generation to generation, and the results are accumulated in the magic engraving on Kirishu's back. Separating the inside of a specific space from the time flow of the outside world, the time operation that is freely manipulated is a kind of inherent enchantment. However, the magic power consumed by this kind of magic way is huge, and the preparations and rituals are very complicated. It is a technique designed on the premise of performing great magic. In order to effectively apply it to the battle, Kiji reduced the scale of the enchantment to the body, and the time for intervention was within a few seconds. In this way, the interference of the world adjustment on the inherent barrier is minimized, making it a magic that can be applied on the battlefield. Kiji can show physical skills that ordinary people can't achieve by accelerating blood flow, burning hemoglobin, and muscle movement. However, the disadvantage is that after the barrier is lifted, the world will correct the jet lag inside and outside the barrier, which will cause a great burden on Kirishu's body. Therefore, Kiritsu preemptively knocked down these breakthrough policemen before the inherent time control was lifted. Chasi is a person who uses evil hands and a heart to do good. He can do whatever it takes to achieve his goal, and he will kill a few people without hesitation for the sake of the majority. For him, life is the quantity measured on the scales, and he is the scale holder who judges reservations and destruction. No matter what outsiders say, scold, or hate, he still goes his own way, practicing his creed of justice. Therefore, in this situation, he did not kill these policemen, but stunned them. Because now on both sides of the life scale, one is him, and the other is the majority of the lives who arrested and executed him. If not, he would have dropped several bombs at the police and passers-by who surrounded him downstairs. Kirishu has no nostalgia for his life, but he will never allow himself to fall here before he achieves his own justice. Especially, the end of that justice is right in front of him, and he does not allow himself to fall down. He escaped. Using magic and intrinsic time control, at the cost of 3 shots in the right arm, he successfully escaped. On the walls, on the telephone poles. On the way to escape, Kaishi saw a lot of notices that posted his wanted warrants. Amazing! How many Kiji who understands his own situation can say? Only with a sigh, he used the police to arrest him, and then analyzed who did it in his head. He was very sure that it must have been done by a certain master. Because on the way to escape, he found that the leaders in important positions among the police had been hint. This is obviously the hand and foot of the master. But, which master would do this kind of thing? Those pedantic and conservative magicians would never do this kind of thing, because it is something that will never be tolerated for them to expose the mystery. After thinking about it, Kaishi speculated on Master Castor's head. The master summons slaves pay attention to one aspect. Except for the use of holy relics like Kirigi, most slaves who are randomly summoned will have a personality that is closer to the master. If Castor was summoned randomly, he would be determined by the strategy he showed last night, and the master is probably also a man of strategy and determination. Yes. Shillang's performance last night was treacherous in the eyes of Altria, Delumuto, and others, but in the eyes of Kiji, it was a resolute strategy. The reason for this difference is that Kirishu's character and value judgment are far different from those of knights such as Altria. Although I don't know if this is the revenge of Castor's side, Kiji did not make any judgments until there was no decisive evidence, but probably guessed that it was Castor's side. Kaishi first contacted Hisumie, and temporarily returned to the base where Hisumie was located. Ju Wumai helped KSI to take out 3 bullets from his right arm, disinfect him and put a bandage on him. KSI did not rest. After completing the medical preparations, KSI hid his identity and investigated the police headquarters. It was discovered that the leaders of the police headquarters had indeed been hint, and the culprit had disappeared. Kaishi didn't dismiss the hint of these leaders, but gave another hint in the opposite direction, searching for clues. He brought out the monitoring of the police chief's office to see if there were any suspicious figures worth noting. But he was stunned to find that the police headquarters and all the surveillance images of the police headquarters from 10:21 to 12:25 for nearly 2 hours had been destroyed. Obviously, the opponent is a magician who is as proficient in the rules of the world as him. KC's investigation, but found nothing. Kaishi had no distress about this. He had experienced distress and faced too many tricky opponents, and he didn't lose his mentality. Kiritsugu hint to the police chief to remove his wanted warrant, but this is not consistent with the fact that Kiritsugu bombed Fuyuki City. Instead, he almost let the police chief's subconscious hint be lifted. Kiritsugu had to guide hint, so that Imiya Kiritsugu bombed the city of Fuyuki to someone bombed the city of Fuyuki, and realized the characters on the magician he had killed, and finally freed himself from being killed. Wanted dilemma. And he also reversed the hint, trying to learn from the police chief who was the person who hinted him. And found that the opponent thought of this loophole earlier and used hint to eliminate the police chief, and other police officers expressed their awareness of his cognition. Waimiya Kirisua frowned. This opponent was more difficult than he thought. Almost all the channels he can think of to obtain clues have been destroyed by opponents, like a ball, smooth and without a breakthrough. This proves that the other party understands the rules of the world better than him. Among the magicians who are basically the old school, who can make this kind of modern conscious response, this must be the actions of the master caster who has never met. Chapter 60. Kaishi confirmed his guess. He left the police headquarters and returned to the location of Hisumie for the time being. Now the whole of Fuyuki City knows that an international terrorist named Imiya Kirishu has come, and he has to stay away for a while until the police headquarters eliminates this influence. But this will seriously hinder his actions. Fortunately, even if he doesn't do anything, other masters will do it, so it's good to take advantage of this time and collect information to prepare for the next assassination. Especially the Master of Castor. To be honest, he wanted Castor more than the King of Knights, the King of Conqueror, and the gleaming servant who had multiple treasures. That kind of cunning, treacherous, and bottom-line action is simply the ideal partner tailored for him. If the follower is that guy, I believe we will be very good. Kaishi thought so in his heart. He really wanted that Castor, but it was a pity that Einsborn had prepared Saber for him, who was extremely incompatible with him. During the refurbishment, Kirigi turned on the TV and tuned the program to the local channel of Fuyuki, preparing to collect some general information to analyze the situation in Fuyuki City. However, a piece of news being broadcasted by the local TV station of Fuyuki was so horrified that the smoke from his mouth was still unknown. Because of this news. It's terrible. Recently, 7 international terrorists broke into our city. It is reported that the murderer of a serial homicide in our city recently, as well as the Imiya Kiritsugu who attacked our city last night, are among the members. The serial murderer and terror there is this red mark on the back of the right hand of the element Imiya Kirisu. In addition, the other 5 international terrorists also have this red mark on the back of the hand. I hope the general public will pay attention to it. If you find it, please call the reporting hotline immediately. Looking at the photo of himself being posted, the cigarette in Kai-I's mouth fell directly. It's so dirty. The corners of Kirishi's eyes twitched, and his heart was full of anger. He is wanted, he is posted with a headshot, it is not a problem. The problem is that Ling Zhou was actually exposed. Looking at the red mark exposed by the TV station, KSI was very sure that it was Ling Shu. It's over. This idea was crammed in Kiji's mind. From the moment I saw this news, Kaishi knew something was going to happen. It's not a big deal for Ling Shu to be posted, what's terrifying is the follow-up impact after Ling Shu's exposure. Kiji thinks about things, always thinking about the worst situation from a realistic perspective, so that he will not be overwhelmed by the worst situation. But at this moment, the worst situation in his mind was enough to crush his justice and crush his soul. He is a good person. Even if he does evil things, he can't deny the goodness deep in his heart. A man who is obviously the age of an uncle, but still has the dream of happiness for everyone in the world. This is enough to prove the kindness and naivety in his heart. With an extremely realistic mentality and extremely dirty means, what is practiced is a kind and naive heart. This has to be said to be a funny contradiction. And the most terrible consequence caused by this news can shatter the justice and ideals named Kiji Iomiya in an instant. Uncover the mystery. Yes, the most terrifying consequence that Kaishi can think of is to uncover the mystery to the public. What are the consequences of this? In today's era, science has risen, the general public firmly believes in historical materialism, and atheism has risen, but the mystery still exists. More than 2 billion people believe in Messiah alone. The shadow of the idealistic view of history still looms over the world, and even has the power to destroy the world. Especially the Astra Academy, which is one of the 3 major organizations of the Magic Association and the Clock Tower, is said to have a terrible alchemy weapon capable of destroying the world 7 times. Scientific materialism has not yet reached the point where it can eradicate all monsters, but the nuclear bombs and hydrogen bombs developed have already constituted a deterrent in force, and the high-energy particle collider that was born is also developing basic science step by step to interpret the whole world. With physics that can be understood by science and technology, by mortals and by the general public, and by following the universal laws of the universe, we adhere to the spirit of breaking the casserole to the end, and clarify the principles of the universe step by step, so that the general public can understand the profound principles of the universe. Mystery pursues the principle of personal ultimate, and science pursues the principle of popularization. Idealism and materialism, unknowable and knowable. This is the fundamental difference between the individual and the collective. However, the birth time of science under the historical materialism is too short, as short as a newborn child. Therefore, the science of this world cannot defeat the mystery, but it can pose a threat. After all, there has been a precedent in this world where a country has taken the lead to defeat the local mystery. Therefore, the current pattern of the world is actually a compromise of the two camps. Mystery is not allowed to be known to the public. This is the common consciousness of the two camps. The mystery is known to the public, and the power of the mystery will be weakened. I am afraid that it will force the mystery. At the same time, the world is also worried that once it is known to the public that there are extraordinary forces in this world, it will cause panic, which is not conducive to the stability of order and the development of science. But this news, the worst result, I am afraid that the external world will have to go to war with the internal world. Although there is only a tiny possibility like a powder. The inner world would never sit back and watch the mysterious disappearance. In order to preserve the mystery, it would not even dare to imagine how radical actions it would make. As for the stress measures taken by the world in order to stabilize the order, Kaishi did not dare to imagine. Science wars mystery, materialism wars idealism, knowable wars agnosticism. Just thinking of the slightest possibility that this war might happen, Kirigi feels suffocating. Who is so cruel? Who is so mean? Who is trying to drag the innocent people into the water for his own benefit? Kiji was surprisingly angry. This runs counter to his justice. He kills the existence of a few people for the sake of the majority, even if there are his relatives and friends in that minority. However, the person who shook Lingshu out was the exact opposite of him. For selfishness. Trying to drag the general public into the water. No. Absolutely stop it. Chisui stood up, his heart filled with the desire to kill. This matter must be implied that the master of the police headquarters cannot be separated from it. The reason for this is nothing more than to expand the battlefield and disrupt the war, so as to fish in troubled waters and win the war. As for why it can be seen? This news will appear on the TV station, which is a corroboration in itself. How could such news of international terrorists appearing in the city be on TV news? This must be someone who suggested the TV station. And this familiar modus operandi is mostly the opponent who is proficient in the laws of the world. Kirishu carefully thought about the current master information. The current masters knew him: Weber, Kenneth, Tozaka family, Maki family, Yanfan Kaire, and the unknown caster master. No matter how you think, this kind of thing will happen, the most likely is the master of caster. However, even so, Kirishu only doubted the master of caster to the utmost extent.